the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is off and running. We thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We've got Lord of the Jacket. He's got TV handled today, and he is here ready to go. And we thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now for the main show. So until then, we just kick it off. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour. All right, let's bring in the other two, part of the Good Time Gang. I'm talking about to my left, Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are you guys?
Gentlemen.
How are you guys?
What up?
Pretty good.
What's happening?
I was waiting on
Pretty
Helms
good.
all yesterday afafternoon at the house, and you never showed up.
That's not
This is
true.
where he
I
ever
was
does
there.
it the other way.
I was
here's
waiting.
what- you know, he's-
Lisa, he said he was coming by.
I guarantee
Or
you,
something
Lisa,
like
Lisa
that.
got onto him when he got home. Why didn't you tell him he could come by?
What's
Didn't come
funny
I
is
was waiting on him.
I actually took a different route yesterday home instead of going. I wanted to see how much different, because I had the time. I wanted to see how much difference it was going through Gadsden and going that way versus go. Because from here, the studio, it's certainly quicker to go our back way we go. Okay. But coming home, I'm like, I bet it's about the same.
Probably is.
And it is, but I'll say this. I mean, it's like 3 minutes difference.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, it may have been quicker if one little thing hadn't happened. But I didn't like that drive better.
Oh, I know.
I
I'm the same
actually
way.
like I-20 better,
I know.
which is strange for me to say.
Yeah.
So-
Did you go 204 all the way to 431 that way?
Yep.
For those of you that do
Yep.
not know, they're talking about Helmsy coming out of Jackson,
And-
Alabama, trying to get back into Jacksonville, Alabama, trying to get back to Birmingham and home.
And I would have been like, at one point yesterday, I was a quarter of a mile from your house.
Yeah.
Maybe a half
Really?
a mile.
Did you sense
Maybe
his
a mile.
presence?
No, you weren't that close.
Yeah, I know. I
About
just want to
4
make you feel
miles.
bad. Yeah,
About 4 miles.
it was.
You cried right there at the about 4.
Yeah.
It's not far.
No, it's not. And at that point, I thought, do you do it or you just get on the road and go? And you know, do you know why I've made the decision? One, I thought you wouldn't want me there. Two, I had started my timer to see
You
how
won't
long, or stopwatch to see how long it would take.
True.
So, but for some reason, I told Amanda last night on the way home, I'm like, I don't know why. Like, it just feels.
I'm the same
I'll
way.
tell you what it is. For some reason, when I go the other way, you got the back through Alexandria, and then I feel like there's spots that I'm hitting, like targets I'm hitting. And
Yeah.
once I get there, I got another target. It's not that far away.
That's true.
So
And you
now
don't really have that the other way.
Exactly. It's just you make 2 turns or 3 turns, and that's it.
Yeah.
But this one, I'm like, okay, I got 10 minutes here. Okay, now it's like a game to me.
Of course, you drove right by your parents' house.
I did. I sure did. And I actually talked to my mom probably a couple hours earlier that day, and I said, hey, just so you know, if you see a black truck streaming by here honking, it's me.
Yeah.
I said,
trying a new route.
I may need to just get on home, so I may not stop, but there'll be plenty of time for that.
Yeah, there's several different ways you could go. You could even, if you really want to get nuts, if you're in Jackson, well, you're on the backside. Never mind. You could even go like you're going to Anniston, hit the bypass.
Okay. So there was a time last week where I had to do something on the square,
There you go.
and I went that way,
Yeah.
just to change it up.
Just depends on what time of day it is.
Yeah.
Traffic.
So,
Anyway.
but I was like, do I go by and
There-
just honk or whatever?
Shoot
And
me a
I just
bird,
left it.
something
I
like
just
that.
let it go.
Why don't you shoot a bird on the
I
way?
let it go.
Go, give
I
me
did
the-
get to go to Struts yesterday.
good wings.
Yeah, it's the first time I've had that in a long time. Struts.
Oh, straight.
It was good.
I love just big old wings too. They don't hold back. Love it. Good stuff. Some stories today. We'll also read some questions from the audience, and so we got that. I mean, they've just been stacking
I
up
got
too.
a ton of them.
And a story that we were talking about off air. One of the bigger college stories today is that the Big 12 voted to accept Colorado as a new member. The Big 12's presidents and
Boy,
chancellors.
Pac-12 or 10, whatever they're called, is in trouble, ain't they?
Yeah,
They're losing everybody.
they voted on a conference call last night to accept Colorado as a new member on Wednesday night. Sources told ESPN. So the Big 12 hasn't come out and formally announced it, but this is what the sources are saying. The vote marks one of the final remaining steps for Colorado to leave the Big 12 for the Big 12. a move that is, I think, going to be finalized today. They still have not formally applied for Big 12 membership. I'm talking about Colorado. Another of the final formal steps remaining for them to join the league. But Wednesday night's Big 12 vote marks a necessary step in them joining the conference. So it looks like it's going to happen.
So that leaves,
that's crazy.
So now you have so Colorado will go. You have UCLA, USC gone. So you have left Washington State, Washington, Utah, Stanford, Oregon State, California, Arizona, and Arizona State. That's still a pretty good crew.
Fashy deal.
But yeah,
you just wonder if it will continue to fall apart, or if they will be aggressive on finding new members, since everybody seems to be leaving.
There's not a whole lot of, I mean, unless I'm wrong, I don't see where some of these teams would even go.
Yeah.
Like they're running out of, like the Big 12 seems to be fine.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you got to realize they've added several teams too, but even before this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they left.
ACC, but no, they've even stacked more in there.
Right, I know, but I'm just saying there's musical chairs here with conferences and adding and losing and all this kind of stuff. The Pac-12 losing USC, UCLA, and Colorado, that kind of hurts their standing, in my opinion. But they still got
it does.
They still got good teams.
But what I'm saying,
I just wonder if they'll replace those three with new.
But who?
members.
That's what I'm saying is who is that?
I don't know.
Because you're running out of shuffling. Like SEC's good, Big 12 now good, ACC's good. The Big 10 looks to be fine. I don't know where anybody else could go.
I don't know. I thought, that these conferences would stay in their region, but apparently I'm wrong. Because USC and UCLA are going to the Big 10, which is nowhere near where they are. So, heck, I don't know. I mean, I thought they were fine where they were. I don't know.
Well, and just
heck,
like
Miami
us.
might join the Pac-12. Who knows?
There was a time when you would say no, but yeah.
Just like our Conference USA.
Well, West Virginia.
Conference USA, by the way, is rightly named because they are scattered all over the USA.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah,
From New Mexico to Utah, Tennessee to Alabama, the states that is involved there.
That's just going to look weird, but hey, it's college football, right?
That's right.
All right. Everything's going to look different.
They're going to end up with like two giant conferences.
They probably are. You're right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour. We'll continue this discussion and a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy cheesy zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap?
At the very least, be well and eat well too, with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much, as we do appreciate you tuning in. As always, we have got Lord of the Jacket. He's handling show prep and TV today, and we thank him for that. Now, one thing I do want to tell Lord of the Jacket, and I really appreciate you. We have multiple stories, and he just stapled them all together.
Okay.
As one,
like one big book,
one story is one big book, which
like
maybe
a program, like
maybe
you're
that's
reading a program.
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
That may not.
You know,
be. That ain't a bad idea.
I'm not really sure, but
I'll be on the
Sounds like a good idea to me.
But you know what? He's never done this side of things. He's always covering the TV side. So hey, you know what? We learn, and so we'll have
again. That may be a better way to do it.
Yeah,
Today you're gonna have to answer phones too. So don't do one big conference call. Okay.
Yeah.
Do it individually.
Right, yeah. Let's separate them. Let's separate them. Look, I never thought I would have to have a 101 on how to staple, but you do. And we've had to do that with a lot of the interns. So we'll go through that. I tell you, in the break, we'll learn how to take staples out of paper without ripping them and then restaple. So we'll learn on it. Okay.
There's going to be a lot going on.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Having fun with him, but I do appreciate the effort.
I started to get off in this. I'm not going to.
Oh,
I mean, I can't
here we
handle
go.
it. But, you know, we watched that. We saw this the other day on one of the videos we showed. New issue facing American workforce, particularly among Gen Z employees. It's the time blindness.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to act like that's a legitimate thing.
Yeah.
That I'm supposed to cater.
Creating stress and anxiety being on somewhere on time.
No, you need to read this article and the examples it gives of what time blindness is. It's well, okay, how about this? You got time blindness, well, guess what? You can't work for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, for sure.
Go find, I don't know. Because, see, you got to do things at a certain time. They can't estimate how long it takes to do something according to this. That's one of the symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
They can't get anywhere on time. They don't know how long they've been there. They have no idea. So if that's you, God love you, but you can't work for me.
Time blindness.
Can't work for
That's
me.
a thing now. That's a thing. Yeah, because one of the things
like
that lady
joke.
was complaining about is that she was interviewing or putting in an application for something. She couldn't believe that was asked, and she wasn't accepted or taken. And well, what do you mean?
Well, because I'm sorry, y'all. How about this? You need to be able to keep up with time if you're going to work for me.
Yeah,
So,
that's anybody.
I mean,
it's like it's opposite day because
it's like
that's the
joke.
first thing I tell my boys: be on time. You know, to whatever you're doing, your employer, your coach, your whatever, just be on time.
You remember when Saturday Night Live, when they put not their live skits, but when they have a pre-recorded or something they've put together?
Yeah.
This sounds like something they would do. I suffer from time blindness.
Yeah.
And they would make a big joke about it.
Yeah.
That's exactly this, but this is, they claim it's real.
Well, it's selfish, and that's the society we live in is very selfish. And look, I'm a selfish guy, but when you're not early or you're not on time, you're telling someone else your time's not important to me.
Yeah, that's it.
Bottom line, and
I shouldn't be surprised.
a lot of that's going on, and we shouldn't be surprised.
The things that we accept now.
I know.
Oh,
trust
this
me.
is really nothing.
It's
compared
really
to
not.
some of the things we accept.
But Helms, I mean, Greg, you're right. Skits on comedy shows and wacky world stories that we used to do are now real news.
Yeah.
And people are actually trying to promote that agenda. This would be a skit.
It would be a
in the
parody.
past.
Yeah.
It would be.
He suffers from, and there'll be a pause, time blindness.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't get to work on time. I just can't seem to do it. I can't judge how long it takes. You know,
Yeah.
and it would be,
And then
we'd
the
be
applause-
laughing it
applause
up. Going,
thing
that's
would
so
come.
funny. That's so funny.
Yeah.
It's like he's got a condition where he can't tell what time it is.
Something.
Now people are saying that with a straight face.
Oh,
going, no,
they
I'm
want
serious.
sympathy. They want you to employ them and let them run your business in the ground. Because, you know, if you're late and you can't, and I also can't estimate how long it takes to do something. I've been reading, there's all kinds of things.
Something happened to me yesterday to
ridiculous.
both of your points that I'll tell you in the break. I can't talk about on the air. That I kept saying to myself, this has got to be a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is
Get a lot of that.
Hey, that's a good one kind of thing.
Got me.
And
You got me, pal.
And I don't think it is. And it's to your points. It's just I can't believe we are where we are with certain things.
Exactly.
Like I just can't believe.
Yeah.
it.
Because I thought that was fake.
Even got in the car this morning. It's like surely that was a joke.
Anything's on the table now.
Anything.
It is
Anything.
It is. You won't believe
Something
it.
that
When
you
I tell
think
off air,
is
I
so
won't believe it.
ridiculous, you'll go, oh no, that's actually true.
Yeah.
Like that girl, I thought that was a setup,
Yeah.
but she was really
Oh,
upset.
Yeah. Oh, sobbing.
She don't want to live in a world that people aren't sympathetic to her condition.
What if I can't get there on time? Well, I mean,
You're fired.
Yeah.
How about
Some
that?
of us have
That's
trouble.
a motivation.
Can't
You know
work
what
here.
motivated me? Stuff like that. I tell you what, Greg, this is what I need you to do, and if you can't get it done, then someone else will be doing it,
Right.
and you won't have a job.
right.
That'll motivate you to work on your time management.
Mm-hmm. Being
Every
on
time.
time's kind of it's a pretty big topic within our house.
Hey, and let me
Yeah.
tell you,
When do we
Absolutely.
leave? And I had
Guys,
to,
And
you
it
know,
should be. And it should be.
Yeah.
Look, I get it if you're going to meet family and you get busy. Oh crap! And you try, but when you have a job
Right.
that starts at a certain time every
Correct.
single
Yeah,
day,
Yeah.
that's
that
a
takes
big
it to a
deal.
next level,
That's the
doesn't
whole.
it?
You know, we all
Well, let's
our
start-
wives make us late to family functions.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
that's
We're talking about
normal.
work.
Yeah, I'm talking
Well,
about.
you talking about where they pay you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They actually fund your life.
Work.
is that yeah?
What's that? I can't just show up and hang out.
So,
Hey,
so you're telling me one day, people that claim this will draw disability
Oh yeah.
pay?
Yeah.
I can't
Oh,
keep
yeah.
a job because I got time blindness. I can't get to nowhere on time, and I can't judge and estimate how long things. will
Guys,
take
the
to be
rest of the
done.
world laughs at us every single day.
They should.
And
They should.
you're right, they should.
Yeah.
And
I
all
know-
these people, we're not the smartest country anymore.
No,
we're not.
no.
And all you people that think that, we're not. Just look around.
Oh, bunch of idiots.
You
Well-
can complain about the internationals coming in and doing things, and making a good living, but that's on you.
Yeah.
Because the way you've decided to live your
You
life.
got time blindness.
Time blindness. All right, imagine you're getting some work done on your house, right, Greg?
Oh, yeah.
You're getting a lot of stuff done. Imagine if the people, the subs, and the companies you've hired just had time blindness, and you didn't know when they were going to show up.
And I will say this, up to this point, that none of them have. They've been there on time.
But you
I'll tell
probably,
you, the painting company, GregSpainter.com, don't have time
No,
blindness.
hey,
They
you know
show
what?
up on time.
I even put a little accent wall up.
That's right.
Um,
Even though Lisa
but
changed
you-
her mind on the color at the last minute.
Well, the samples they just never
You
look.
realize
the way
they're actually about to put it on the wall now. And now you're changing it.
right.
Okay.
But you know what?
That ain't gonna put
Let's
anybody
make
out.
Mama happy, because if she ain't happy, nobody's happy.
You mean
She
that
needs to
can they're
have it.
opening right now and they're about to stick a brush in, you decided that's not the one you want?
that we've purchased?
Yeah, is that it? Okay.
She had color blindness. No, I'm
that's
kidding.
true.
I'm kidding, Lisa. We got to get it like we like it. If we're going to do it, let's do it right.
Well,
and she wanted a change, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
But they probably wouldn't have stayed hired by you if you just never knew when they were going to show up. And
No,
and
they
just,
wouldn't have. And especially if I said, guys, where y'all been? Well, we got time blindness.
Does-
so that means you're probably going to do this tomorrow, too,
Yeah.
right?
You're
Now,
right,
if you say
yeah.
something happened, man, we got caught in a wreck, or heck, I slept late, but hey, it won't happen again. No, if you declare you got time blindness, you know what that means? That's just going to happen a lot.
Right.
And you're going to
so
deal
this
with it.
Gen Z bunch that's pushing this, do they not understand you can't run a business like that?
You can't.
If you ran a business or managed a business, whatever, you were in charge of shift changes and people coming in and out, you can't run a. Do they not understand that?
Yeah, so we're supposed to sit there and wait on you to show up whenever? Sorry, guys. I tried to get here by 8, but it's 10:30, and I looked up, and it was 10 because I got time blindness.
Well, another thing. Hey,
I got time blindness.
Hey, I stayed up last night kind of late or what? So,
Yeah.
you know how you teach
I used
yourself
to
a
do that all
lesson?
the time.
You have to get up and get to work, and the next time you want to stay up late, you probably won't.
But when I was younger, I'd stay up late, but I was at work on time.
That's right. Well, you didn't have time blindness.
I did not.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a frequent listener, well, then you've probably heard us talk about Simply Safe. You know they were named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably sitting around resting on their laurels, right? No, definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's next generation hazard detection that distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so your home is protected and you get fewer false alarms. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring service, trained agents stand ready to respond to an emergency. Monitoring service costs under $1 a day. Simply Safe is easy to set up yourself, or you can have a certified technician install it for you. Financing through a firm, you can secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Right now, get 20% off when you sign up for interactive monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we're sitting around getting ready for the day. Rick and Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly. Lord of the Jacket. I got to commend him. I thought he did a really good stapling job in the break. He actually separated the stories, and now we've got 2 stacks of stories, one for Rick, one for Bubba, and they're all separated by the stories. Big step for you, buddy.
Yep.
That's the way to go. Great intern. Lord of the Jacket here, working hard for us today. And guess what? He was here on time.
He does not have time blindness.
I know that's unique for his age group, but he was actually here on time.
No time blindness here.
Good job, bud. A couple of stories
so we're
today.
celebrating people for showing up on time. I mean, that's where,
yeah, I know. That used to drive, I know my dad crazy. I've heard you talk about stories about yours. And then, Helmsy, I know your dad, and really not just dad, mom and dad, that, I was rarely celebrated for things I was expected to do. Now there's, people make a big deal out of doing things that you should just do.
Well, it goes back.
That's just part of your job, being here on time.
Oh, you were here on time. Yeah, let me give you an award.
Yeah, of course, I'll be late tomorrow now.
It goes back to the people that you're going to see or you're going to work with, or, you don't want to interrupt, and so you're thinking about somebody else other than yourself.
Yeah.
And we just don't do that anymore.
No.
I know.
All right, so we have a lot of questions from the audience. This always spins us off into other topics too, and we'll try to answer them here, Helmsy, as you prepare the questions and read them.
Have y'all ever had furniture in your homes growing up that had plastic on it because they didn't want to get it
seen that
dirty. I have too.
I have too. Yeah, I have not.
I never understood that.
I didn't either.
Why would you? I mean, boy, that's comfortable.
Yeah, that looks good.
Sit you bareback on that, no shirt.
I think I had a friend that their couch was that way. Now that I think about it,
I mean, your couch may have been clean, but it looked funny because it still had plastic on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever, or do you currently know anyone who smokes a pipe? Now I'm talking about the Popeye tobacco pipe.
Currently,
used to.
Not currently. I had an uncle that did. I like to smell it.
Yeah,
my granddad, Daddy K, did. I actually got a picture of all his pipes.
I may start.
Greg.
Yeah. Growing up, I had one of my best friends. His dad did.
Yeah.
And the house, I would always just love the smell of it. He'd sit in there.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. I mean, he always looked so intelligent.
Does anybody smoke pipes now? It's not as popular.
I don't think it is either. I think that generation.
We're not talking about that big water thing you had, Speedy, in college.
I think that's called a bong.
I know.
That's what he's doing. Here I am again, being used as an example.
There it is.
If y'all walked in the door and y'all didn't know me and I was smoking, a pipe, would I look smart or do I still look like a DA?
I think with that bald hair and the goatee, you'd look smart.
I could play it off.
Yeah.
All right. Till I started talking.
Yeah, well, we all fall under that category. Yeah.
The cigars are still a thing for
cigars,
people,
yeah.
And evidently the Cubans make the best ones out there. But
pipe.
I don't mind a good old cigar.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they hold them like that.
You got something
puff.
How you doing? Thanks for being here with me.
Yeah, the ones you had, the ones that went straight out, and then you had the ones that like went out and down like a saxophone.
Let's do the rest of the segment acting like we got to play right with that. What's your next question, Hamza?
Have you ever been to a family reunion with reunion theme T-shirts?
Have not.
No.
I've seen them.
If I did, I've erased it from my memory, but I don't think I have. No.
Have you ever? I don't even like wearing matching shirts for anything.
No. Well, I mean, as a staff, we would sometimes wear staff shirts.
That's different because that's work.
Right. Just not on our own.
We're going somewhere and we're all going to dress the same. I've never been into that.
How old were you when you got your first speeding ticket?
Ooh.
What did you think I was going to ask?
I didn't. Well, Hamza, I didn't know.
I didn't know. It could have been your first beer.
Maybe a little nervous.
First, tell me again.
Speeding ticket.
I think I was 16.
I think I was speeding ticket.
Let's think here.
I had to run a stop sign, I think, early.
Boy, it's tough.
Speeding ticket, I might have been in college.
Yeah. It's really tough here.
Where I was, too.
Because we're all blessed during this hour that our parents can listen, and mine do. So it's really tough with some of these questions.
Well, I can tell you mine. I was 16, and I did not have my license long. And Dad, being a fireman, he thought he had a good relationship with all the police officers.
He thought.
I think I've told you this story.
First responders have to take up for you.
And so I got home, and of course I was upset, and I was about 3 miles from the house, if that.
Were you letting it eat?
And I wasn't. It was probably like a 55 and a 35, something, probably 20. I mean, it was way more than I needed to be going.
You weren't hossing it.
And it wasn't reckless, but it was speeding. And so I showed him the ticket, and he said, "Did you get this down here by the chicken plant?" And I said, "I did."
That's a speed trap.
So Dad, listen. So Dad gets in his car and goes down there.
No.
And finds the police officer.
Picture it.
And
he got arrested.
And I said, "Did you get me a warning?" And this was what he said. He said, I said, "Did I get a warning, or am I going to have to deal with this?" And because Dad explained all that to me, I didn't know. And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Here's your warning. Slow your A down." He said he gave you the ticket.
Oh, no.
And so Dad was not very happy with that police officer.
Matter
of fact, I think he wet him with a water hose at a fire.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
So he didn't.
I can talk about these things now because he's retired.
But that was always
a
a tough area for me.
Me too.
Because whenever I lived in Jacksonville, in attending Jacksonville State, and the show was based in Gadsden.
Yeah, you went through there.
I would go through there a lot, and it was tough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, because I know this is hard to believe. I did not have time blindness, and I had a shift. I had a shift that started, and my employers expected me to be there.
You've been
and
out
for
all
some
night.
reason, yes. Thank you. Hey, good morning, Dad. He listens. But I would always be coming from one gig to the next, or to your point, staying up too late, and never ever could just take my time getting to work. I was always in a hurry.
Yeah,
always.
Got to get there. Got to get there.
Kept doing it.
Yeah.
So that was always a tough little area.
Yeah.
Where, and for those of you that do not know, the speed limit didn't match the road you were on.
No, it did not.
And you felt like I'm on this road. I should be able to go faster.
Yeah.
And it was just people were getting pulled over left and right. I know exactly where you were. And every town has that little section of a road where you're like, okay, we should be going faster.
Yeah.
I've run into both cases here recently going back and forth to Jacksonville where there's roads and I'm like, I see the speed limit sign and I'm like, really? I can go that fast?
Oh,
here?
I know.
Oh, yeah, and every now and then there's an opposite.
I know which one you're talking about.
So I've seen both sides of this here
Letter
recently.
E.
Oh, yeah. I'm going slow. Look
Wow,
at that.
I got to pick up the pace. And I'm finding too where the speed traps are too. I have yet to get. I thought I had one the other day. And
Don't worry, your dad told me.
I looked up and that was funny. He thought he was going to get me out of it.
I'll handle this.
I got this. Okay, I'll take care of it. Now I'm not happy about it,
Yeah.
and you need to slow down.
But
I'll see if I can get you a warning. And that didn't go the way he
Didn't get the
wanted it
warning.
to. Of course, that guy got soaked with a fire hose at one point.
so that's how you pay Pastor.
That's how firemen,
Oops,
if
I'm
they
sorry.
found
Oh,
it,
man, I'm sorry.
at that time, if they, exactly, that's exactly what that.
Sorry
did.
about that.
Oh, my bad.
Good
You know.
night. Sorry about
Didn't
that.
see you.
Don't know if y'all know the velocity that water comes out of. It'll knock you down.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I hate the water's coming out so fast.
Yeah.
Hard to hear with it.
Did you have any restaurant cups at home growing up? So were there any restaurants that you went to that you would take those cups home? Or do you do that now?
Not restaurant, but like if you went to a ball game and it had like the teams.
Souvenir cup.
Would y'all walk around the stadiums and collect the cups to
When
take
I
them
was a
home?
kid.
I would too. I would do that.
Now if I look back now, it's
got a-
gross and stupid.
It was.
Got
It
a whole
was.
kitchen
It was.
full. But we were watching
Yeah.
them, right?
Yeah. Oh,
We
yeah.
would, but on the way home,
At that moment, it's gross.
We had an old place setting for the Yellow Jackets.
somebody wants to know if each of us can back a trailer and how big of a trailer does it get to be before you go, I can't handle this.
I'll tell you this. I there was a time when I could back a trailer. The longer the trailer, the easier it is.
I agree with that.
That's what I was just about to
100%.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, if the short, the worst one I ever tried back is a chipper. You know, the you run those are
Yeah.
because when you see it, it's too late.
The little trailer I have for our 4-wheeler currently, it's really short and it doesn't have a back gate that's up. And so sometimes you can't see it, you know, to know where you are. Of course, you got the backup camera and all that, but can't rely on that. So that sometimes is a little difficult. But you're right. The longer, the better to me.
I've always pulled and backed bass boats and, you know, pontoon boats and all that. And that's not an issue at all. It's very easy. But the Sea-Doo drives me nuts.
You're right.
It drives me
Too
nuts.
short.
I have to.
When you see it, it's too late.
It is.
Yeah.
You got to not see it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. I know we didn't get a ton in there, but that's a couple. And we'll continue that conversation and other things. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour for the main show. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get shows, movies, and more than 70 live channels, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same networks you love like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, MTV, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And Philo's unlimited DVR lets you save all your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your own schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, when you make the switch to Philo, you could be saving hundreds of dollars a year on your cable bill. Who doesn't want more money in their pocket? And with Philo's free trial, there's no risk to check it out for yourself. So think outside the box and stay inside your budget. Signing up for Philo takes seconds and will never make you listen to hours of cable company hold music. Before you know it, you'll be on the couch channeling comfort with all your favorite shows. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today. That's philo.tv/cutthecord.
DQ presents Picture this. Picture your favorite Blizzard treat, but this one is being held by someone very special. RE, our Children's Miracle Network Hospital's champion.
Hi!
Miracle Treat Day is Thursday, July 27th. $1 or more of each Blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital and kids like Ari. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way.
Support kids like me on Miracle Treat Day, Thursday, July 27th.
DQ, happy tastes good.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show. Oh, looky. Here comes Googie. Cook's Pest Control. It is that time of year again, everybody. If you're not already using Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, you need to. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. It's warm outside. Boy, you're hearing a lot about that. Which means that here come the ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, everything you don't like. Termites, we really don't like them. Nesting wasps, roaches, other bugs. and critters, contact cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com today for a free thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. If you are not using them, you need to. And if you are, then you know how good they are. There's no obligation for this free thorough inspection and evaluation. Again, it's cookspest.com, cookspest.com. Also, if you are a contractor, they do offer services for contractors and new home construction. So give them a chance, cookspest.com, and get that free thorough inspection and evaluation. If you want more information, again, it's cookspest.com, or just go to rickandbubba.com, click on the sponsors button, and you'll see all our national sponsors right there. All right, so we got through a few questions. Might continue a little bit of that here because I know you have some that are still a bunch of them, I guess I should say. But I will say this: Sinead O'Connor, it looks like, has passed away.
How old was Sinead?
Early 50s.
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah.
What happened?
They haven't said.
No, but I know she's had a lot of troubles. 56, she was.
Yeah.
The Irish singer and songwriter, wow. It's just that's young. That's 56. That's really young. And
they said, her son had died years ago.
Yeah.
And she was, struggling with that. And,
Nothing.
but they haven't released.
No cause of death. The Rolling Stone article I'm reading now says in the article that there was no cause of death has been published yet. So,
but yeah, you remember she stirred up all the controversy, ripping a picture of the Pope up on Saturday Night Live while she was performing.
Yeah,
she was controversial.
She was.
I wasn't a fan of her music, but
her mental health issues she was outspoken about, and they persisted throughout her career, and some tough tragedy there inside the family. And so, not sure the cause here, but it does say that she is dead at 56. Sinead O'Connor.
Did you like that song, the hit she had?
Some of them.
She only had
Nothing Compares to You is the only song I know.
Yeah, which one did Prince write?
That's it.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I figured y'all would.
See, we all see. Yeah, I tell you this: if it was on the radio, I found myself not turning it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Did you do your hair like that in honor of her?
No. She had a.
You were a fan.
She had a little buzz cut. I
She
mean,
had the same
I'm
haircut
like,
you had.
I'm shaving.
She was more like me.
Yeah.
With hair than Speedy.
Well, I tell you what though. Well, never mind.
Speaking of, I can actually
learn, buddy.
Tailor this
shut
into
up. Just be quiet.
that segment or that story into a QFTA. Someone wanted to know what our go-to karaoke song would be.
Oh wow!
Ooh.
If we were karaoke,
Not a big karaoke.
if we were going to go into any place that had it, what would be our song?
I'll just go with this because the few times that I've done karaoke, I did "Born to Be Wild" by Steppenwolf.
Stop. All right, we got to talk about the few times you've done it. So I got to know more about that.
That's awesome,
a long
Greg.
time ago.
Are we talking? Are we married? Not. What's the, okay?
We were over here at training. When I worked for the power company, we'd go to these schools over here, and they would put us up in hotels.
Yeah.
And one of them had a karaoke bar in it.
And so you decided to make that decision.
Yeah.
And what song did
Born
you
to
sing
Be Wild by
that night?
Steppenwolf.
Okay.
Brought it in my mind.
Speedy, do you have a go-to karaoke song?
Celine Dion.
Lean on me.
Lean on me. What about you, Aaron?
I'm going "Living on a Prayer" by Bon Jovi.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one. And if I don't,
he even struggled to sing it.
And if I don't do that, I'm going "Dancing Queen."
Oh,
I'm kidding. And here's why. I looked
Dancing
up.
Queen.
Here's what I did. I wanted to see what the go-to karaoke songs were.
Okay.
So I just did a quick Google.
Okay, so Dancing
Queen. Sweet Home Alabama's one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Living on a Prayer did come up, but I do like that song a lot.
Yeah.
Hey Jude.
Really?
Love Shack is one of them.
Oh my goodness! I wish I could see that.
At that same place we were at, there was this big girl got up and did Love Shack. Boy, it was tough.
I Will Survive.
Speedy likes Mama Tried.
All right, so y'all are going to make fun of this, and this is stupid. All right, I was doing something.
He's getting out front of it.
Well, this one here. He's going, all right, you like that? But PM Dawn. Do you remember PM Dawn?
I remember the name, but I don't remember what their song said.
All right, I would die without you and all that. No? Okay.
Yeah, it was from your dance music days.
Well, no, actually, it's just, do you remember this? I'm sorry. Hey, be careful here. I don't want to get us in trouble or anything. Let's see me go in.
Oh, I do know that.
You remember that?
I purposely
didn't know that.
Well, that would just be on radio.
Yeah.
I didn't have it on my playlist.
I did like it, Speedy. And if we had playlists back then, I probably have it on it.
Here's what I don't understand. Set Adrift on Memory Bliss. All right. That was apparently one of his big songs, but it's on none of his music.
Okay.
It came on the other night. Hadn't thought about him, I don't know in how long. And it just came on. And I'm like, oh, wow, I'm going to look that up. Yeah. And you can't find it. I mean, it's not on any of his CDs or whatever. They have some sped up version of it. But this is. Do you remember that song at all? Anybody?
I don't.
I got to have it a little more of it. Oh yeah.
I missed the PM Dawn stuff. I guess.
This part right here was on. I'm trying to do this so you're not in trouble. It might not help any. I don't.
Yeah, I remember this.
Do you remember that song?
Yes, 100%.
And it came on, and I'm like, oh, let me. I'm gonna hear the original version of that. Couldn't find it, and I got off in some PM Dawn search, and I couldn't find it, and so I thought, well, is that not his song? Did he just? You can't find it anywhere. It's weird.
I have to.
Sorry, Greg. I know you'd make fun of that. Yeah. That's why I was hesitant to bring it up.
About it. I see why I don't.
Yeah. Well, it was just on, and I heard it, and I'm like, oh, let me look it up, and because I hadn't thought about him since the '90s. Since the '90s, I didn't think about.
What kind of dance did you do to it?
I was actually in the car.
No, I mean in the past when you would listen to it.
I would just play it.
You cut a hit.
I'd mix with it.
Greg said that he did karaoke at an Alabama Power meeting.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was at a
drunk
at a well, yeah, it was a bar at the hotel. At the hotel.
Full disclosure.
Have you ever done karaoke, Speedy, at all? Ever?
It has been a long time.
But you have.
Well, because I have the form of secondhand embarrassment. You can get that on yourself. In other words, secondhand embarrassment doesn't just come.
Isn't that called firsthand embarrassment?
Yeah, but I guess it would be in that case where you can be embarrassed of yourself and think that other people are embarrassed for you.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do want to talk to Coach Bruce Pearl, the Bruce Pearl Family Foundation, once again continuing to fight against cancer, the fourth year of Outlive, the Auburn basketball team fighting against cancer. And we'll talk to him about another opportunity for you to enjoy some great basketball, but also be part of a great cause. Coach, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, good morning. How y'all doing?
Fired up.
We're fired up. How about you, Coach?
Put me in, Coach. I'll make something happen.
I am I want to know how valuable that degree is that you guys are offering at that there university you guys got.
Hey, if you've been out in there in society, whether you want to admit it or not, when you heard that, you said amen to that. Common sense, it's a superpower. Now, you're a superhero if you have it.
I need some more education. That's just the bottom line, right there. I need some more common sense education.
Yeah, well, Bubba and I went to some other colleges, not Rick and Bubba University, for so long. We both should have doctorates.
Well, there are 4-year schools, 2-year schools, and probably 2-day schools, and I'm sure you guys qualify for all those.
We hit them all, baby.
Yeah, we totaled up 12, I think, total. But we just say 10 for round figures.
That's right. Yeah, if you combine us together, you literally have 18 years of education. That's post the 18 years of school.
Well, The three most difficult years in Bubba's life were the third grade. So that's
yeah, it was a mountain to climb.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, what's great to have you on the show, and of course, obviously, sadly, every single person within the sound of our voice has likely have been impacted by cancer in some way, shape, or form. So tell us about this journey, that the call you felt on your life, and what's going on, and how people can be part of it.
Well, guys, as you know, 40% of us are going to have cancer. Almost. About 38.5% of every adult in this country is going to experience some form of cancer. And the key to surviving cancer or to outliving it is to detect it early. So all of our listeners, just go get checked. Guys know what you need to have done. Ladies, you know what you need to have done. And then do one more thing. Call 5 people you love right now and go, when was the last time you got a mammogram or your prostate checked or you got that little rash on your skin looked at? And I'll tell you right now, that awareness campaign and a sale of as many T-shirts as we can sell for the game against Alabama tomorrow night is going to go, and it's going to – we give every single dollar, guys, to patients who are fighting cancer. Because the problem with fighting cancer, it's not just a surgery and then you're done. It's chemo, it's radiation, but you got to go to work. Well, what happens when you get done with chemo and you're on the toilet puking and you just can't get up and go? They don't pay you those days. So the money goes to these 9 agencies in the state of Alabama that know which patients are financially challenged and help them with a mortgage payment or keep the gas on or so on and so forth. We're going to get all this done tomorrow at our rivalry game against Alabama. It's Auburn's outlive game. So anybody in attendance, buy those T-shirts. And then if anybody would like to contribute to Outlive, which is outlive.com, they can go online, take a look at it. And there is no cost, to the foundation. Every dollar we get, we give.
Now, I have to ask you, it's good that Auburn and Alabama people are going to try to do something good, but that doesn't happen very often.
No. Yeah, that's asking a lot, Bruce.
Well, I'm sure that there are Alabama fans that are listening to your show right now going, what in the world is he so cheery about? Has he not seen our basketball team?
Yeah.
And they're right. I mean, Alabama's really good. And they'll play 10 guys. They're the deepest and the longest team that will play. When I say longest, their guards are 6'7" and 6'8", and they've got great size. And Avery's doing a really good job with them, and they're hard to guard. And defense has been a real problem for us. So it'll be a great challenge. It'll be a great contest. But you're right. Yeah, we're going to be able to get together tomorrow, and together we're going to be able to do something pretty special.
Now, if you already had one of the T-shirts from the Missouri game, you're also encouraging so people can see it on somebody. If you've already got one, now we want you to buy some more at this game, but wear that so people can see what it looks like on too, and bring awareness to it.
Well, that's exactly right. And when you see somebody out there in the community, it's a reminder to get checked. Yep. And so the bottom line is, if you're at the game tomorrow and you haven't purchased and you're not wearing an Outlive T-shirt, you are out of uniform. You're out of uniform, and you cannot play in the game. That's just the bottom line.
Coach, let me ask you about the Missouri game. It was on the other night. We get up real early, so I can't always stay up to the end of the game. But I was watching that game, and at halftime, it was just, it was like just a basket or two different. And I woke up and checked the score, and I thought, what in the world happened in the second half? I mean, you guys opened up wide open, didn't
you? Yeah, we did. And you know what? Sometimes what happens is there's a wear 'em out factor that takes place. And, this is a football state. People recognize that.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour has begun, and we're thankful that you're here. We'll start this hour with our national anthem. 1.5 minutes past the hour. Here comes the Rick and Bubba Show again, another hour on another day. And the kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy handled that. The rest of Team Rick and Bubba now taking the field. The Lord of the Jacket is our intern at 866-WE-BE-BIG as he takes phone calls today. Eddie Van Adler settles into the YouTube option. He gives you the YouTube look at Rick and Bubba, either live and or archived. If you're one of the over 100,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel, enjoy the Rick and Bubba content today however you want it. Also, there's a best of hour that appears on Blaze TV as well. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, back again this weekend. We'll give you a preview of what we'll be talking about. So be sure you're standing by to get that. So this weekend you can grab that wherever you get podcast. And then we'll kind of roll through the stories of the day. We got the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
Baby. Jackson Brown, The Boulevard. It's one of my favorite Jackson Brown songs.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like
that.
How you like Running on Empty?
I do. I like it.
You like it? Where are you with Jackson Brown?
He was very popular back when I first discovered the radio. As a young teen. No, I like his songs. I mean, I've never been to a Jackson Brown concert or anything.
I think I may have gone once. I don't really recall.
It seems like he ends up in the love stories of a lot of the starlets that are in Hollywood. Okay. So he at one time the joke was he was the Hollywood welcome wagon.
Well, he made the guitar playing count, didn't he?
Wait, you said you've never seen him?
No, I may have. I said I think I may have, and I don't recall.
You have.
Have I?
He opened for Tom Petty.
I never. I did see him.
Okay.
At Oak Mountain.
Also, he played in town last night.
Did he really?
Yes,
now
I thought that's why you were playing the.
Are you serious?
I had no idea.
No, I didn't know that.
My wife went with her mom last night.
Well, now
that is so weird.
Well, here's what I want to know, Adler. Okay, because you know how this happens. First of all, Jackson Brown right now is one of those people that when he got a certain age, he does not look like the person you remember at all.
No,
I mean he doesn't.
The beard really changed.
He doesn't look remotely like himself. Okay,
right, that's what we think he looks like, but he looks like that.
That's his new look. Yeah. I mean, you talk about completely different, unrecognizable as an older man.
Yes.
Yeah. But the other thing is someone who saw him in this state. Now, Greg and I saw him when he was still willing to play the hits a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But I understand that he hit a run in these theaters where you go see him and he doesn't play anything you've ever heard of. Is he doing that?
She said he sounded great because there have been times where he was kind of struggling.
So he did the hits?
He quote sounded great. I didn't ask if he played the hits.
Okay, I'd like to see you follow up on that.
I was asleep.
You're very sleepy. Will you today follow up on that?
Alabama theaters.
But don't you think she would have been complaining if they had not happened?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's probably okay. Yeah. But anyways, I think for him, and I know, Greg, you agree with me, The Pretender is his best song.
That's a good song.
Great song.
That's a fantastic song. The Loadout is fun.
Yeah.
I know you think it's a little corny. Bubba would love The Loadout. You're running on the empty. Boulevard. Tender is the Night.
I like it. It's okay. It's okay.
Tender is the Night. I'm probably Jackson Brown.
That girl can sing.
That girl sings.
Yeah, that's a good one.
She wasn't much good at fooling around, but that girl could sing. So I probably am about a 7 on Jackson Brown.
Oh, that's
7.5.
got to be somebody's bee. That's
right. I'm probably about a 7.5. About a 7.5. And that's a high score.
Well, he's a legend. I mean, he's
no
covered
doubt a
many
legend.
decades.
No doubt. No doubt.
Done a lot of things.
Do you know who he was a great influence over? And they said he drove them crazy. All they could hear is him playing piano underneath him the whole time they were all rooming together was the Eagles.
Yeah.
They said, "My goodness, Jackson Brown was underneath us, staying in the little loft below us. And he played that piano 24/7."
Isn't it funny when you have talent of that level and they're in close proximity of each other?
What's the famous Eagle song?
Greg,
Standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Oh, you think he co-wrote "Take It Easy"?
I think so.
Did you really? You ever notice the prominent banjo on that song?
I have not.
You've never noticed that? Well, you're going to hear it coming back.
It was written. It was originally written by Jackson Brown in 1972.
Attaboy, Greg.
Okay.
How do I bring that in there?
And then the song was later co-written with his friend, Glenn Fry.
Here we go. Do you know who wrote "Heartache Tonight"?
No.
Bob Seger.
That's right. I
Really?
did know that.
That is your
Sieg.
it's a big day on the show.
Wow.
This is our little music trivia segment.
Like I'm listening to a music podcast.
Bubba, big day today. I see you say Travis Taylor may call.
Had a conversation with Travis yesterday. Didn't close that circle yesterday afternoon.
Big day
so
yesterday
see.
on the UFO here.
Oh, it was.
Big day.
It really was.
I was just waiting on an alien to walk in.
I mean, big day yesterday.
We'll break it down.
We'll be back.
Just Nancy Pelosi, Greg.
Oh.
Rick and Bubba.
From a standpoint of, sometimes if the offense is on the field for a long time and the score's tight and the defense is on the field a lot but the score's tight, hey, come second half, if you can get that defense back on the field, more of the same stuff that you run in the first half, it's working in the second half because that defense is worn out a little bit. And we may have worn Missouri out a little bit as they were working hard to try to cover us. So that was a factor. And sometimes what you're doing, it don't work right away. And that may have been the case in the game against Missouri. But, guys, the league has never been better. I mean, there are 14 teams in the SEC. I think really, truly right now there are still 12 teams that I honestly think could look at you in the eye and go, we got a chance to be one of the 7 or 8 teams that can make the NCAA tournament. That said, if we're only going to get 7 or 8, there are going to be 4 or 5 teams that should make the NCAA tournament that won't. That's how competitively – it's almost – men's basketball is almost now like every other sport in the SEC. Because let's face it, we dominate in baseball, we dominate in softball, dominate in football, golf, all across the board. But now we're doing the same thing in men's basketball.
Yeah, it says a lot because the conference, like you said, has not always been very strong from top to bottom with the exception of Kentucky. And so now, when you're talking about – I think this is important. You said you were talking about the Missouri game. But as a coach, is that one of the hardest things to do sometimes when you have a strategy and it's not working early, but you still believe in it, to get the players say, don't give up on our game plan. It's going to work. The worst thing we could do is abandon it. Is that tough?
It is. And now it's easier when it's been working and the kids have confidence in themselves and in what you're doing. The challenge is you're gonna lose games in this league. And then it's that grind. How are the kids going to respond to the adversity? I always say this, I believe this. Adversity, it does not build character. Adversity reveals character. It reveals character. We're going to face adverse situations. I want my guys to try to be at their best when things are at their worst. That doesn't always happen, but that's what separates the champions from the rest.
Coach, when you rely on the three-point ball a lot, and, you sometimes can get a little streaky, hot and cold, how do you coach to try to keep those from being great extremes?
Well, listen, my old friend and the great football coach at Iowa, Hayden Fry, always used to say, guys, you got to scratch where it itches. And so you got to go with what you're good at. And, my team is not very big, but we can spread it, we can shoot it. And on nights we're making shots, we're going to win. And you know, when announcers say, well, you live by the 3, you die by the 3, they're morons. They don't know what they're talking about. 3 is worth more than 2. It is. Last time I checked, by one. It's by 1 or 2, it's more. And so, you know, the bottom line is, you know, we got to make sure we take good shots. The problem with the 3 ball is it's long shots and then long rebounds. So then you're going to get long runouts, and a team like Alabama with all that length, they'll get the rebound, they'll take it down the floor, and they'll score before we get back. But, you know, look, spreading the floor and making people extend is really, really key to spacing offensively, and that's just the way we're built.
Coach Bruce Pearl, our guest today. Coach, thanks for what you're doing, and thank you for taking time to be with us. The Outlive game is Auburn, Alabama, tomorrow. It will be on ESPN, but for those of you that live in the great state that pull for either team, make plans to be there, grab those T-shirts, make a difference as we continue to fight this enemy, cancer. And as we've said, a lot of it can be defeated with early detection. Thank you, Coach. We'll see you, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
Here comes our Sport Czar predictions, the Sport Czar Trophy, which has been renamed the Football Czar Trophy because it's really the only one we care about as a team. So, Adler, you will get started. Because we worked through the depth chart, and you have been here the least amount of time, so you get to pick first.
My prediction is
we need Tom Brady's passing yards too.
Okay. I think Maroon 5 is going to open with moves like Jagger.
Okay.
Is that what we're talking about?
That's a good bet.
Are they going to kneel or they're going to do something?
Have you seen what he said now? Now we thought they were just going to play. And
try to do
now he said we got a message coming up at halftime.
I don't need a message. Say sing the hits.
If I was the NFL, of course, we know that Roger Goodell doesn't have this kind of intestinal fortitude because of all the other reactions he's had to everything.
He's been very passive.
He's a very passive person. I would tell Maroon 5, let me tell you something, if you're going to do something that's going to set us back after the fact we've had a season that's been relatively drama-free on this topic, we're not going back to last year, and if that's your plan because of the pressure of your fans, you're canceled.
Take it easy.
20 minutes past the hour, Jackson Brown's version, since he helped write the song. Take it easy. They didn't venture off of it much, did they?
Not too bad. Big hit for the Eagles.
Yeah. Missing that harmony, aren't we?
Yeah.
All right, so as we come back, Bubba, we have a lot to unpack on the program today. First of all, I want to tell you that we got a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. We'll be interviewing A.J. Rice. You may not recognize that name, but he's a big player behind the scenes, and you'll be surprised how many of the conservative voices out there that he plays a behind-the-scenes role in what they do. And he has written a book called The Woking Dead, How Society's Vogue Virus Destroys Our Culture. And this is all about, and it's a bunch of vignettes, which I like a book written that way because, you know, the chapters are short and right to it. And it's all a game plan on how America can save itself going forward. And we'll talk to him about that. And he also uses a lot of comedy. And, you know, you and I love to use comedy to make a point. So it's a fun read, but it's also pretty important because of what's ahead. And hopefully we can talk to him, and this book can maybe give us some hope that what's going on right now cannot sustain itself. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't think it can, but we'll see, and hopefully he's right. But yesterday, Bubba, wow, the UFO hearings. I mean, I heard them blaring out of your office, and I know that you at one time think there's a chance that Travis Taylor may call us from Skinwalker Ranch. But what did you take away from at least what you got to gather yesterday?
Well,
I know you didn't watch all of it.
We'll have some audio clips a little later in the show.
Okay.
Addie's still getting those together. But
okay.
I think the big thing was, you know, this was a topic we didn't talk about. It didn't exist. Yeah. It was played down. Part of the testimony yesterday was the fact that commercial pilots, when they see odd things in the air, they're encouraged not to report it. And there's not a valid reporting system. And I think that you will see that come about so we can track these kind of things and keep a better eye on it. But
Can I interject something right there? Because I want to see if I'm right.
Yeah.
So I was going in and out of your office, but I thought I heard on that topic, which is why I wanted to get it before you move on, that one of the guys said that he thinks the reporting percentage is about 5%.
5%.
Did I hear that right?
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
And so, without good field data, you're never going to get answers to things. But the bottom line is these things that are being seen, and they had one of the pilots that had the tic-tac.
So hard because you have the
well, you want to say
TikTok,
yeah. Tic-tac. And he's a very credible witness. I mean, he's a lifelong pilot. He had all this experience, and he saw these things and was an eyewitness to it. And it's really hard to debunk what he's saying. I mean, he had no reason to mislead everybody. And but the fact that this was never talked about and now it is being talked about, and I know they didn't roll out an alien body or anything, but I think that they're probably closer than ever because a lot of the testimony, one of the witnesses, he said he couldn't, because of the security clearance, he couldn't comment on it in an open hearing like that, but was willing to testify in a skiff, private area with the people who had the correct security clearance. And so, but Adler has a clip here. Maybe this will be one of them we'll hear.
This was the non-human.
Right.
Okay.
That
clip.
Yeah.
Do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Non-human.
Oh, my!
Under oath, he said it.
Just the fact that this is being talked about, I think, is a major step forward, and hopefully will lead to more answers in the future. But it is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. There was
you see other channels are running these stories about it today too.
There's a couple of other interactions that were kind of weird about physical harm and it's just weird. It went to weird places. Like, no, we hadn't just seen them. It's like people have been hurt.
Yeah, he did say that in the process.
Now, who is this cat? Who is this guy?
That is.
There was three of them. Yeah. There was three.
Who's Grush?
He is the guy who actually was on the UAP secret task force that Travis Taylor was on. Okay. And he is the one who has said that people were hurt unengineering these things.
This is that interaction.
Let's see if the clip. This is it. Rick.
Yeah, this is Speedy sent. It's the one about hostile. Are they hostile?
Yeah. At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports? I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got by UAPs or by people within the federal government. Both. Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans. I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Pardon my ignorance on this. Why can't we I thought that's why we're here, to discuss this in the public forum.
Because of his security clearance and because of what he does for the Air Force.
There's always this. See, there's always that.
Yeah. But he did say that he had testified to 2 committees in Congress that had the clearance to hear what he had to say prior to this hearing. And he told the ones that had the clearance, he would be glad to meet with them in an environment where he could discuss it. So, and is he crazy? I know personally 2 people who know him who say that he is not. So, I don't know where you weigh that.
Well, you know me, and I'm not saying this is always right, and we've talked about this in the past, but this is just our personality. If this guy is not exaggerating,
right,
or is just not telling the truth, because sometimes it's both.
Right.
Some people are not completely untruthful; they just exaggerate, and there's some truth there, or there's just complete liars. But if I saw and experienced what he claims he did, there's no way you could keep me quiet.
Right.
I mean, everybody would know.
Well,
I think it's all I would talk about. I mean, it's like people would say, "Don't have lunch with Burgess." I'm going to tell you what he's going to tell you about.
How many books would you have out by
I'd
now?
have so many books out. My book series would be hard to keep up with. I'd crank them out quicker than Max Lucado.
Right.
Well, that's cranking
real
them
busy.
out.
Yeah.
So I think what he's trying to do, because all these guys,
my speaking tour, I wouldn't need y'all.
He has come. He's come forward under the whistleblower status,
right?
And he's trying not to be in trouble by breaking his security clearance, but he's still trying to get this information out. He feels like everybody needs to.
But I thought that's what yesterday was about.
Well, and a lot did come out, but some of it is still classified, and they talked about the fact they think a lot of it is overclassified and should be declassified so they can talk.
He was
about
able
it.
to confirm things, but couldn't go into detail on some of it.
See there?
I know.
There's
I know
always
that's-
that.
I know you hate
And
that.
I know. Let's go.
I know.
I know. I want to see more. I want to see an alien.
Let's go. Halftime show for you. Back. We'll bring Up With People back.
After watching his interview, I think it's going to be more of a everybody love each other. Let's all get along.
Okay.
And all that kind of thing.
Whatever.
I could be wrong, but I don't know.
Peace and love.
Of course,
Peace and love.
Of course, the people that's complaining are the meanest people on the planet. They need to hear the message.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Everybody's equal, that kind of thing.
And then we're only going to hear 2 songs off of songs about Jane. That's my other prediction.
Okay.
For Maroon
All
5.
right, you got that.
All right, and then I'm going to go with the Rams to win. And my score is going to be 17-38. That's
So 38 to 17.
No, specifically 17-38. Specifically that.
All right, how many yards for Brady?
Let's go. I guess with that kind of loss, let's say 100. Only one. Only one touchdown.
All right.
Yeah.
100 yards a pass.
Yeah.
The field's 100 yards.
He's gonna get
100 yards a pass. Greg, what do you say?
To get it all on one play.
Let me see. This is a complete guess because I haven't followed. I'm going. I like the defensive line for the Rams. I think they're stronger in the middle than Kansas City was. Kansas City had the edge. I think the Rams will beat them 31-24.
Wow.
Good gosh, that's exactly what I had.
Are you serious?
Yes, and you know what? I'm actually supposed to be going right now.
Yeah.
Oh, did I do it wrong? I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
I'll go 32-25.
I always
32-25.
No. I always write down multiples, but that's the one. I want you to look what I circled.
Yeah, that's it. All right,
Yep, sure enough.
That's Greg's.
So
though.
Rick
I changed.
clearly. I mean, I don't care. It
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
matter.
All right,
fine.
what about Brady?
He'll show 220.
220.
Interesting.
I don't know.
220.
And Bubba,
31-24?
Bubba, before you make your choice, I want to let you know this because you've always said this. They are back in the yellow and blue. for
They
the
will
Super
be
Bowl.
wearing that?
It's growing
I
on
saw,
me.
Who's home?
I
It's
saw
growing on
Golf. He had the home blue and the yellow.
Yeah.
You claim when they went to the gold,
That's when they
that
messed
it
up.
messed them up. So
They
I'm just
did.
giving you that heads up.
So are the Rams the home team?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Helms?
According to
That-
what Golf
get his
had on,
yards?
That changes my
He said 220.
prediction.
I will say Golf had on the dark blue
Right.
with the yellow
Right.
in the press conference.
Got kid.
38,
Who?
27.
Okay.
Rams. 244.
Okay.
I don't really know. I don't really
I like it.
care.
Not bad.
What did you
I'm
say?
just
What?
throwing it
Two
out
what?
there. 244.
All right.
All right, Speedy.
Mine is similar, but it goes the other way. Patriots 37, Rams 24, and Brady's 355.
Okay.
Big night, TB.
Yep.
Big night.
Bubba.
Let me write these down so I don't repeat somebody's score here.
Yep.
So Rick's
I
picking
just-
last again.
Yeah.
I asked if we want to change.
We're
that.
staying with the same rotation.
But there's no advantage for me now because both teams have been picked.
True.
I'm actually at a disadvantage now. Yeah.
Patriots are going to win. They're just so automatic. I just don't see them losing unless it's something very odd. I think they're going to have a lead and throw one in right at the end to put the icing on it. So I'm going to say 34-24.
Wow, you and I are very close.
Wow, and Brady,
close to mine.
Brady, 335 yards.
Wow, Bubba, you just
Big
basically took my
night.
whole pick. I was going to say 330, and I still might, but we'll see. Yeah. All right, so that's it. I will.
3 points.
Yeah.
Should we,
points off.
you know, I know we're. Go ahead, Rick. Now I want to make a suggestion.
Well, what I'm talking about on the order, see, look at it. The only way the order works for the last guy is if everybody picks the same team.
Right.
But see, now I'm really at a disadvantage because so many scenarios have been taken, and you're left with what's left.
I almost wish that.
So it works out.
I almost wish that we would all write them down and unveil them.
Okay. What do you mean?
Like everybody write them down,
then
and
we
no
pull it
one
out and go,
knows.
okay, Helms picked this.
Right, and that would actually make the tiebreaker more interesting because Greg and I would have picked the same thing, but our tiebreaker would have been.
The tiebreaker actually means something. You know
Right,
what? I'm open
yeah.
to that next football season.
It's not bad.
All right, so
Let's ponder on that the next 300 days.
Now, unfortunately, we'll forget.
Right,
and
you're right. We'll
and we'll
forget.
do this the exact same way.
Yeah.
And then we'll remember it right after we do
All right,
it.
Rick, what you got?
You know, I have to say I just can't see, and it can certainly happen. Certainly, it can happen. I'm concerned that the young quarterback will not be able to handle the pressure of the Super Bowl, and I think there's going to be some big mistakes there. You got a lot of veterans on that Patriot team. Their defense looked a lot better in the AFC Championship than I thought they were. That's the only games I've seen in the NFL. So I really only saw these teams in the playoffs. But at least that's current. I think Brady is just a machine, and none of this gets to him. My goodness, I've done this 9 times. I've got the players I always need to be successful. Our offense right now is just running like a fine old machine. I agree with Greg, though. I think that where their offense is not going to be as smooth, I don't think they can run the ball against the Rams like they do. Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show rolling through, and we'll get some more excerpts from yesterday's, whatever those were, UFO, alien interviews. Relief factor, I'm telling you. I already had my first pack today, and boy, is my back feeling better too. Thank you, Relief Factor. 100% natural, research-based formula created to help combat the root causes of inflammation. That's the body's natural inflammatory response function. That's what causes and makes and pains, folks, from exercise, overexertion, aging, everyday living. Would you like to join Betty from West Virginia? She's one of many letters that we get. She said, the results, boys, borderline on amazing. My knee pain is totally gone. The throbbing gone from my arthritic thumb joint, and it's also reduced the pain from an arthritic shoulder with bone spurs. Yeah, those are awful. I know that I'm maybe stepping out here, but for some reason, I'm even thinking my digestive is working better. Thank you. A little TMI there, Betty, but thank you. Let me tell you, Relief Factor, these botanicals are all natural. You can use them every day, unlike a lot of other pain management things. And that's not to me to be mean about them, because they never came on the market saying, yeah, take us every day. They're not designed for that, and they can help in the short term. But Relief Factor is something that can be used as management every day. All natural, and if you'd like to get yours, 3-week supply, $19.95. Now, after 3 weeks, you'll know the majority of the people that order this quick start pack, they go on to keep using it, just like yours truly. So ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so more video and audio from yesterday's hearings. What were they called? Of course, you and I, we haven't moved to the term. What's it called?
UAP.
I can't do UAP.
UAP.
You know what that sounds like? A community college.
UFO hearings.
I mean,
I'm just calling it UFO hearings.
UFO hearings. So, and supposedly we're going to get to the bottom of everything, except people won't tell us everything.
Right. And as crazy as AOC is, Bubba had said yesterday that she actually did a decent job.
I know where she's
questioning.
going with this, and I know why she's going with it, but it is a fair question for this. And
I hope it's the right one. We just pulled a section of her asking
that's
questions.
Fine. Let's hear it.
For the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly where Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to
Adler,
the chair.
can you hold that right there?
I don't
Can you
understand
phrase
that question. What's she talking about?
She is saying, where do I go to see how they're funding this? AOC was
funding what?
The UFO projects and holding this information and keeping up with flying saucers, because we can't find it in the budget.
The money behind the programs?
Right. Basically, follow the money, and that's what she's saying. Now, I know in the greater cause of things, and these are legitimate questions for this, in the bigger picture, AOC would love to point to the Defense Department wasting money and we need to cut it. That's the bottom line. That's what she's trying to get to.
That's the trail she's on.
And while I wouldn't agree with her for the same reason, it certainly needs to be looked at because Congress does have an oversight authority in this. And he was saying they put it under, and Gresh at one point just flat out said, look, they misappropriate funds. They put it here, they move it there. I mean, we all see these stories about a $500 wrench. Well, obviously that wrench was not $500. Right. I mean, it was probably pretty close to what we pay for it, and then that other money put somewhere else. But all right, so we got another clip.
All right, is that what that was? Is she saying, how do I find out how we fund? What
Pretty much.
How do I dig deeper?
Yeah, what programs are funding all this, and how do we know, and how do we find out?
You said you wanted a freeze frame on this shot, Bubba?
Yeah, just for a minute, because Rick, you see
Graves?
David Gresh in the middle, over his left shoulder. That is George Knapp, who is the author, and he's been
Coast to Coast,
and he did Coast to Coast, Skinwalker Ranch. He's involved in a lot of that kind of stuff. Okay,
which one?
Right over
that guy
it
Beard.
Would be to the left of David Gresh.
Beard?
No, guy with his hand on his chin.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so
George
on
our
his
left,
right.
his right.
Yeah, Gresh's right shoulder.
If I'm not mistaken, to his left is Clapper, the former CIA chief.
No.
Bubba, you're saying to his left.
His right, our left.
Sorry, my left.
Yeah.
My left.
Yeah, back the other way.
The other way.
Yeah.
Now,
that guy?
I think that's Clapper. He looks like him. I'm not sure, but it looks like him. So anyway, there was a lot of folks.
But all right, so these three right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we either have to say they're all crazy.
Yes.
All right, or they're legit, like the guy from Israel yesterday we talked about with this high clearance saying, guys, now, when he said we have an underground facility at Mars, I thought that was a little much. But
sure.
Now, so are all these people insane?
Are you gonna go with that?
So
I don't know what. How do we process
well,
this?
remember, you're given two categories. I actually think there's three.
Okay.
I think there's total nut job.
All right.
I think there's reliable, and then I think there's the exaggerator. So there's actually three.
Okay.
And the exaggerator has partial truths.
Mm-hmm.
He's not getting the reaction that he thought he'd get, so he adds a little something else.
Okay.
So that I actually think there's three categories.
So David Gresh,
like the guy went too far with the Mars underground thing.
In the middle is a former U.S. intelligence official. He still holds high level clearances. The gentleman on our right in this was actually one of the pilots that encountered the Tic Tac video.
Okay.
And
did he say there's one as big as a football field or something?
They described, and I don't know if you have that clip or not. It was pretty interesting. They said at Vandenberg Air Force Base at one time, they had a UFO come and hover over it as big as a football field for about 45 seconds, one of the launch sites, and then disappear out. So
see, that's what I'm talking about right there. Okay, right there. Is he crazy, or does the truth make him sound crazy?
How many people will be able to see a craft as big as a football field? How many people were in that area?
Should have been a bunch.
Right.
A lot of them at a launch site.
That's a big craft. I mean, I feel like I'm talking to Wingo now about ducks.
I know.
I mean that's a big craft.
Lot of craft.
45 seconds, long time.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as everybody going, I saw it too.
I can take a picture now.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
I can get my phone out.
Right.
That's enough time.
Yeah.
You know, with the Tic Tac,
That's a commercial and a half.
with the Tic Tac, the pilot was saying that they had radar. He didn't have radar images on his plane. But he said 2 of the ships that were involved in the battle group did have it. So,
yeah, it's crazy.
It's a head scratcher. I'll tell you that. You got another clip?
This is about interdimensional things.
No.
With that being said, you have mentioned that there's.
Oh, I'm still in fast forward.
Yes,
mode.
you
Sorry.
are.
Yeah. When I'm screening up these
I'll
clips,
say, wow,
Shapiro.
that guy was really in a
I
hurry.
thought for a minute they were
funny,
interviewing
Greg.
Hunter Biden. I get nothing on that. Come on, that's good.
Before you roll that, can I point out one more thing? And I don't think we can see it in this video.
They all look real tired.
Rick, look
So
right
tired.
here. Rick, I want you to see. There's a guy hiding back here.
Limping.
The guy behind this guy right here.
Oh, touching the TV.
He has blonde hair and he's wearing very dark sunglasses, and you only see him in a few clips.
Really?
It was very bizarre for him to be in that. I thought it's clearly he did
Really?
not
clearly an alien.
Could be.
Yeah.
All right. They're talking about interdimensional stuff.
Thank you.
With that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring.
Only a theoretical framework discussion.
And Rick, the question.
When did you stop listening, Rick?
The question leading up to that, but here's what. The question to begin with.
I need an alien to come out.
Was the congressperson said, so I'm supposed to believe that people traveled light years to get here. And they crash. They can't navigate once they get here.
Kind of like some stuff you know.
And his answer was, it really doesn't matter how high level technology. Said everything malfunctions at some point. So that's why he was indicating there could be crashed alien ships on the planet. Now the other thing, he was getting into quantum physics and about interdimensional traveling and all that, which really was all theoretical.
Yeah.
And that was because we saw these crafts moving at speeds and doing maneuvers that would not be physically possible from what we know, right? Is that why they kind of asked that question, Bubba, about interdimensionality or whatever?
Well, I think he was asking like we've asked. Yeah. Are these people coming through a wormhole, or are they physically getting here? I thought it was a good question.
Yeah.
I was hoping we would cross into entanglement.
Rick and Bubba.
Against the Chiefs.
Yeah, the interior line's pretty good.
So I agree with that. I agree with that. So that's going to make it a little more difficult. But I'm with Bubba. I think he's going to be throwing it all over the field. And so I think that Brady's going to throw for 330 yards. And I believe that the Patriots will win 31-17.
It's a good pick.
I will say this. I went basically with the Rams because it's obvious God wants the Rams to be in the Super Bowl because he temporarily blinded the referee for like 5 seconds.
It does seem like they're destined to win it. It does.
It's like that ref just woke up, the play was over, he goes, I have no idea what happened.
But
I
didn't think about that.
Have you ever noticed, though, for every Cinderella team, there always appears to be the stroke of midnight where it completely falls apart?
Yes.
Yeah.
They hardly ever win the whole thing.
I don't know. I keep thinking about what Clemson did this year. year, and that gives me hope for the Rams.
Well, and you also, though, you go back to the thing to win a championship. You got to be good.
I know.
You got to be good, and you got to be lucky, and they got lucky on beyond lucky on that call.
So they got the biggest.
You know what I'm saying? Because you look back and go, we were good, but boy, we did have this. We got lucky right here.
Hey, listen, there's two ways to look at that. When things like that happen, like you've predicted, it'll happen again. They're just that team of destiny.
Yep.
But then there's the other side, which we call the midnight Cinderella.
The stroke of midnight.
Where
you talking about it running out?
Yeah, and then they get into that next game and just get completely. I'm going to tell you, there's a chance the Patriots will completely dismantle the Rams.
I don't know. I feel like the Rams have just been real good all year. They never were not good.
You're right.
They never had a moment in the season when you went, boy, I tell you, the Rams are not living up to what they came out of the gate.
I probably incorrectly let the Superdome madness blind me on how golf couldn't handle it. He's not going to be in that situation.
And
Rick.
he's not a rookie.
Because he played 16 ball games and
he's been there
compared to Tom Brady. He is.
Yes, he is. He is. But
Tom Brady's 8 years older than the Rams coach. Right. That's a true fact.
Yeah. So was 8 years old. Breeze.
That's hilarious.
He was in junior high when he was born. You know.
Now, the good news for him, he just has to worry about the Patriots defense.
Now, if y'all told me before my pick, the same officiating crew that called the last Rams game,
how many of the referees are from Southern California?
Hey, y'all, this segment
has
been therapeutic for me. It's making me care more about the Super Bowl.
Me too, by the way.
Up to this point, both teams don't really. I'm like, whatever.
I know.
This has kind of got me a little bit more fired up.
Look, I'm into it because I just like when there's days that have special things.
Yeah,
sure.
I agree.
I like all the pregame and all that.
I probably won't even see a lot of the commercials because this will be a big hunting day too.
I'm stoked for Maroon 5. I'm kidding about that.
Now I want to see what they're going to pull at halftime.
Well, I wish they had Blackberry Smoke playing.
I do too. There's the pick.
Rick and Bubba.
We played Maroon 5 coming out of the break.
How you feel about Maroon 5?
I'm about a 6 on Maroon 5.
I get that they're talented, I guess, and all that, but I like the first song they had that came out years ago. What is it? You're Getting Harder to Breathe. I can't remember the name of it. It may be. It may not be their first song. In my mind, it's their first song.
What
but after that, they lost me.
Harder to Breathe.
Yeah.
You talking about this one right here?
Yeah. Now that's a good song.
You like that?
It's an age thing, but I always feel like it's a Super Bowl. It has to be. You have to earn a certain level.
But he falls in the category, I think, with the Katy Perry's and the Lady Gaga's. Right. Mm-hmm. And I like it when they have like the Who. And
I'd rather have a legend.
Tom Petty, and of course he's dead, so he won't be there.
They would tell you. They would tell you we have the.
Boy, if they pulled that off, that'd be.
But he did get to play one, which was fantastic.
He did, didn't he?
And
that'd be a deep fake.
But what I'm saying is, they have their. We brought you Bruce Springsteen. We brought you Tom Petty. We brought you. Didn't the Who do one?
They did.
The Who.
It was a little
we
weird.
brought you Paul McCartney.
Prince.
Then we'll also go.
Prince.
And then Michael Jackson. Of course, he was current and a legend at the time.
Yeah.
That's about the only time that's really happened. Then they go over and say, oh, now we'll throw you a Lady Gaga out there. We'll throw you.
Do y'all even know who performed last year?
Katy Perry. We'll throw you. And they're saying Maroon 5 is the we're very popular and we're still current.
I'll tell you whose spot they just got. And I'm not a huge fan, but as far as level, it should be Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
that's who should be in that spot.
I agree. She's at that level. She's at that level.
Do y'all know who did it last year? Can y'all remember? I didn't, by the way.
Wait a minute. Give me a second.
Because I thought it was Lady Gaga, but she was the year before.
Give me a second.
Was it Katy Perry last year?
Who was in the Super Bowl last year?
That shows how much.
The Eagles and the Patriots, and it was,
Justin Timberlake.
Oh, okay. I never, not even on the radar.
See, I didn't either.
Yeah.
See, but I get that.
To the top of the hour, looking at the hearings or whatever they were yesterday, playing some of the clips. Hey, your phone calls now. Lord of the Jacket is ready to go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you too, but we'll play another clip here. from the is the word hearings right?
Yeah, I think hearings is correct.
All right, hearings.
Yeah.
So I'm a little gray on what we're doing, but
Right.
no pun intended. But
there's a
little
story on
gray.
it.
I'm a little gray
That's
on
good,
it.
Rick.
Thank you. Look, I'm gonna finish well.
Yeah, there's a story that we have on it, but it's a boring read. But yeah, just UFO hearings, I guess.
Yeah.
We were talking in the break. This is maybe a Greg point of view here. Could this just be to throw us off? Like, is all this just made up crap that they're trying to throw us off?
Now, who's throwing us off?
I don't know. I'm just asking
Well,
because
the government
it's too
is
hard.
a bunch of actors
Yeah,
acting things out every day,
Yeah.
so it probably is.
Well, it's just too hard. I know it's for me. It's just like what?
Well, throwing you off of what?
I don't know.
Hunter Biden's case did have a hearing yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think
they
this
halted
is,
it.
I don't know. It just all sounds so crazy.
By the way, is it true yesterday that the judge told Hunter Biden to get a job?
Yes.
Yes.
I know she held up all this.
Well,
she goes, "Is
yeah.
this saying he's going to be cleared of other things?" Well, hang on.
He's an
a minute.
artist, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, she really ripped that to shreds, and they've got to come back in 30 days with a better plan. So
I love that.
But I don't think
I don't know.
one
I'm
news
just asking.
story absolutely steals the headlines nowadays. I mean, we all can digest more than one news story.
Now, I
a
will
day.
tell you this: I was much more interested in that than Hunter Biden's
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah. Look, I'm just.
You start talking about. You start talking about we got aliens stacked up in closets. I mean, that's.
I'm just throwing that on the table.
That's
for
going to get my
discussion.
attention.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, Speedy, here, let's follow that
I don't
logic
know. I
out.
don't know.
What could they be trying to get our attention off of with this?
Our aloof president, number one.
Well, you can't hide that.
Well,
yeah.
You did yesterday.
Well, not
Yeah, and,
really.
and I don't know what
Why don't
they're
we do
trying to
this?
I'm
We're
just throwing that up.
Why don't
We're
we
not
walk?
playing any Biden clips this morning.
Why don't we walk?
we will.
Why don't we walk this all the way out?
Yeah.
Hear from phone calls, and
right.
then come back, and then we'll do a segment on what are some theories here.
Yeah,
because
don't
I have
know.
some thoughts.
Yeah.
And we all have some thoughts.
Sure.
On and there's all kinds of possibilities. And I will tell you this: I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Does anybody here know?
Let's see this one about the large UFO over Vandenberg Air Force.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and/or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
That's
Good
big.
night.
That's big. All right, so we on an Air Force base.
Wow. Vandenberg, which is
yeah.
we launch, rockets there too. So
Yeah.
it's
In
it's a big
2003, it is alleged that an aircraft as big as a football field
Yes.
hovered over a military base.
base. Yes.
You see, it was
and,
square.
and then shot into over the mountains. Came back for dinner. I don't know. Came back and did it again.
Yeah.
And then shot away again. And we don't cover that and we don't talk about that. Is it the famous? We don't want everybody to be in hysteria. Do we tell everybody who saw it you're not allowed to speak of it? I mean, we have this, and y'all mentioned it. Commercial pilots saying they were told not to talk publicly about UFOs, or they would lose their jobs.
Yeah.
Right. So at the military, I understand because it was military that they can get everybody on the same page. Say we're not talking about this.
Right.
I understand that.
Right.
I'm just wondering why. It seems like to me if giant football field size aircraft are hovering over our military bases, it's to me. that's probably something that we want to take serious.
If they saw Will Smith there with shades on, we're in trouble.
Welcome to Earth. Yeah. Well, I mean, because that feels like like I guess what I'm saying
you're
is
talking about a national security threat now, not a bunch of yeehaws out spotting things in the sky that they don't know what it is.
Or even yahoos.
Yeah, that too.
But I will say this, and the others just as bad. But I will say this: if we had aircraft from any enemy hover over our Air Force base, leave, come back and do it again, we'd be talking about declaring war. I mean, we would be, that's a hostile thing.
Our airspace.
Yeah, airspace, all this.
Well,
shooting at it.
We had China float something over our airspace.
Well,
we didn't declare war.
We did. Yeah. But you know what I mean? If they took like aircraft and hovered over, we'd be shooting. I mean,
something.
Why would I shoot at it?
Right. Maybe we're afraid it's going to shoot back and it's got a bigger gun.
Can I ask a serious question?
The
By the way,
pilot
why do we always
yesterday
assume that
addressed,
they got more than we got? They may not.
The pilot addressed something yesterday with the TikTok. He was asked if he ever armed his missile and tried to lock onto it, and he said, "I did not because it was not making a hostile move toward me.
Right.
I was just observing it." And I'm like, Rick, I go back to, I know they got to be careful what they're shooting up there, but I go to the legend killer. I believe I'll lock on and see what it does.
Yeah, guys, if I see an aircraft floating over my military base for 45 seconds as big as a football field and it comes back for dinner, I'm sorry. You can't keep me shut about it. You shut up. I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah.
This is them asking about reverse engineering.
How much time?
It's 25 seconds.
Okay, quickly.
Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
You know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so.
Reverse
It's always
engineering.
that. It's always that. All right, we'll come back. Your phone calls are next.
And Helms has a question.
I got a serious
And
question.
Helmsy has a serious question.
About this.
We got all that. We're unpacking, guys. We're unpacking.
We're on the trail.
We're on the trail. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, here on the program, Bubba's liver became quite the topic. And right now, Bubba, if you could get your mic down there, I'd like to talk to your liver. Right? Would you mind? Well, I just want to talk to it about it. I know we've mistreated you, liver, and I know that we throw a lot of things at you. And you have over 500 functions that are very important to us. And I want to apologize on behalf of all human beings for mistreating our livers. So anyway, and I'm glad you're feeling better.
It's an amazing organ.
And I'm amazed you're regenerating yourself because we had to cut a lot of you off.
Yeah. Very starfish-like.
Yeah, but how about this? Fatty liver. I mean, if you have fatty liver, and we think that there's over 100 million Americans who have fatty liver because of the things we throw at it. I mean, we throw high cholesterol and foods, just processed foods, alcohol, toxins, overuse of Tylenol, overuse of statins, cigarettes. And so what that means is you're now 3.5 times more likely to have some cardiac event. I hated to tell you that. But anyway, and then when you have sluggish fatty liver, makes you gain weight, makes you lose energy. That's no fun. So why don't we take care of our liver and stop abusing it? And Liver Health Formula is one of the ways you can do that. It's all natural. It's an all-natural supplement. It's got 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect the liver. And it's made right here in the United States of America, and American doctors have approved it. If you'd like to find out more, here's what you need to do. Go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba. Again, it's all natural. Getliverhelp.com/Bubba. Now, if you use that URL, they're going to give you a free bottle of their blood sugar formula that will reduce sugar cravings when you order that today, okay? Getliverhelp.com/Bubba. The blood sugar formula will be free.
And then prior to Lady Gaga was Coldplay, which I think is...
See, Maroon 5 to me, they're right there with Coldplay.
Yeah. But you had Bruno Mars in there as well.
That was really good.
I mean, they're no rat.
But if you
they're no rat. Round and round.
Bruno Mars was excellent. I mean,
that was really good.
Well, they're telling you that, and say we don't care for their music, but this is one of those things where you would be shocked how many huge hits they have. Maroon 5.
Oh, yeah.
So they think that Bruno Mars and Maroon 5 are doing the same thing.
Yeah. I see that.
No, you're good.
And Coldplay, they're definitely on the level with that.
Yeah.
I think star power, you're right, Taylor Swift is the one that probably...
She's never done it, has she? Yeah, she needs to be on that list.
I wonder how they'll bring out, like, Travis Scott and all that during the Super Bowl.
Well,
I mean, is he, they just...
You know how we say, and this is what I'm about to say
Travis Scott?
Is difficult, but you know how we have to help young people when they're here in our intern program, is you have to understand under Greg's, one of his many slogans, and one is, shut your hole and know your role. and
a lot of people ignore that.
You have to understand the ranking of, if you're going to be a special guest, you're in a certain category versus I'm the person who brings out the special guest.
Yes, y'all are not going to believe it.
And I feel so bad for Skunk Baxter because Winter Jam is tonight. And I said, is Toby playing at this time, Toby Mack? And he said, no, but Mandisa is going to be there, and I think that she may bring him out. And I said, Skunk, it's the other way around, buddy. Toby Mack might bring out Mandisa.
Yeah, he outranks her.
Mandisa does not get to bring out Toby Mack. No. And I said, so I hope you don't have your heart set on that.
That's a great point.
And so
you can't make this up. And I hope y'all haven't mentioned this, and I wasn't paying attention, but you brought up Travis Scott. Do y'all know who the rapper is that's coming out?
Yeah, the Atlanta band. We did. Boy.
It's Big Boy.
That's the guy from,
does he spell it different?
Big Boy.
That's the guy from
but
Outkast.
Is that not?
That's the
guys,
Outcast.
Is that not awful? Weird timing that we have our Big Boy, and then they're having a rapper Big Boy.
I think him and Travis.
Coincidence? I think not.
They're based out of Atlanta too.
Now, I think you just say boy instead of boy.
He does, but it's still the same thing.
Who's Travis
still Big
Scott?
Boy?
Travis Scott.
That's old man Scott's boy.
That sounds like somebody I went to high school with. Old Travis Scott. You remember him, don't you?
He came.
His brother Billy Scott.
Right.
Them Scott boys, you never could trust.
He's here with Barry. He's here with Barry Grizzard.
Barry Grizzard rode with Barry. They always hung out.
Barry, did you bring Travis Scott with you?
That's Travis Scott in the yellow.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Big Boy on the left.
I didn't see that coming at all. I didn't see that coming at all.
No, we didn't.
Now, am I wrong, or is Big Boy the guy that was in Outcast with
yes, you're
Andre?
Right. You're right.
Whatever, 2000, 3000.
Greg, nice little pickup there. I didn't know that.
Kind of like that.
Boy. Yeah, that didn't get on my nerves at all.
Big Boy.
You know? Oh, Greg.
You're thinking about Flavor Flav.
Yeah. You are. Really. But I'm talking about this guy's spelling his name that way.
I know it.
No.
Yeah, believe me. That's exactly what he's going for.
I wasn't talking about Flavor Flav. That's what he's trying to do with his name. Big Boy.
He wants it pronounced.
Now, Flavor Flav's on the clock.
With the clock.
Yeah.
How did
when
you
he
know
had that dating show. Do y'all remember when he had the dating show?
Greg will have a musical.
How did you know
that? No, Greg will have a musical fact that'll shock you.
Outcast was pretty good.
Greg will have a musical fact that you won't see coming.
And don't forget now, Andre, is it 3,000 or 2,000? Whoever the other one is. Is it 2?
It's 3,000.
3,000. He's also in movies.
Yeah.
Also, it's not boy. You just say boy. Okay.
Thank you.
It's big boy.
But we said boy the other day, and then somebody emailed me and said it was boy.
We also had Bob who called that didn't know when the 19.
It's just boy.
That's not how he's spelling it.
He's saying E.
He's spelling. He wants you to say big boy.
That's it.
I don't think.
I don't think
nobody does that.
Well, why is it spelled that way then?
It's just he's trying to be cool. He's trying to be sharp.
If you wanted to call you Big Boy, then you just say B-O-Y.
That's Flavor Flav.
Why would you spell it B-O-Y? Six minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. We are now reviewing yesterday's hearings where different people are sitting there telling us they've seen alien spacecraft, they've seen non-human remains, and government officials are trying to get to the bottom of things that may or may not have happened. So we're unpacking all of that. It's intriguing. Helmsy, you had a question before we go to phone call.
Listen, probably a dumb question.
That's fine. Now, look, on this
there
show,
are no dumb questions.
On this show, there are. Well, I would disagree with that. But what I'm saying is we take dumb questions just like good ones.
Well, I mean, and y'all know me. Listen, unless it's these days, unless it's God, family, and tennis, it doesn't enter my world.
Right.
And so this is when I get to listen to these things, just like the rest of our audience. I mean, you guys are a news source for me. Okay, whether you like it or not.
No,
so when
you know what? I hear that a lot out there because people are so tired of the way news is cranked out now. They say this is where they go to hear the breakdown of the story.
And it is a discussion of the news usually.
Yeah.
Many times, this is when I hear things for the first time. And so, but I do have this question. And I know in the past, and rightly so, our country has been a little arrogant. Mm-hmm. We're number one. Mm-hmm. And rightly so. Mm-hmm. And don't know that that's the case these days when I look around and see things, but we can have that debate
had better days.
For another day.
We've had our moments.
We've had better days.
We've had better days.
We've had better days.
But are other countries studying these things, or are we the only ones? Why is it us that's studying this? And are we the only ones that the aliens or UPAs or UFOs are targeting? Like, and maybe there is somebody else looking at these things?
I can answer some of that for you. Yes, other countries are. Most of them do not have the resources. They don't have the investment in air forces around the globe. They don't have the investment in the space program we do, so they don't do it to the level we do it. But we do know that the Russians have disclosed issues they've had, and they have looked at it also.
And it goes back to a bigger question that Speedy brought up earlier. Is this a way to get us to look around at things and distract us? And on a bigger scale, you brought up the country I was hoping you would. China, they're pretty smart too, and they got a lot of technology. Probably even some things that we don't have.
Not real open though. They don't. Yeah, they don't tell a lot of stuff.
Well,
same with Russia,
and probably shouldn't. We probably shouldn't tell some of the things that we tell.
Probably,
but. Are these countries distracting us with these types of things to get us to talk about it and not focus on the things that really matter? I don't know the answers. That's my thought on this. Hearing it for the first time this morning and breaking this down, that's where I go.
Can I tell you, it may surprise you since I'm co-host of this show, most of the stories we do on the show, when I get here, it's the first time I'm hearing them as well. I have no interest in being involved in this outside of here. You know it?
know.
Yeah, so I get a fresh look at it.
Yeah. I think that's
it's a job requirement for me, so I have to.
You have no choice.
I think that's a valid question. I think if you walk it out, though, you have to say, okay, if this is made up and it is a distraction, what are they trying to hide or what are they trying to distract us from? Quite frankly, what could be bigger than we have alien bodies?
Mm-hmm. Right, and I will take that thought. I was going to save it, but since we're going down the road, I'll go ahead and go because this is something the government has always done, and I mean throughout not just our government, throughout tyrannical kings, throughout everything. The biggest weapon, and I'm not saying I think this is what's going on, but you asked the question.
Yeah.
Okay. I do not think it's set up to distract us from the Biden stuff because, I don't think you can do that anymore.
Either. Yeah.
Like you made that point. I think it's a valid point. There was a time you could have done that when you only had 3 networks, but you can't really do
everything's covered now.
But what governments have always done, and I'm not saying that's what's going on, but I'm the kind of guy I always start from things I know that we don't deny. One of the greatest ways a government can get you to let them do things that you would not let them do to you is to scare you. We saw this during the pandemic.
Yeah.
If they can get you terrified and they can get you afraid, you then give up freedom. You give them more power because they do it with climate change. They come up and say, oh, my goodness, you're all going to die unless you let us do what we need to do.
Yeah.
We have to protect you.
Yeah.
And so I know normally in your Constitution or however your government's set up, we're not allowed to do this, but in these circumstances, being attacked by who knows what, how can y'all sleep tonight if y'all keep limiting what we could do to protect you?
Yeah.
You got to turn us loose. You got to give us more power. You now that has been done forever.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that exact same narrative, which has been around since the fall of mankind, is also a narrative against the spiritual forces, which I think all this is spiritual. I'm not even saying that everybody's lying. I think some people are telling you exactly what happened to them. I just don't think it's terrestrial. I think it's spiritual. Yeah. And so anyway, because there's just too many credible people that and some are not credible, but you have the liars, you have the dependable, and you have the exaggerators. There's too many people that have had experiences that I think they really did have. Now, what it is, now that's a whole different ballgame. I tend to think spiritual and dimensional, which we've talked about, because I believe that to be true. And you have to forgive me, I'm currently in a study of the Revelation, and trust me, what we did yesterday would easily be alien beings walking around, everybody going, oh my gosh, it's aliens, and it's nothing but demons. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I think it's one of those two things. If you think the government's doing it, they're not doing it to distract you. They're doing it to scare you so you'll give up freedoms and liberty you normally wouldn't. And you'll give them more power. You might even keep an administration in power that's supposed to go out. We saw that happen during World War II. Mm-hmm. Was it one? I can't remember. When did there was an attempt saying I need to stay the president because the world is at war, and I know my time is up.
Well, we had an election during World War II.
Yeah. There was, who was it? I can't remember what it was, but somebody tried to, or were successful in doing it, or tried to extend their presidency, saying, "Hey, we're right now we can't change leadership." But anyway, it's all the same narrative, and so I tend to think if it's being made up or exaggerated, it's for that reason, and then the other is it's all straight up. It's just not what we think it is. It's spiritual.
Okay.
I'm honestly, this may surprise y'all, I'm kind of leaving the camp that it's all made up.
Mm-hmm. I'm starting to go there myself. I am.
But I'm moving on to then what is it?
That's
well, when he said we've got craft and we got the pilots that were flying them and they're not human.
I just want to know. But see, he didn't have first. He has not seen it. He knows somebody who's working on it.
Right.
And that's still a big gap to jump over.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The people who actually have hands-on have not come forward, and that would be revolutionary.
Yeah, and to keep
that's the next step.
And to keep it in the road, just always go from let's start with what we know or what you believe to be the truth already, and build from there. And you usually can build a pretty.
And we have a lot of history to look at too that can kind of show you maybe where some of this is going.
And that's the other thing. So we have all these sightings and people saying that, but it's a big planet out there. Mm-hmm. 8 billion people across that globe. And it seems like we're the only ones that ever say anything about it.
I think, to Bubba's point, what we may be, because I've seen their documentaries where people have had sightings all over the world, but I think it's almost like, take Rick and Bubba, okay? If something happened at Rick's property, he certainly possibly documented it. Possibly. He's got some security cameras or whatever. But if something happened at Bubba's property, we're going to have a lot of documentation of it. And so the United States of America has the ability to have a lot more gathering than some of these other countries. But there have been people claiming to see things all over the world. But spending time on it,
that's another thing. I mean, you know, and the Biden thing is, we joke about that a lot, about hiding that. But there are real, I mean, we never really even talk about Russia and Ukraine anymore. We don't. They're still at war.
Yeah, I forgot it was even going on.
I mean, there's a lot of economic impact or decline in our country that's going on right now, and we don't talk about it a whole lot.
Yeah.
So those are the things I'm talking about, being distracted from.
Yeah, and that's valid. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
This big boy spell it.
Big boy.
Yeah, I used to love Flavor Flav when he had that dating show, when he would had all them women.
Yes.
that and Rock of Love, you know, those are my two favorite ones.
Hey, why do you watch something like that?
Those were awesome.
That shows the worst side of humanity.
Will you stay and rock my world?
Greg, that shows such a bad side of humanity.
I can't quit watching it.
You keep thinking somebody's out there. Big boy.
I gotta be honest.
That's Big Boy.
I own seasons 1 and 2 of Rock of Love.
That's hilarious.
You do not.
It is hilarious.
You do not.
It's so bad.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
You remember the one episode?
I own both seasons. Yeah.
Oh, no. Adler, does it have the episode when they came to Birmingham? Yes. The Iron Horse?
Yes.
Yeah, you remember
that? What I'm saying though, Adler, is that there's certain things. You remember the great joke? I don't think I'd have told that.
Yeah.
Nobody. I mean, I guess in the topic you had to, because we got too close. We jumped you, didn't we?
I can't remember what Flavor Flav's line was. You know, you got "Will You Rock My World." He had one too when he would pick the girls.
Flavor of Love was the name of the show.
Yeah, but he had a line he would say when he picked the girls. I can't remember. He'd give them a clock, I think.
Why would we revisit this?
Wouldn't he give them a clock?
He'd give them, I think, a clock. I remember one time
He's an idiot.
I've seen 10 seconds of Flavor of Love.
Yeah.
But he
awesome.
gave somebody on the show something, and one of the girl contestants goes, "Oh, that's kind of ghetto." And then he got mad because he was like, "I was raised in the ghetto. Don't say ghetto." But that's all I know about that show.
Okay, no
And
awkward moment.
Nobody in the audience knows what they say. So that's cool. That means you guys are quality, upstanding people.
Where are you on Maroon 5?
I'm a 7.5, but their live show, I think you're gonna be impressed with their live show.
Well, see, that'll help.
It rocks a little bit harder than you
That'll
might think. They got some good riffs.
Bono?
Okay.
Yeah, they got some good riffs.
All right, there it is. They said now they got a message coming up at halftime.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully a meal or something.
That'll be great.
You know, once again, Roger Goodell just stand over doing nothing.
Great, but I want this.
Well, you don't want to
I
waste
want
a good
this to
beer.
build up for y'all because it is quite a chase.
So,
All
which
right?
is the sad part. Sleep
All right.
could have been killed.
We got a police cam, and it's going to pick up with her. I mean, now she's got other people in the car.
Does it have her on camera swigging that last
Oh,
one?
yes, it
Oh,
does.
Greg, get ready.
You talking about when it looks like she's trying to do a plank, and
Greg,
then she tries to, yeah.
You know what I want to say to you, Greg? Happy 25th.
All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, she's got in the ditch everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's trying not to spill her beer.
Greg.
Right.
She got riders in there too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, people
All right, here we go. Here we go. It's coming to a stop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's mad.
Get out of the car now!
He's very angry.
Watch the driver's side.
On the ground! You on the ground!
Watch your right hand.
Look, Greg, see the swig over in the right hand. Greg!
He grabbed it out of her hand. Guys, that explains why she wasn't driving, because she had one hand.
Greg.
I want to focus in on that.
One last!
But don't you realize that's gonna make her test even higher when they test her?
At this point,
she's worried about that, Bubba.
Yeah, they're gonna put her out of the jail anyway.
She was going to jail when she was in that ditch.
Guys, I can't believe that. That is funny.
Greg, you got a problem.
Okay, officer, okay.
Greg, we know what her name is by any chance?
Let's see here. Hold on.
Did he just call her an idiot?
Julia
You
Myers.
idiot. Julia
Myers,
All right,
22 years
This
old.
is her picture right here.
All right, picture this. I want y'all to picture
Hey.
this. We're sitting down with Julia. And
I paid for this beer. I'm drinking it.
Greg, and I'm the counselor. Greg, and I'm the counselor. Julia, thank you for being with us today. And of course, that was a very, very bad incident. And obviously, hopefully, you've come to the conclusion that you need to get some help. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a drinking problem. Hey, Julia, let me show you this video here. Julia, you're in trouble with the law. Do you see you right there taking one last swig as the police are approaching, telling you to show them your hands?
She gets out of the car holding the beer.
Greg, they say too it was a Bud Light.
It was. I figured she would be a natural light. That's the way she's acting.
When she gets out of the car, you're right. In her right hand, that's just funny.
I heard her say dilly dilly. I didn't know what that was.
It was the last thing she said. That's
what she said. Dilly dilly.
hey, you got a real problem when law enforcement's approaching with guns.
Guys, how about that footage?
And you get one last pop.
I got to get
At one point, Rick, it says in
before
the
they
chase,
cuff me.
It says she tried to head-on crash one of the patrol cars.
Yeah.
Well,
Greg,
that explains their.
I wonder how many beers she drank during the chase.
There's your poster.
You know,
there was an attempt. Well, one of them she was trying to drink because she went in a ditch.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Well, you know what though? They've got guns.
She might have been
drawn
opening it
on
then.
her, and I wouldn't have anything in my hand.
No. From the pain, the women, and the wine. All right, phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's get started with Richard. Looks like he's calling us out of Birmingham, Alabama, the community of Liberty Park, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Richard, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Doing good. Green Acres, fellas.
Thank you for the call. Boom, boom. What's on your mind?
If y'all already brought this up, I apologize, but I want to know if y'all saw the clip of Mitch McConnell, to me, seeming like he had a stroke during a press conference.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, well,
and we were going to roll that out. It's really probably worthy of its own segment.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it on the show yet. We were talking about it in the breaks, but Yeah, speaking of aliens, but
Yes, he's definitely got
extremely disturbing.
Got a skin suit on.
So Mitch McConnell, here it
Rick,
is.
it's he starts talking and then just stops.
Well, God love him. He looks so. Go ahead, Adam. I'm sorry.
About time you go to the house, Mitch.
It's scary, y'all. It's not good.
And then he claims he's okay.
The guy who comes up to him is a doctor.
And a string of.
Look. No, I hung in the stair. He's frozen.
Full blown stroke.
So much.
He's
worse
frozen.
Yeah, look at everybody else trying to figure out.
There's no one going to do anything.
We're over 15 seconds.
Well, you know why they're not doing anything? Because the president does this all the time, and they say, well, nobody goes and gets him.
Okay, Mitch.
He's a doctor.
Anything else you want to say, or should we go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press?
He asked him, do you want to say anything else or go back to your office? So
He handled that well, by the way.
he's a senator and a doctor.
Hey, guys,
so it's good to have him there. Now, by the way, he goes back to his office, comes back, and talks later.
Mm-hmm. Says he's okay.
Yeah.
But he's not okay.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Maybe some of these folks need to retire.
Yeah, I say this to Mitch McConnell, and I say it to our president. You're not all right. You're not okay. No. Just because you can gather yourself and come back later, the fact you had to gather yourself is a grave concern. Yeah. Some of y'all are it's people can age gracefully, and some of you can handle it, and some of you have. Age has beat you down. Your cognitive skills are not where they need to be for you to be in these positions.
Yeah,
I know
on both sides.
On both sides.
Both
government
sides.
trough.
We need some generational change. I
Yes,
don't think there's any doubt about it.
And I appreciate us being able to say that. You're not going to hear that from Democrats about Biden. You're not going to hear that from Democrats about Fetterman. But
Feinstein?
Feinstein, yes, thank you. So
Pelosi.
This stuff is important to say. It's important to keep, no matter what side they're on, to keep our leaders accountable. And you're never going to hear that from people on the left. It's ridiculous.
We continue. Let's go to Kentucky, where Brett is standing by. Brett, go ahead.
Brett.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what I know. All right, we're not dealing with one race of aliens. There's two of them. One are the Nordics. They tried to sign a treaty with Eisenhower back in February of 1954. He wouldn't give up the nukes. So then the Greys came over here. They signed a deal with us. They would give the technology that we have today if we would let them experiment on humans and cattle. So what they've done is, if you look up how many people go missing in the United States each year, it's close to 1 million people that never get reported, or get reported, but they're never found. They're not on the milk carton jugs.
A million is a lot of folks, though.
It's a big number.
Well,
and also, I do find it interesting that you know about the Nordics and the Greys, Brett from Kentucky. How do you have this inside information that these attempts were made?
These are widely known stories, Rick, that you can read about on the internet.
Understood.
Right.
Yeah, I was wondering why Brett thinks they're valid. Does he have some sort of information that we don't know?
Because it makes sense. Look at where we were in the 40s and 50s. And when we started nuking people in Japan, that's why they came here, because they didn't want us to destroy the whole planet.
All right.
Mm-hmm. He's right.
Well, this story, theory is out there.
Thank you, Brett.
And it has hung around. There's also one where JFK made the deal.
Understood.
And Rick, believe it or not, loosely, the movie Close Encounters was based off of these stories.
There we go. Fine. I just would like to see Brett said. Now there are some theories out there.
Yeah, no, he's got it.
He came out with an authoritative narrative right there.
And had a very authoritative voice.
That this is what it was about.
See, the Nordics look almost like us.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit taller.
I will say this, and it ain't been that many months ago, another report. This cattle thing's weird.
It is.
It is.
That's a weird thing. We had them not far from here.
Yeah. It's widespread. It's all over the country.
They call it lightning on that one?
No.
Mutilation? You're talking about the mutilation?
Yeah, I'm talking about when there ain't no blood in them and all that.
Oh, yeah.
John in Odenville,
Cut
Alabama.
parts off.
ZZK.
Don't want to talk about.
What part?
John, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just want to call in. I want to preface it with, I don't really believe this, but I do have a couple reasons why I think, a government would fake aliens. One would be, it would be a way to push their agenda. If they had something they wanted to do, they could blame the aliens. Like, hey, climate control, aliens told us Earth's getting hot, we need to do this. Then the other reason would be, we've got all this amazing alien technology. What other countries are going to want to mess with us? It just gives us an upper hand on everybody else. I think those are a couple of valid reasons why we would fake it.
866 We Be Big, Taylor, Starkville, Mississippi,
that's a tough
96.1. Taylor, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I would just like to remind everyone and caution everyone with this alien talk that this is the time for the shake and bake.
Thank you, Taylor. Well said.
That's a great point, too.
You seen the latest? Anyway, hit me in the break for that. We continue. Let's go to
I'm out of the loop on that.
Ralph in Dublin, Georgia. Ralph, go ahead.
Yeah, I had about 25 years ago, my cousin thinks he saw a spaceship. And so I called a local newspaper reporter, and they went and he spilled his guts to him, made front page of the paper. So then we got glow-in-the-dark paint put on our shoes and walked into his house, took the shoes off, put glow-in-the-dark paint in balloons and floated all around. We had a ball with it, but he was convinced that he saw a spaceship with his wife and children.
You know what? You're a good cousin.
Yes.
Yeah. Well done.
Well played.
That's exactly what we would have done.
I was in a hot tub one time, guys.
I know. We've heard hot tub stories.
You've been drinking. Calm down.
John in Birmingham listening to ZZK. John, go.
Hey, guys, just wanted to say we should probably get that guy Brett from Kentucky as a point man on this congressional investigation, because it seems like he knows a lot more than who they've got in there right now.
You're right.
What if they rolled him in?
I like how
what it is.
Brett didn't pull a clearance card on you.
No.
He didn't say, I'll meet with you privately.
No.
So
let me tell you what's happening.
Let's go to Logan in Clanton. Logan, go ahead.
How you doing today, man?
Good.
Good. Long time listener, real big fan of y'all, man. And
thank you.
I was just wondering how these people think aliens are real. How would they get the material to build these spacecraft?
Well, I mean, if they can get here, them getting the material's not a big deal.
No, it's not at all.
That's not a big step.
How do we get material to build an airplane?
Right. Yeah. Human beings have built some pretty impressive things.
If y'all were hunting and y'all saw a little gray walk through the hardwoods, would y'all come back to the lodge and tell everybody?
No, I come back with him.
I'm scared of the little gray.
I come back with him.
They would ask me what I'm shooting at when I unload it.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, you're asking to be shot right there.
Watch this right here. Watch her go off in the ditch right here. So
and rightly so.
Oh boy, that's what she's trying to open that beer.
Yeah, you're right.
Now she's back on the road because the driver's. I mean, your passenger's supposed to take care of the driver and open their beer for them, but they didn't do it. That's bad drinking and driving etiquette.
So now when they come out here, I mean, the law enforcement's angry because she's tried to.
Have you noticed too in a lot of these chases, it doesn't look like they take care of their car very well?
No. Why would you take still hold?
I mean, if you're going to be in a hard race, don't you need to have that thing serviced and have good tires on it?
Yeah. Look, I love when he takes it.
Maybe some run flats.
You idiot. You idiot. I love that he's had enough.
So it's bad enough you do it, but you were on video doing it for everyone to see from now on.
Well, that's
probably not my best moment when you look back at it.
Julie, I'm going to show you this video, and let's go back and you tell me again you don't have a problem.
Rick, can I hear see if anything picks up here? It's because it's bleeped out.
Damn you, dude! I swear to God, sir, it hit me head on. No, man, I was not. No, I was not.
I was not driving.
No, she said she wasn't trying to hit him.
Okay.
They were saying you tried to hit us.
Yeah, the female officers.
Sir.
No, man, I was not. No, I was not. Shut up! Shut up!
Oh, now she got another woman, man. Mm-hmm.
Shut up!
No, I was not.
She asked her, "Can y'all get my beer and bring it with me?"
I was not. He kicked my beer well there. I paid for it,
guys.
Y'all damaged my beer. My lawyer's gonna be coming back at y'all on that one.
Man,
that shows you that it's just muscle memory. Beer in hand, go to your mouth. Yeah, I mean, she didn't even know she was doing it. Just muscle memory. She done it so many times.
Or Greg, she knew time was running out.
She did. Right. And she, like I said, it was Bud Light, so she did pay premium for it.
I don't know what's going to happen to her, but a drinker of this level, sadly, knows that I can pretty much be confirmed with zero doubt. I will not be drinking beer again anytime soon.
So let's get this last hit.
So I'm about to, whatever happens to me, I'm about to go through a period of time that is beerless.
Yeah, that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And again, I understand. Before I get the emails, I know it was dang. I'm saying when she's laying face down with the police yelling at her, and she gets one more knock off that beer. That's hilarious.
It ain't right. It shouldn't happen.
That's
it was
funny.
dangerous, but that part of it was funny.
Well, I'll go back to this though. I think it's okay
in a sad way.
Well, I'll go this far. I think it's okay. Because speaking to my own life too, sometimes there have to be repercussions for people to wake up, and I think
that ought to do it.
I think the rest of the world laughing at how shameful you are.
I agree.
I think sometimes can be healthy for you.
Right. That's right. Ought to shame you. It might make a little change.
Where was this? I got news for you. Shame has packed up and gone somewhere. It's left this country.
Where was this?
And I'm okay for bringing it back.
Justification is painted over it, Rick.
Was it Tennessee?
Yeah, it was Tennessee. It was Blount County, Tennessee.
Okay, I thought it might be somebody we knew. Like being in the golden ticket seat.
Right. All right, we had one more in the wacky world we didn't get to, but the headline.
Man,
you seen this one?
What's his deal? What's he on?
Well, we need to put him somewhere where he stops taking it. I'll tell you that. So we've got another man that goes crazy on an FBI agent, a dog, but not in that order. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Five minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Wow, the savings. Joe, you can get a 4-pack right now. 4-pack of the all-new MyPillow 2.0 for just $99.98. 4 of them. It has that new technology that keeps it cool. And it's never gets hot while you're sleeping on it now. And, of course, you already know how great it is to sleep on the best pillow ever made. Look for that. And also, right now, if you order their delicious My Coffee, you get 50% off. And you get a Go Anywhere My Pillow for free. So look for this and many other great deals now to be found at MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so playing Prince's original version of Nothing Compares to You, which became a huge hit for Sinead O'Connor. Unfortunately, today we announce, and others already have, Sinead O'Connor dead at 56. Wow, yes, young.
Yeah, I know. She had a lot of problems, though, Rick. A lot of problems. Complicated situation. She was always stirring things up. And, I was reading some yesterday about her relationship with Prince. They had kind of a love-hate relationship. Prince praised her version of the song in public, but behind the scenes, she says he was very mad that she did it.
Really? Didn't like the
I don't know how did she get the rights to do it if he didn't want her to do it to begin with.
Well, it could be that on that song, or he had some wars with record companies.
Yeah.
So it may have been his publishing rights he sold.
Right.
And then that
They let
person,
him
the
do it.
person who had
Yeah.
it, let her do it. Could be that. But she had a real roller coaster of a life, and
I read this story. I read it's so bizarre. I hate to even say it because Greg's going to make fun of me for bringing it up. but
Right.
She says she was summoned to his home in Minneapolis. She goes and he is mad and he wants to settle it with a pillow fight. And
What?
so he hands out pillows, but he put a piece of metal in his pillow and about knocked her out, according to the story she tells.
Oh,
And
wow.
that she was then attacked.
She see a UFO on the way?
And had to escape and got to a neighbor's house and started ringing the doorbells on the way she got away.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, listen, everything about her is bizarre.
Yeah, and if you want to have a bizarre playoff, when you got two people interacting, Prince
Yeah.
and Sinead O'Connor, there's enough bizarre to go around.
Yeah. More than you need.
But Greg had a theory earlier today. He's had this before, but we were talking about it. He said, I tend to think there's some indication that some of the weird things Prince did, that he was just messing with people.
Yeah.
Just seeing how weird he could be to get away with it.
Take it.
Yeah, and he said like one time, a guy said he went to an audition and Prince demanded that no lights be cut on. And he played in the pitch dark the whole time.
Yeah.
He was like, I'm not going to sit here and all this. What are you talking about? and if you remember when Saturday Night Live used to make fun of it, he'd be like sitting in a clam. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
I remember watching Letterman one night, and he comes out, and this is when he was the symbol.
Yeah.
And he plays the song, collapses. They drag him out the side door.
And he's gone.
And he played a song off his album that was not going to be released. He says off his latest record, which it cannot be purchased anywhere.
Right.
I mean, it's just
And
he
he did it because he didn't want to talk to Letterman because Letterman had made him mad when he first got there about something.
And they drug him out. The funny story is the Jimmy Fallon talking about playing ping pong.
Now that's
Yeah,
hilarious.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. And he got real serious about it.
Yeah.
Tell really boy what I did.
Right. Yeah. So
They also told a story about Michael Jackson going. I can't remember. Was it Chris Tucker that told the story that they went to see Prince somewhere? Prince notices Michael Jackson in the room that he's playing. And Prince comes off the stage and he's playing the guitar and he gets right in Michael's face. And then Chris Tucker is telling the story and they go backstage to meet him or talk to him after the concert. And he was imitating Michael. He said, "Why'd you play that guitar right in my face?"
Right.
Did you ever hear him tell that story?
No,
It was
let me tell
funny.
you something. And Chris Tucker has come back on the scene now.
Yeah.
He disappeared for a long time.
What's that movie? He's in a movie.
And he
right
came back on the scene, so people been playing like older interviews. But he has a whole montage of Michael Jackson stories. For some reason, Michael Jackson and Chris Tucker developed a relationship, and he does a perfect impression of the phone calls he got from Michael throughout his career.
It was fun. The one I heard was fun.
Yeah, and no, you're right. And he does a good Michael too.
That's amazing.
Why'd you play the guitar right in my face?
Michael had a friend that was older than 15.
Yeah, I know.
All right, and you realize that's
Greg.
in the news today. Michael's in the news today.
Oh, no, is
really?
it?
Yeah, I hope we don't have to go through this. Michael Jackson's sexual abuse lawsuits could be revived by the appeals court. So they may come back into the headlines again.
Well, how can, he's gone. How does that ever? How does that?
So his estate, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where'd you ever come down on all that?
It's one of those things. It's almost like
Leaving
the UFOs.
Neverland.
I don't want to know.
You talking about that documentary?
It's
I
so
know,
crazy. I just don't want to know.
But we know how documentaries are.
I know. They make you think.
If they have a narrative, they want.
I hope they're
None
not
of us
true.
wanna
I
know
fear they
Well,
were.
no.
And it's
Well,
hard to think about.
It's back to the like I try my best to stay this way. I don't know what Michael Jackson did or did not do, but just the things that no one argues that he did, they were inappropriate and bizarre.
Yeah.
Involving a grown man interacting with children.
Yeah.
Now, how far that all went, whether that was exaggerated or true, that I don't know. But I just stick with what we do know, and what we do know is enough.
Yeah, the Ferris wheel and the petting zoo don't help.
It was kind of like when they were doing. It was kind of like they were doing the PR campaign for O.J. Simpson. I said, "Y'all realize the best case scenario we got is that O.J. Simpson is abusive to women, and beats them up. That's the best O.J. we can give you,
Right.
Let's talk about the things that we do know he did. So it was a bizarre story, and I'm not sure that these appeals are going to. Do you really want to relive any of that?
Well, I don't. I don't know what's going to be. I mean, what are they trying to do now? I don't.
I guess
I
some
haven't
of
read the
I guess
story,
some
so
of
I don't
these
know.
appeals were, hey, what everybody ruled and what we got paid, and they let Michael Jackson get away with stuff, and we have appeals, and these appeals have finally come around, and we're going to go back and tell you that justice was not served. I guess I don't know.
It couldn't be much
I'm
stranger,
speculating.
Rick, than him in pajamas in the courtroom.
No,
That was weird.
I mean, there's just so much about it.
Well, also, you remember that time that guy went to interview him, and he granted the interview because he was panicking, trying to do his PR. And honestly, it was kind of like when Whitney
the
Houston,
Princess Di biographer.
You remember?
guy?
Yes. Do you remember when Whitney Houston went on Die and saw You're Too Quick?
Yeah.
Because she was so wanted to
crack his whack.
Yeah, she wanted to get out ahead of it, but she wasn't off drugs.
She wasn't quiet
right,
there.
You're right, and it wasn't.
You was talking Michael was walking around buying everything.
Yes.
I'll take two of these.
And all that.
I'll take two
and
of
people
these.
were saying he ain't got that kind of money anymore. He's just pretending.
Right.
You know, and he would just act like he was going to buy everything. He was in the store. It's weird.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes the word. That's the reason you realize
put it
that's
back.
why most lawyers say we're not putting you on the stand.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're your own worst enemy when you be accused of things,
Right.
and you're going. You know, you can usually set the record straight if you're innocent. The problem is when you try to set the record straight when you're not quite there yet.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's.
Yes, it's tough.
Do you want
back
to go through that?
Back to Chris Tucker. I knew I'd seen him in something. Air, the Matt Damon,
That's right.
Ben Affleck,
That's right.
Michael Jordan
Yeah,
film.
that's right.
He's in that.
Yeah.
Right. You know,
I knew I'd seen him.
It's interesting you were talking about Matt.
funny guy.
Since we're doing entertainment here, Matt Damon. I heard him being interviewed, and you guys may have heard it too because it was one of those podcasts y'all told me about. But I guess I knew that. I didn't know it. He was telling the story, which, you know, they won an Oscar for Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
And he said that when he and Ben Affleck, who lived about 2 blocks from each other.
Did you see the Sunday morning interview?
No. But he was talking about the fact that they sat down and wrote that because both of them auditioned to get the role that Edward Norton got in Primal Fear. And of course, they didn't get it. He said, we got down to the finals. And he said, so we realized, what's the odds of a script that good coming around again, and then the odds of us actually getting the role.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. I mean, this is going to take years and years and years for us to get a good role. So let's just write one ourselves.
Yeah, I started saying, didn't they write that?
They just wrote it themselves, and they basically cast themselves in a movie because they said nobody else ever was going to.
We can never get that's smart.
Yeah, and it was so good,
and it launched them,
and it launched both of them, and they got an Oscar for what they wrote.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was his quote was, "Yeah, it worked out." But he said we just started running the numbers. You realize how long it's going to take us to get a meaningful role,
Right?
Yeah. I mean, so we better write one for ourselves. You know, first of all, you got to get the role. Second, something good like this has to come around, which it doesn't come around that often.
You got to shoot it. You got to get it out, have it promoted, and be a hit.
He said, I tell you what, we're going to be sitting here a long time waiting on a role unless we write it for ourselves.
So we better get busy.
Yeah, and it worked out. It worked out for both of them. So that's funny. All right, we'll come back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get more of your phone calls before the day is done. We have more to cover today. Don't forget another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We interview A.J. Rice. His book, The Woking Dead, How Society's Vogue Virus Destroys Our Culture. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. Crack is cheap. I make too much money to ever smoke crack. Let's get that straight, okay? We don't do crack. We don't do that. Crack is whack.
So when we came here, there was nowhere to put Big Boy, but he arrived yesterday as a mobile moving Big Boy. He comes out during the show. He goes back up at the end of the show. So that's a new little feature for the Golden Ticket seats, or those of you that walk by during the show, you can always come see Big Boy. So, you know, over the 25 years, we've had hundreds of interns, and Let It Beaver has made his way by today with his special lady friend.
This is my woman.
I got a woman. Look at her shaking her head.
She's awesome. She really is so cool.
I think
how do you find? I don't know. I went through college and it was just like and then I went home and she was just waiting on me.
Right there at home.
It was awesome.
Right in front of you.
So
Boom.
cool.
Couldn't see the forest for the trees.
Think about rings.
Right.
That.
Watch
whoa.
out now. Now you're getting carried away.
Easy.
That kind of stuff.
I hear you, bro.
Let it be.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you when I know somebody means business when they have a movie gallery hat on.
Hey, found this in my mom's closet. Get a lot of
That's the one
compliments on
you went
this.
with.
Yeah, not trying to brag.
Going by the show today, Rick. Let me get my movie gallery hat.
Got my lady friend, gonna let her meet Rick and Bubba. Wait a minute, baby, where's my movie gallery hat?
Wait, Rick, well, let me choose this. Movie gallery, Dollar General hat.
Hey,
I don't know.
I did not miss this at all.
Okay.
Just to let y'all know.
Okay, yeah, you didn't miss this at all. All right, so
you were here for the Summer of Beaver. So
Yeah,
you were one of the. Remember, we named all the interns like you were the
How could
Let
I
It Beaver.
And we had
the News Beaver.
Yeah.
Ice Ice Beaver.
Ice Beaver.
We did.
And you were, of course,
And Bucky Beaver.
Let It Beaver. But anyway, so you said that when you were a kid, when we had the big boy in its original spot, which was Big Boy Bluff.
The Bluff, yeah.
It was up on a bluff. We've shown a lot of pictures of that this week. And, you know, it had a safety rail and all this. You could go up there and look out over the city of Birmingham and
It
have
was
your
a beautiful view. It really
Yeah.
was a tourist destination.
It was
kind of hard to find.
Yeah, well, we're about to discover. So your dad, I guess, probably at the request of the kids and your mom.
Yeah, it was my stepmom and my dad together.
Oh, boy.
And it was me. I think my sister was with us. I was so young, I don't remember. I just have a memory of riding around not knowing where we were. I mean, this is before you can pull out your phone easily.
All right.
So my stepmom's like, pull over and get directions. My dad's like, I don't need any directions. It's a bluff. I can find it. I mean,
How many
really
bluffs
was.
are they?
Yeah, he was like, it's got to be right there near the Vulcan. There's Vulcan right there. We're going to find it. So we just rode around. And that's about all we
Never
did.
found it.
I don't think we ever saw it.
And you said your dad got frustrated. What was supposed to be a happy big boy moment kind of went south.
Like, we were in town for a concert. We were, like, stoked. We kind of had a day to just do what we wanted to. And Dad just... I don't know what his deal was. He just wanted to find the bluff. I don't think we ever found it. I think we just got so mad. I don't remember where we were staying, but we just ended up leaving and going somewhere else.
Right.
I don't know.
Just gave up.
No trip.
Just gave up.
As a kid, I didn't know what was going on, but I was like, "Who's Big Boy? What are we doing?" And I'm
all
like,
these
trying to
years
ride
later,
around.
you just met him.
Yeah.
You just met him.
I walked by him. He's a lot bigger than I thought.
Yeah, how about this is a good day for you. So your dad never could find it for you when it was on the bluff, but today you found it.
Yeah, I carried on the legacy for Pop. You know,
That's
I
good.
called Dad up and tell him, "Hey, I found Big Boy. I finally found Big Boy."
Why don't you tell him I know where we can find it if we'll come by at the right time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He would be glad to come see it.
But he would not ask anybody. Well, you know what I think it was? I think he was embarrassed, and I certainly get this. People think this is the typical men won't ask for directions.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of that may be in play. I think it was nobody wants to go up to somebody in Birmingham, especially if you don't live here, and say, look, I got to ask you something. Did you tell me where Big Boy Bluff is?
Yeah.
You probably don't want to ask anybody.
What was asked for directions, but I just don't remember. And I remember just riding around and a lot of yelling.
And a lot
and no Big Boy. No Big Boy.
A lot of
You
yelling.
need to take a picture with him today and send it to
Send
him.
it to your dad.
I'll do that.
Say, Dad, we found it.
Yeah.
We found it.
Many years later.
I love when we started ragging on him. He said, I don't miss this. It's a tough place to work, isn't it?
I mean, me and my friends get on each other like that, you know. We have thick skin. We don't really care. So
You went 2 rounds, didn't you?
2 semesters.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So you got a master's.
I guess. I don't, whatever y'all want to call it.
That's good.
I did get my bachelor's degree, though, from Alabama.
Yeah. Did you really?
Graduated.
Well, that's got to be
last
helpful for so many people.
December.
Right.
So I'm not as dumb as y'all think I am.
No,
I'm
no.
not.
You got the paper
I
to prove
had
it.
confidence in you.
Nobody said you were dumb. Who said that?
No.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. Things that you need to be aware of. TheManChurch.com, Friday night, Blake Prime. He'll be in Emmanuel Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from TheManChurch.com. Go see Prime Time down in Crestview. Bubba, we have more updates. This Anheuser-Busch debacle, man, it just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? I mean,
well, sales continue to go down, and as of yesterday, Anheuser-Busch is announcing that they're going to have to cut back on their job force. Rick, they're going to have to cut several hundred jobs because of slumping sales.
Have they yet to do the come on out, y'all got us? Has anybody said we went out and we hired some kind of hip to the groove woke agency that created a marketing plan for a fake world that was a total failure in the real world. We messed that up, and hey, we got to do better. Has anybody?
I have not seen that. We know market value; they're down close to $30 billion now. Sales are off. Bud Light has fallen from the number one beer in the country to out of the top 10. Their workforce, though, is over 19,000 employees, according to its website, and only about 380 workers will be impacted by this, but it is a substantial cut.
So, did you ever think that we would be living in the United States of America, okay? And even though we're Baptist, you know, I know Bubba's now non-denominational, but you were raised you were raised up in the Baptist church.
Non-denominational.
And when you get, but I'm talking about, you know, what I'm trying to do is say, drop all the how you feel about alcohol.
Right,
okay?
right.
What I'm saying is this: did you ever think that you would live in the United States of America, where a hardworking blue collar man, hot from the sun, working hard, that now it would be bad form for him to drink a Bud Light? That Bud Light now carries with it a negative connotation, not about alcohol, about if you're a beer drinker, that Bud Light's considered. Don't drink Bud Light.
Well,
everybody make fun of it.
You think about how long it's been number one, but this goes back to this theory we heard back during the housing bubble several years ago,
right.
a decade or so now.
Right.
Too big to fail.
Right.
That you can be too big to fail, and this is a clear sign that you cannot be too big to fail. Now, Anheuser-Busch has done a good job of having many different varieties of beer, so even though that one is tanking, they still have a large market share, and they're not going to be, you know, overly impacted yet. They have lost market value. If you're a stockholder, that's not good. If you're part of these 380 people, but they still are going to have, you know, over 18,000 employees and a multi-billion-dollar company. But it definitely was I think we'll read about it in the business textbooks in the future. It's going to be pointed to one of the great mess-ups of advertising in our time.
It's a Coca-Cola new formula. It's the new Coke, isn't it? And I think that businesses need to learn it's okay if somebody sits across from you and say that your product is Budweiser, okay, Bud Light, and they said we need to reconstruct our image. Okay, yeah, you know, you're probably right. We probably need to, you know, and what I think we need is a transgender woman to promote Bud Light. If your first instinct was, I'm not sure the culture has changed to the point that would be like a great marketing plan. I agree with you that we probably just want to stay out of this and really not come down one way or the other. But I don't think we're backed into a corner of saying we're not going to be relatable to the younger adults that are of drinking age unless we have a transgender woman as a spokesperson. I think there's probably different roads we can take that won't alienate our base. And, I mean, why did no one question that and go, that doesn't sound right? Yeah. And I know it's because we get trapped in these fake worlds, and we talked about with Social Dilemma, but you would think some of the older people in the company that probably aren't sitting around on TikTok and aren't in that social media world that is fake, that they would have said, guys, I got to tell you, that just doesn't sound right.
Yeah, man.
That's why you don't. That's why you don't ever want to get rid of everybody with gray hair.
Yeah, they move too fast, and they stump their toe, and then their inaction after that, I think, has hurt them too. If they had come out and said, "Look, we made a mistake," now they would have made the LGBTQ crowd furious.
Anyway. They got some flack.
And they're mad at them now, by the way, because they have not supported her or him more.
It's never
or whatever.
enough. It's never enough.
So, you know, they got on this thing where they straddle the fence and couldn't go either way, and they still have not really. I mean, they put out a Zach Brown commercial and they put out, you know, Clydesdale, but they haven't
Travis
really.
Kelce.
Yeah, they really haven't, you know, made that turn. They're trying to find somebody that can tip the scale back the other way, but they really haven't done it yet. And I think the damage has just continued to grow. I think it's going to be harder and harder for them. Eventually, I think they'll just scrap that brand and go with something else.
Well, let me tell you where they're mistaken, where they're missing it, and that's why all these, even Garth Brooks calling, and Charles Barkley calling people rednecks. But this is what they're missing. It really was the thing that Bill Maher tried to tell the left when it comes to abortion. He said, "Look, I'm pro-choice, but I got to tell you, we are ignorant to what we're actually against. You're forgetting that this is not us agreeing or disagreeing on haircuts." He didn't say that. I'm putting that in there.
Right.
But something frivolous as style. You're out of date. You think old fogey everybody. He goes, these people think we're killing people. The opposing view thinks that what they're saying is we don't have the right to kill another person in innocent blood.
I think they have stayed away from that on purpose.
And until you understand that, you don't understand the argument of those who oppose you if you're pro-choice. Okay?
Well, he's talking about logically looking at it. They don't want to talk about that.
Right.
That's not they want to win the soundbite argument.
Right. Well, same thing with this. We're not talking about style. We're not talking about if it's too loud, you're too old. You're talking about a moral issue about gender and people who look at gender dysphoria as something that this is beyond bell bottoms, haircuts, styles of music, styles of this, styles of that. You're dealing with a moral issue here. And when you're dealing with a moral issue, this decision is not to be taken lightly. And you have to make hard decisions now. That never has ended. And I hope businesses understand, if you pay off the mob, number one, they're never going to leave you alone because you're never going to do it the way they want it done. And then you paid them off, but then you lost your business. What did you gain? Yeah. You didn't gain anything. So sometimes you have to stand up and say, we're not against you. We're not for you. We're selling a product. You're not going to bully us into doing a marketing campaign for your own selfish reasons. And if you think because we won't do a marketing campaign that features a transgender woman that we're anti-LGBTQ, we're going to stand up and say that what you're saying about us isn't accurate and you're the one that's wrong. But they don't do it. They give in because people who are loud and scary, you just want the noise to be over, but you could pay off the mob and be left with nothing. And then you're never going to appease the mob anyway. Once they see that you'll pay them, they'll ask for more.
Yeah, the mob is seldom appeased.
No, it's never enough.
Your only hope is that they lose interest and decide to go down the street somewhere else.
Evil mobs are like your flesh. You can never satisfy the appetite. Never. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
think I said it one time, but I was just
right.
He says
you
that
did
to all
something
of
really
them.
dumb that day. But
Greg says that to everybody all the time.
Greg, now I do have to tell him that the older Indian that the outlaw Josie Wells runs upon and he travels with him. He is looking for his jacket.
I took a trip out to Colorado last week. I picked this thing up.
You did.
Found it on the street.
That's good.
good on
Yeah,
you,
will you
buddy.
tell the outlaw Josie Wells you found his Indian friend shirt?
I'll make sure to let him know.
Okay.
And tell him what we're going to do about 10 bears.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to ask you this. Not only is movie gallery not in business anymore, that style of hat's not in business anymore.
Guys.
Rick has a hat. He thinks he looks good.
I'm glad you came by, bud. He's trying to look sharp for
Rick,
his lady,
Rick,
Rick.
when was the last movie gallery open?
I don't know. There was one
I'm
of
just curious.
my first ever remotes.
Whenever it was open, we went there and we got all the stuff they were selling on clearance.
Beaver, told
awesome.
it. Just tell him this is, this is.
Shortened it.
This is a throwback hat. Everybody loves throwbacks.
Yeah.
Vintage.
Hat. It's a vintage
If
hat.
it's on eBay, it would be vintage.
I'm also balding, so I got to wear a hat. So.
Oh, there it is.
know
Yeah,
you- I
Speedy,
feel your pain,
you know what
man.
Speedy said? Give him nucks on that one.
Yeah. Serious
tough.
business. Can we get him a new Rick and Bubba hat?
Yes, today.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we do.
If there's any
Cool.
here.
Well, we don't have the low profile. That seems to be a style. Though. The low profile hat.
Hey guys, love y'all too.
Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, drop by again when you're around.
Hey, quick, look at Big Boy.
Quick, there you go.
That feels better, doesn't it?
I still can't believe I'm seeing it right now.
Nice to meet your special lady, too.
She's
She
awesome.
must be a special lady and a very exciting girl.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. I don't know. Phone calls. Lord of the Jacket is ready to go. And you can call him now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. He gets us lined up and ready to chat. Whatever's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, the gang, all here. I mentioned Lord of the Jacket is our intern and phone screener right now, taking your calls. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube option for you, and you can watch us or listen to us on your own time, or you can catch us live. All those options available for you at rickandbubba.com. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for allowing us to do what we do.
Phone calls coming in shortly. Bubba, the Hunter Biden, the little action yesterday in the not guilty. The plea bargain went south. You were kind of telling me about it. I know we don't have any audio or video from it because I don't think there were cameras in the courtroom. But the written story says that this whole plea bargain and Hunter's going to be all right kind of fell apart.
Yeah, there was a lot of scrutiny in the media about this sweetheart deal that Hunter Biden was going to plead guilty to a couple of charges to try to get out from under a whole lot of other things going on.
Yep.
And they had reached a tentative agreement, but the judge read over it, had some questions about it, and wanted to know, and I'm paraphrasing, does this mean that Hunter is free from prosecution on other things?
Have we cut the deal?
Is this an immunity deal?
Have we spun the wheel that'll end the deal?
And the defense attorney said yes. The prosecutor said no. And the defense attorneys became highly agitated at that and threatened to tear the deal up. And I don't think that's really the position they ought to take in this. But the deal completely fell apart. The judge said she would not rubber stamp it. She told the parties to go back and come back to her courtroom in 30 days with a better, more equitable deal.
So what we were being told was going to happen just fell apart.
Didn't happen.
And part of it was that the prosecutor said, no. We haven't made a deal that if he pleads guilty to this, that everything else is going to be dropped.
The judge also wanted to know if there were any other pending investigations by the Department of Justice into Hunter Biden, and the prosecutors acknowledged that they were. So there's something else going on.
So the defense attorney, Chris Clark, as you just said, he said, then there is no deal then, if y'all are not going to let him walk. And then he said, as far as I'm concerned, this deal is null and void. And I saw something where they were saying the judge told Hunter Biden to get a job or something.
Yeah. There's actually a few stories on that as the headline.
Yeah. So anyway,
so much of this looks sketchy.
Yep.
Hunter, he's an artist now, Rick.
Of course.
He sells art for lavish amounts of money, but it also was shown that the two most expensive pieces of art he sold were bought by high-ranking Democrat donors who had donated to the Biden campaign. So it looks like it's a little, a little circle of money here going around being laundered.
Mm-hmm. So we do have,
and remember too, Rick, a lot of this was brought on by Hunter Biden himself when he went to court. This is a different case, but you remember when all this really started falling apart? He went to court to try to have his child support payments reduced.
Right.
And the judge actually, it's incredible that she actually told him he had to document his income.
Right. Isn't that an odd thing?
And
like everybody else?
That set a lot of all this in motion, the latest rounds of trouble for him.
Well, they obviously think they're the ruling class and they live by different rules than the rest of us. And how dare us question them because we're nothing but peons.
Well, he's got to get out and make some deals.
The next thing we'll be questioning is why is our climate czar flying around on private airplanes?
Right.
And how dare us? So there are a couple of audio clips that indirectly tie with this. And so looks like when we start in C and D and E, that those all go as part of it.
You're talking about?
Yeah, these are questions that were
KJP was
the KJP. Anytime KJP comes to that podium, I am ready to go.
I don't know that I've really ever heard her answer a question.
Yeah, so you just want to do them in order?
Sure.
Yeah, so we'll start with 2C. This has to do with the possession of a firearm illegally. So here we go.
A firearm illegally should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
So here I'm going to be, I think I know where this question is going.
Aren't you smart?
And I'm just going to continue to say, as it relates to the case that we're seeing in Delaware, I'm just going to not speak to that.
You know, it is funny because the Democrats have been so big on gun control and wanting to penalize
Bubba.
anybody who has a gun, even legally, which is not the case for Hunter because he broke a probation for having one.
But why would Hunter Biden keep an evil gun at all?
But, you know, they've really kind of, you don't hear a lot about that right now, do you?
Next, they want to know why the language has changed. At one time, the president was saying he never discussed overseas business dealings with his son. But now they've changed the language, saying never been in business with him at all. So they want to ask KJP why the change in language.
Months ago, you said that nothing has changed when you were asked about the president's previous remarks on his son's business dealings. But the language has in fact changed. So I just want to clear this up once and for all. The president has previously said that he has never discussed overseas business dealings with his son. But the White House now says that the president has never been in business with his son. So why the updated language? Which statement is true? Or is this semantics and they're both true?
As I stated on Monday, when I was asked this question multiple times, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
Except the language.
Nothing has changed.
Except what
on
you're
this.
saying.
But it has.
So you could ask me a million different ways.
But it
on
has.
This question, nothing has changed.
It has.
Still not going to
But it
answer.
has.
Still not going to answer
But
anything.
it has changed, and that's the question I actually posed. All right, so
Clearly has changed.
You're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Why do we come to these things?
Bubba, here's one of your favorites, Hunter Biden's artwork.
Yep.
So KJP is going to be asked about what's going on with Hunter Biden's artwork and see if she can get them some information on that. Here we go.
Elizabeth Naftali, she's made more than a dozen visits here to the White House and met with some of the president's most senior advisors. Can you tell us a little bit more about those visits, why she was here?
I would have to look into that. I've not been tracking these visits that you're mentioning to me.
Wow.
Seriously,
So
does
she's-
she ever answer a question?
Wow.
Ever?
I just wow. So she's bought a lot of artwork, and now she's visiting with.
It's almost like she bought access.
Yeah, and then 2F.
Kind of like what they were peddling in
right.
Ukraine.
2F, she's just going to finally see if she can't just completely protect herself and say, look, he's a private citizen.
Yeah.
All right, so here we
I
go.
know many people have been following the news in Delaware today and we're going to have a lot of questions. And so here's what I'll say at the top before I turn it over to my colleague, the Admiral. Hunter Biden is a private citizen, and this was a personal matter for him. As we have said, the President, the First Lady, they love their son, and they support him as he continues to rebuild his life. This case was handled independently, as all of you know, by the Justice Department under the leadership of a prosecutor appointed by the former president, President Trump. So for
Quick to
anything
point that
further,
out, ain't you?
as you know, and we've been very consistent from here, I'd refer to the Department of Justice and to Hunter's representatives, who is his legal team, obviously, who can address any of your questions.
Can you stop? Can everybody stop talking to us like Hunter's 14?
I know.
He's
Thank you.
53.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to
That's
point
such
out
a
one
good
other
point.
question too. She had another question, Rick. We'll get to it when we come back about the economy.
Yeah.
The Federal Reserve raised interest rates again yesterday, the highest in 22 years.
The economy's doing great, though.
But if the economy is doing as great as she keeps saying, why are we still raising interest rates? Because she told us the other day we're historically doing well.
Shouldn't have to do anything.
It should be going down.
By the way, 2B is funny, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends.
And it turns out he did not do a single thing wrong, as everybody's investigated.
Macy Gray. Also, we played the drop from Gladys Knight coming out of the break. I thought Gladys did a good job with the national anthem.
Did a great
Sorry
job.
we didn't have it. That would have been well, we'll try maybe do that one for you tomorrow. I don't know where it is available, but she did a good job.
I got it.
You know what? I think it
We'll do
was
that tomorrow.
probably one of the high points of the whole event. Huh?
She to hit those notes at her age is incredible.
Yeah.
She went on up there.
And she
dancing.
just, I mean, she had her style to it, but she just kind of, she was smooth, she was calm, and she just rolled through
really
it.
good.
And I don't know who those two little ladies were saying America the Beautiful, but they can sing too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sisters. God love their little heart.
They could sing.
Well, it was Super Bowl 53. A lot of reviews today. I don't know. It just the whole thing kind of seemed like a downer to me. I don't know why. There was several things played into that. I think I was expecting a more, offensive fireworks type show.
You talking about you and everybody else?
The halftime show left us a little bit to be desired.
Yeah.
The commercials didn't really pop. I didn't think like normal. Maybe we've raised the bar so high.
Well, I told you my theory on that.
Well, and I think you're right, and I agree with you 100%.
Hashtag eat like Andy.
Well, yeah.
Well, Rick, go ahead, share your theory, and I think you're dead on. And not only in that, because I've said it in here, it has a chilling effect.
No doubt. Yeah. Of course, it's different for it to be like in a bowl of piranhas, but in their own way, they are a bowl of piranhas as well. Sure. But here's what I think's wrong, and why we'll never see great Super Bowl commercials again. We'll see good ones, and we'll see okay ones, and
touching ones.
Some of that was very moving. I thought the first responders thing with that coach not realizing that was very moving.
Yeah,
Sherry cried on that one twice. Even the second time, I said, "Honey, you knew what was going to happen this time." I know I'm crying again, but anyway.
But like we said, the fact it was a Verizon commercial just kind of makes it weird.
Yeah, I guess they mean because of 911.
I get
dependable.
it, but you know what I'm saying? Though you're watching us, and they go, right.
I thought it was a great corporate responsibility that they're sharing some of these great stories, Rick.
Right. Thank you, Bubba. But anyway, what I was saying, and I told Bubba, and he agrees, and I think you guys will too, is, first of all, I agree. I just had a weird Super Bowl experience, and I didn't have anything I had to do. Sherry and I watched it together. I finished up what I needed to do for the weekend relatively early on Sunday afternoon, so I was able to watch the pregame. This is, once again, I enjoyed the pregame more than the actual game.
Yeah, I like the stories about behind the scenes.
And I had a nice afternoon, but when it got to the whole game presentation, everything you mentioned, Bubba, it just, and I can't even put my finger on it. It was just weird.
Yeah.
And so I did not have a joyful feeling. I felt like there was a part of Americana that we've become so concerned about political correctness and agendas. But keep in mind now,
that's what killed the commercials, no doubt.
Keep in mind, I want y'all to understand. Listen to me. Not an ounce of it was sincere.
No,
that's the thing that bothers me the most. A lot of what we're being spoon-fed isn't even sincere. It's reactive and it's panicky and it's trying. So you can't have great comedy and commercials if you're afraid of everything you may show or say being misconstrued, that it may offend some group, and then they boycott you and try to destroy your business.
Absolutely.
So picture me walking into a conference room, and some of the most brilliant comedy minds are in there, and I said, guys, we got to do a side-splitting Super Bowl commercial that's going to cost us a little over $3 million for 30 seconds, and if we go to, they'll give us a discount. We'll go 5 point something for 60.
Right.
And I said, I need y'all to come up with something funny. And somebody says, let me tell you what would be great. And they say, well, you can't do that. And then somebody over here says, well, let me tell you what we'll own. I got it. What we do is, don't even say. Hey, if you got your phones recording, cut them off. You can't say that. Mm-hmm. And by the time they're done, they don't have anything. Because they're trying to do a vanilla, edgy, funny commercial that
there is no such thing as vanilla edgy
that you'll remember the rest of your life without offending anyone.
Yeah, you got to go on the list of who's all offended. Now you don't have a commercial.
So then you go, well, let's at least try to move some people emotionally. That's about the only thing you can do because we become overly emotional.
Oh, I know.
So let's play to some feelings. And some of it was great. Don't misunderstand me. The thing about first responders, I'm glad they're getting their due and they deserve it. But I think some of the things that we did, that we're remembering Martin Luther King Jr., that was all great. But when you got to just the let's be funny.
Yeah, the comedy part of
it. Nobody can do it. Think about it, guys. Think about to yourself how many things that I could bring up for a commercial that y'all go, Rick, we don't need to do that.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. All right, so we had a couple other KGPs, and then we'll work to some other stories and get to your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being patient, but there's plenty of lines available if you want to get in now. Lord of the Jacket's got those for you. So you mentioned, Bubba, that KJP
has no comment on the fact that you just said interest rates have now been raised the highest they've been in 22 years.
Right.
But just told us the economy is smoking.
Well, yesterday
under
we,
Bidenomics.
we heard all how Bidenomics has basically just been the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
But doesn't really want to comment. We have 2A here, Adler, if you would.
Federal Reserve has just announced an interest rate hike by a quarter point, which brings it to the highest level in 22 years. Does the White House have comment on that?
As you know, we see the Federal Reserve as being independent.
Here we
give
go.
them the space to make sure that they are able to make monetary decision. It is up to them to make that decision. I'm just not going to comment about the decision today.
See, but you don't understand the question. We're not delusional about who decides the interest rates,
right?
And who where that comes from.
We want you to comment on it.
What we want you to comment on is why are they doing it if the economy is as healthy as you say it is?
Yeah.
You got to wait. I told Bubba in the break this press secretary, she acts the way customer service acts at Delta. I remember when I called when they turned my flight upside down. Of course, they've done it again next week. But anyway, and I said, the woman says, "Well, I'm sorry, I don't schedule the flights." And I said, "Can I just stop you? None of us think that you schedule the flights. None of us think that you fly the plane. I don't think you're in the tower. None of us think that.
You're not a mechanic.
But yeah, what? But here's the problem, and I'd say the same thing to KJP." When our world gets turned upside down on travel and we're flying with Delta, they give us your number. And I actually been on hold for an hour and 20 minutes because they said call you. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm calling. I think we all know what your role is, but this is who they tell us to call. So a press secretary, you're not the Federal Reserve. None of us think that. What we're saying is, why are they doing it? Because you did tell us standing up there, which is your job, that the economy was smoking and that we should all chant Bidenomics. So the Federal Reserve wouldn't be doing this if the economy was as healthy as you say it is. That's our question.
Yeah.
Well, I don't do the interest rates. None of us think you do. None of us think that. It's not our question. Our question is, though, you're here to answer our questions. That's your job. When we want to ask a question, you know who they send us? You.
And you don't answer anything.
It's kind of your job.
She added, I'm going to have to plead the fifth on this. I mean, no comment on this.
Oh, wow. Earl. Is that Butler, Alabama? It says Butmer, but I've never heard of Butmer. Maybe.
Oh, boy. You don't know the town Butmer?
Well, I've been there figuratively. Mm-hmm. Earl, go ahead.
Oh, damn, it says Butler. It's Butler.
Yeah.
Butler.
All right, Earl, go ahead. Phone starting out a little shaky. All right, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Good.
Hey, did y'all see where the guy yesterday on the Capitol steps went on a hunger and thirst strike? He's some representative somewhere for 7 whole hours yesterday. He did without food and water.
7 hours?
For protest.
Wow.
I do that in my sleep every night.
Right.
I do that in my sleep every night.
Yeah, he really stepped out.
Yeah, but there's people that do that for their health. What is he talking about?
Intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
This was Congressman Greg Kosser or something.
What is he protesting?
For 7 hours?
A whole set?
He didn't do it. That's intermediate fasting. What is he talking about?
And he even posted like pictures of himself drinking water afterwards. Like,
What
I
a
can't
drama
believe
queen.
I did it.
I can't believe I did it.
What
Hey,
you
guys.
Are y'all making this up? Is this something to mess with me?
Let me tell hunger strike people something. Nobody cares. You're just hurting it. I don't care if you ever eat. I mean, how is that going to? Oh, hey, let's give him what he wants, so he'll start eating.
Because who cares if you eat?
You know what they always say, Greg? And you know what I say? Yeah, he's right. You can't make me eat.
No.
You can't make me eat. Okay, you're
Well,
right.
you can.
And how are you not eating? How is that hurting?
We could knock you out and put an IV on.
Yeah,
you.
you could.
Maybe it's trying to withstand the heat. Is that what it was?
Brother, maybe.
It was
I
supposed
He
to
made it, y'all. He made it.
It
7
was about
hours.
clean water.
He
and
made it. But who's against clean water?
Nobody wants clean
People
water.
are applauding him as he's taking this glass, this after this
She
strike.
looks
Hey,
so
he went
emotional.
7 hours, guys.
Pretty good.
Let me tell you something. I've never seen such a celebration of mediocrity in my life as we have in this country.
Unbelievable.
Speaking of
Our standards are so low right
They
now.
are.
If you're not getting some sort of attention, you just must be boring as it all get out.
Speaking of clean water, right outside of Memphis is it Germantown? Have you heard all the drama there? Apparently some diesel or something spilt into the water supply, and so they've spent days telling everybody unless it's flushing the toilet, do not drink water. Of course, now they're saying the last testing is that it's clean, but all the residents are up.
Nobody wants to drink it.
Yeah, nobody wants to go, okay, and start back now.
Yeah. I don't want to be the first one.
So they say,
hey, does my breath smell like an 18-wheeler?
Yeah, so now they're drinking bottled water all the time.
Well, that's a legitimate concern.
Yeah, you said, I think you said don't drink it unless you're you meant just don't use it instead of flushing.
Yeah,
the toilet.
like don't
so they
use
can't
it in
even
any
shower or anything like that right now?
Right.
Unless you want a chance of diesel fuel getting on you.
Now, again, the testing says the water treatment plant says, hey, the last test said it was clean, but officials haven't given the go-ahead.
I'll drink a little diesel.
Yeah, I would. How about this? You know what we do, Greg?
I wash my hair in diesel.
You know what we do in here? If our
today.
show was based from there and that's where we live, today a glass of water would be sitting right there. So
Rick, they said it was all right.
Who's going to drink it?
Rick, how much?
How much for me to drink that right there?
How much?
I'm first one. A radio station saves the day, and everybody goes back to drinking water again. We continue. Orange Beach, Alabama, sunny 105. Steve.
Hey, this is Steve. First time caller, long time listener.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir. Just a quick comment about the Kamala Harris stupidity that's going on. How great would that be to have President Trump ask her those questions?
You're talking about Jean-Pierre, not Kamala
Yeah,
Harris.
that's not Kamala Harris. It's press secretary.
Oh, it sounded like her. I'm sorry. I come in on the end of that.
Yeah,
that's okay, Steve.
Yeah, no,
Either way, it would be good.
Either way, it's fine.
True.
It's all right, Stevie.
Look,
You live on the beach. You can only pay attention so much.
Yeah,
Right.
I get it.
Now, would I love one of y'all to be in the audience and I didn't know it? And all of a sudden they go, "Yes, sir. Go ahead." And then y'all ask the question.
No, you know what you'd hear from me in the back, don't you?
Yeah.
None of us think you're the Federal Reserve. That's not our question.
We realize you're independent, but what about Bidenomics?
Jason in West Point. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, from Sergeant Schultz from Hogan Zero, he always says, "I know nothing."
Yep.
That's the Speaker of the House. And another one is, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies.
There you go.
My boy, Jason.
Rick, also in the great movie Stroker Ace. I know nothing. I'm merely the messenger.
Oh, that's true. Let's go to Danny.
He drove that one home.
David Hills. Danny, go ahead.
Military discount.
These guys want a military discount. Did you hear him answer the phone? He's like, "I need my military discount."
Thank you for your service, sir.
I didn't mean to interrupt what was going on there. Sorry, Danny.
Hope you got your discount.
I hope he did too. Thanks for your service to our country.
Yes, we appreciate it.
All right, we'll be back.
I know nothing.
Then there's that other one. Ask me no more questions.
Ask me no more questions. Tell you no more lies.
And then what from Stroker Ace, Greg?
I know nothing. I'm merely the messenger.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know.
And then I'll be like, well, that we're just
any idea you bring up.
You know, we got tongue in cheek. Yeah, people don't see that anymore.
Yeah, and even if you're not even really being offensive, they still find it offensive.
That's what I mean.
There is a group that will somehow find it offensive. And you're like, really?
And then what happens? You spent millions and millions of dollars developing and running this commercial, and the company's going to fire you.
Correct.
Yeah. When you should have got a raise and promoted, some group will get on social media offended, and you can just pick from the list.
Right.
And then you'll have a firestorm response. Then you're going to end up on the street fired after you had a very funny Super Bowl.
So you know what we said? Let's pay a little over 3 for 30 seconds and a little over 5 for 60 seconds, and let's try to do a commercial that won't bother anybody. And somebody said, so let's spend that kind of money. Let's go out there and be mediocre. And somebody says you want to make
move the needle.
Somebody said you want to make marketing history, and you said no. I just want
to make a commercial nobody complains.
I just don't want to, because what y'all said was right. First of all, there's the people that are offended. Then what y'all just said, there are people who sat down last night and said from the time they first mentioned Super Bowl to the time we get to the end of it and they go to this new world's best weird talent show, on that whole period of time, I'm sitting on my couch and I've got a notebook and I'm waiting to be offended.
And think about today.
I can't wait to send out a tweet.
Think about today,
So
Rick.
true.
What would happen if we were talking about the funniest commercial we saw, and it's where they released ravenous wolves on a high school marching band? Think about the complaints we'd have.
You couldn't do that.
Yeah, and now keep in mind, now they don't have any concern about you're sitting there with your kids and they're putting out demonic movie trailers and TV trailers. Now they have no concern about that. But let's just don't upset
That
you.
was a real commercial, by the way. One of the best ever.
So looking back at the Super Bowl, as we mentioned, the halftime show was weird. Adam Levine is trying to explain that today on social media. His big message was when they spelled "One Love."
Now, was that the message for Cap? Was that because
what's
he
that
was
supposed to
say?
solve?
Well, Greg, he did a whole Twitter where he just listed all the things it means.
Okay.
And it's long.
I thought too, and I hate to be controversial here right out of the gate, or if we're going to talk about the halftime show, but I thought we had a nipple ban on halftime shows.
Thank you, thank you, Bubba.
We did it.
Yeah,
There it was.
It's almost like I don't know why. Sherry says he must want to show us his tattoos. There's no other reason for him to do that.
Well, look, in all fairness, if we're going to make the girls cover up, make the guy cover up.
Yeah, I
mean,
thought
I'm all for fairness.
And look, he seems like when I see him on The Voice, is a pretty nice guy. But I thought that was kind of classless. I mean, it just looked ridiculous.
Well, when you got that kind of art on you, Rick,
yeah, well, and he gets out there and he starts. For one time, we had like a male stripper show going on.
Can we? And I hate to bring this up. I know this will be controversial too. But is there a problem with tattoo addiction in our country?
I think that's something to it.
You never hardly see somebody just get one and let it ride. It's always I got to go back.
Right.
Yeah. Huh?
You know, hey, can I tell him my tattoo?
He's out of space.
Hey.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Forehead?
Hey, all the tats out there. Less is more. Okay, less is more. Listen, you're gonna be somebody's granddaddy one day. Less is more.
We're just about to get to that point where we're gonna have some of those early heavy tat people that start living in the nursing home, and you're gonna start seeing those pictures like we do people at Walmart.
Right. Yeah.
It is gonna be pretty.
Right. So anyway, he went on to Instagram after the One Love light display featured in their performance.
Thank you, buddy.
And he says, when we accepted the responsibility to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show, I took out a pen and just wrote some of the words that came to me in the moment, eventually made their way onto the incredible lanterns that flew high and low tonight. I did feel bad for the people whose lanterns didn't light up. Did you notice that? It's not all of them came on.
So was it a drone? What was the deal? Because I thought if the roof's closed, where are they going to go?
Yeah, I think people held them, and I think the ones flying were maybe animated. They weren't real because they ended up spelling.
Were they animated?
They spelled out the words.
I saw that. I thought they were real, and they were controlled
drones
by
or something.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from somebody that was there if they saw
maybe
what
so.
we saw.
Y'all may be right.
You're doing One Love?
Yeah, y'all may be. We listen. We thank the universe. We thank the universe for this historic opportunity to play on the world's biggest stage. We thank our fans for making our dreams possible. And we thank our critics for always pushing us to do better. One love. And then he continued a list of words: forgive, laugh, cry, smile, share, live, endure, embrace, remember, enlighten, preserve, inspire, sweat, fight, express, give, receive, elevate, climb, unify, fortify, soften, dance, scream, dream, educate, provide, inhale, exhale.
Sounds like a song.
Yeah, persevere, stand, kneel, overcome, love, listen. So,
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Catch another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. We'll interview author A.J. Rice. The Woking Dead is the name of the book, and we'll tell you more about that and introduce you. You probably, you may not recognize the name A.J. Rice, but you will recognize a lot of the people that he operates behind the scenes, making sure that their shows and their platforms get the word out. So we'll talk to him about that coming up in this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You could listen to it on Raycon earbuds. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Right now, you're going to find high-quality, premium audio earbuds at about half price compared to the other brands. Now, are you saying, well, the other brands tell me that they're you're not? No, they're just trying to convince you to pay more because of their name on it. But what you have with Raycon earbuds is the same quality, and in many cases better. You've got sound profiles. You've got gel tips that you can customize and fit, in your ear more comfortably. They also fit and don't fall out, even if you're working out, trying to do just a little bit better. 50,000 5-star reviews. And there are some buy now, pay later options if you want that. Free return guarantee. Boy, we've heard the durability. People love them. And so why don't you get yours now? Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba and get an additional 15% off because you're using our URL, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we were listening to this, and Bubba, I think we just liked what the guy was doing.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I don't even know what's going on. I just want to hear it.
I don't know who it is talking.
All right, it's Jimmy Votto.
I don't know what they're mad about.
Rick.
I don't know what they're talking on, but I heard the conversation and it was interesting. I'd like to explore it.
Yeah, we are about to hear an audio clip that Adler put out there today, or the guys put out and gave it to Adler.
Mhm.
We don't even know what's going on, but we liked it.
Yeah, he's the Reds' first baseman.
Who is? Jimmy
it's
Votto?
Joey. It's Joey.
Joey Votto.
Bobby
Votto.
Yeah, and he was
Old man
hurt.
Votto's
He's back.
boy.
He's back doing well.
Okay.
And he was talking to Mad Dog.
Now, who is Mad Dog?
Mad Dog.
Chris Russo.
Yeah, he
All
is.
right. Used to be with what's his name? What was the other guy? That
Oh,
was
well,
partner
didn't they have a partner thing?
They
Did
did.
he pass on, or did they have a falling out?
They had a falling out.
Oh, yeah. I remember
What's
that.
his name? Fresh. Whatever.
But he's a
Is
true.
that guy still alive? The guy that he used to work with? Because that guy was an older fellow, wasn't he?
They did a 30 for 30 or
Oh
something.
yeah, I remember watching that. And
He's
they
60
and they
something.
got to the point to where they would come to work and not even speak to each other.
Yes. Kind of like me and him.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
Very similar.
Right. You want him to go over to his house.
Very, very similar.
Sorry, Helmsy.
No, we explained that yesterday. You need to come off that delusional drink.
Right.
That's not
So,
true. I told him I was waiting on him
So
yesterday.
so anyway, this is Major League Baseball.
So what's
network,
happening?
MLB Network. He's being interviewed. The Reds
For-
are doing extremely well.
Okay.
And they're a mid-market team. They're not a big market team.
People
and
are not talking
Mad
about
Dog's
them
a
like
New
they
Yorker
would somebody
and
else.
kind of looking down on the Reds,
Yeah.
and he starts dogging them because we're not a
Now you're interviewing
we're not
me
from,
kinda
we're not
thing.
from the big city, so and he's having fun with him, but everybody's convinced that Joey Votto could be an actor after he finishes. He's got a great personality.
So this is what I heard and Bubba heard.
Yeah.
Is Votto having fun at Mad Dog's expense?
Correct.
Because
Correct,
they're
yes.
they're a mid-sized market team.
Yeah.
And they're doing great, and he's giving them nothing. Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much kind of looking down on him from New
Okay.
York.
All right, I'm in now.
Yeah.
A couple of months ago, you said that Zach Greinke and I are a hall of very good ball players. I think Zach and I would agree. You may be right. But I get the gist of what's going on here. I know what you're doing. You're looking down on us, a couple small market, Midwest ball players, just because we're not big city, just like you. Mr. New York City, Sirius XM radio star, Mr. National Television, ESPN star, with your Fifth Avenue ties and your crisp pocket squares, your tailored suits and your polished shoes, and your hair, your perfectly coiffed Broadway hair. Must be nice to sit atop that Madison Avenue ivory tower, looking down on us with those luscious locks. Not everyone can be the next Roger Peckinpah, Mad Dog. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a disgrace.
That's funny.
They were concerned till they realized he was joking.
Yeah, he was having a good time, but everybody was saying in true New Yorker fashion, Mad Dog was just taking it and loved it.
All right. Speedy said something a minute ago that has always intrigued me about Joey Votto. You said that people think he can act.
Yeah.
But if y'all remember, there was such an eerie feeling when the Field of Dreams deal had its first thing. He looked like Ray Liotta. Like on first base in that uniform, if you put side by side Joey Votto and Ray, they looked very similar. In those
He was
uniforms.
mic'd up in that game.
And he was.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of strange.
So he carries himself well. They know it, so they
Oh,
use it.
100%.
Yes, yeah. And he gets
That's
it. and
hilarious.
it's just no.
Greg, seriously, that's what you got out of that?
I know he was playing the part. He's not.
Oh my gosh.
I love it. So now,
I'm talking just a sprinkle.
Well,
you hear other interviews.
He'd stomp your.
I didn't say that.
Greg.
Dylan Mulvaney might.
Greg, now if you think Helm's going to hang out with you now on the Valley,
you're done.
I messed it up.
Yeah, he's going to ride right on.
Where I messed up was saying I like Joey Votto.
No,
Right. Should have
You
stopped.
should have said you
Should've
hated
said
him.
that.
He would like.
Like
He
that
would
move
love
right
it.
there, y'all weren't concerned about that one.
But
move.
he's
acting, Goody.
He's good, being goofy, silly.
Mr. National Television, ESPN star, with your Fifth Avenue ties and your crisp pocket squares.
He's just playing that part. He's playing the part.
She's worried right there.
Y'all don't get
That's
that?
funny.
Look at her face.
That's funny. She thinks he's serious.
That's good. Look, Mad Dog got it from the beginning.
He's proven a point by
He knew
kind of kidding around, but
Hey, Greg,
there's some real in there.
And Greg, I want to ask the question you asked. What are the Red Sox doing with this uniform they throw out every now and then?
Have you seen
what is
blue
it,
and yellow?
What does it mean?
I don't.
What's the significance?
We looked it up, and I can't remember.
What does it mean?
You're
the Boston Red Sox.
That's my point. Anybody else can do that, but you, the Yankees, y'all can't do that.
What is it? Some kind of weird softball team looking thing?
Are they doing it the whole Brave series?
Is it
the whole series? Because they've done it 2 games in a row.
They may be, but
what does it mean?
I don't know what that means.
Why are they in
Red
that
Sox
uniform?
are in a yellow and blue.
It looks like the L.A. Rams. What does this mean?
Is
it a throwback? What is it?
No.
Did Boston ever have that color?
That is so strange.
What does it mean? It has to mean something because everything has to mean something.
Last
now.
year we figured it out. There was
Greg,
it didn't have anything to do with the Boston Marathon bombing or anything, did it? Where they were.
There was one that did, I think, but
I don't know.
Why.
I'm completely throwing some things out here, Greg. I don't know.
Yeah, everything means something.
I think you're
now.
right, but I don't know why that's the colors. But I think you're right.
Well, it says they wear yellow to represent the city's boldness.
Well, if I had gone, if I was a fan,
it's a Nike deal,
and I had gone to see the game. Say you don't live in Boston, you don't get to go all the time. Like Span goes up and he sees the game every year. What if you go to see that iconic uniform and you get there and they've got this?
I feel let down.
I feel let down.
Bubba, that's a good point.
I feel let down. I'm like I can't. I've been waiting on this moment.
Yeah, and they come out in somebody's softball uniforms.
All right,
it does have a tribute to the marathon, but the yellow and blue is the City Connect jerseys to say we're all one. But it comes from.
But that's not.
What's
that's not their
about
colors.
The
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just reading it.
Won't you put a patch about remembering the marathon?
Speaking of that, I actually think a patch would be classic.
Speaking of that, so. The Braves now, what do y'all play for Chico's Bail Bonds? They got Quickcrete on their sleeve, a sponsor.
They're turning into NASCAR a little bit.
Really?
I've noticed.
Yeah.
With
Quickcrete right here on it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
On the
I wonder what they had to pay for that.
I
bet we can find out.
Yeah.
Probably more than it would take to get your name on the tennis court.
Rick Astros have Interstate Chevron on it.
Thank you.
I'm just curious what it would take. I'm not looking to sponsor the Braves.
I bet it's got to be real expensive.
You remember we were on Turner South?
Look.
Rick, it's no Miller Funeral Home, but I mean,
That's right. Watch the hats.
Don't do that to kids. That's the wrong thing to do to kids.
Yeah.
But I noticed that the other day. So they got Quickcrete on their.
Yeah. Well, you got
something about it being Quickcrete made it.
Are we okay with
Are
that?
they big enough? Is Quickcrete that big?
Well, I didn't think they were that big. They're pretty big.
Yeah, they pretty much corner the market on the Quickcrete.
You don't think they're big, Greg?
Yeah, they do. It's just I'm talking about the Braves. You picture big Coke.
It stands out. Let's say that.
That does that.
No, I agree with you. When you see Coca-Cola
Yeah.
on a uniform, you go, well, here we go.
And
Quick. I mean, that's a.
I wonder, I think it's Albies comes up there with all that yellow crap on him and yellow shoes. What's the deal with everybody putting yellow?
Well,
I think that's his brand.
It's a show our boldness.
I mean, I don't match.
Quickcrete is based
Quickcrete
in Atlanta, so there's a tie-in there.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying it's like when we played
you hate
youth
Votto
league.
and you hate Quickcrete.
We played in youth league. We'd be sponsored.
What
by
if
Oxford
Votto was
Lumber.
wearing Quickcrete patch?
I don't think Greg could handle it.
So y'all didn't think he went too feminine on
No,
it?
I
get it.
He was
but
acting.
he went too
acting. He was cutting up with it.
far. Yeah, a little swish about it.
Greg, you going to upset Sabine?
No, I'm just. You saw that out of that. You took that out of that.
Nobody saw that.
I saw it.
Oh, whatever.
They must
He
have
was
paid.
acting. He just said, I wish you
But
wouldn't
he's
act
acting like that's how he really
Well, why
was.
didn't he pick a more rough character? Why didn't he act like Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yeah.
Go that route instead of the other route.
Well, because he was talking about them, how they dress
I'm
and
just
all
telling
that.
you.
We didn't know that you and Votto were tied.
I'm
We didn't
not.
know.
I'm just. I think I just being real. Actually,
So
I know you spent a tremendous amount of time with him. We didn't know.
So that Quickcrete deal is going to run for the next 5 seasons.
get ready, Greg.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I
See
really
how
don't like
much it is? I can't find
I
it.
couldn't find it.
Greg, to your
It kinda
point,
gets on my nerves.
it looks like youth league.
It does.
I mean, it's going to get to where who's playing this weekend? Yeah, Quickcrete. Who they taking on? Taking on Coca-Cola.
I'm gonna go get you a shirt and bring it in.
But we'll be
Sorry
right
about
back.
Rod.
Phone calls next coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I did notice all of that written on individual balloon things.
Felt bad for the guys.
Did that
you see the
cure
ones
it
that didn't
all?
light up right there?
Yeah.
That would be me. I'd be.
So everything's
all
cured
one.
now?
Not lying.
Yeah. So you know what I found out on just
I think he's an amazing talent. I really
Yeah,
do.
he's
And,
very
and they've got
talented.
a
No
good
doubt.
group.
No
I just don't know that they had reached Super Bowl status yet, and it had that feel to it.
Bubba, nobody was left. Everybody kept turning them down.
Can I tell you this though, Bubba?
Well, don't have
let
one.
me tell you with the point what you saw. I certainly understand that they are a musical icon and they've been radically successful.
Yeah,
on
I'm
hits because we went through and even the guy.
It didn't sound real good to start with either.
No, it didn't.
That makes you want lip syncing brought back.
I was going to get into that. So we actually Brooks Big Love Burgess came home because we celebrated his birthday and then Pop's birthday from last week, Coach, and so he came home and we were discussing. We were going through their catalog, and I said, "Here's my concern," and it turned out to be a legitimate concern. They have a lot of hits, but they're not the type of band that lends itself to this big arena live show at halftime. These are sweet little pop songs. A lot of them a little off color in some of the lyrics, but
you need
nothing,
a foot stomp and sing along for this.
I said they're a pop band, and they have these little. Even their biggest songs don't really lend itself to. It's. I mean, they got some funky beats in some of them and all that, but it just. Their type of music doesn't lend itself to the show you need at halftime, right? And it felt odd and it felt uncomfortable at times. As you said, it didn't sound great. I certainly am someone who enjoys a nice beat and maybe somebody doing some rhymes. I don't care for these type of hip hop artists we have now. I don't. I guess that's just me being old. It just sounds like a bunch of shouting to me. It doesn't make much sense. I
feel like anybody could do that.
I felt like the guy, I felt like Big Boy in the mink coat was really hot, and all I could think about was how he was sweating in there.
It must have been hot because Adam had to get out of his clothes.
Yes, he did. He got right out of it.
Sure did.
And it all just felt. It all felt forced. It didn't feel unique. If all else fails, light the stage on fire.
Yeah.
It just didn't. It didn't do anything for me. I usually enjoy and the production was impressive and all that, but it just just didn't work.
And here's one of the things.
Is that any more complicated than that?
If you're performing on the Super Bowl, it is, it's quite an achievement in your career,
no doubt.
And I think his name is Travis Scott, the rapper.
Yeah, that's Big Boy there though now.
Yeah, I saw Big Boy, but
Travis
Scott,
came out with
the first one,
SpongeBob,
and they had to drop him,
twice,
2 or 3 times,
dump him several times. If
3 to 4 times.
If you're cussing and they're dumping you constantly, we don't hear anything at home, so we don't even get to hear you sing.
Right.
I mean, it's just you with no audio.
Right.
And how
so why would you do that? Because we can't hear you.
Right.
Change it for TV.
And he's not very creative. What rapper goes by Travis Scott?
Right.
I mean, that's just
sound like a guy I knew in trade school.
I mean, what are you talking about? That's all you come up.
The only
I
thing
sit
that they
next
get
to him from Alexandria.
The only thing they get credit for is performing when everybody was on them on social media about why they shouldn't perform because of and Maroon 5
Adam cleared it up with Love to Breathe, Exhale, Inhale.
He said stand and kneel.
Yeah.
Do both.
Yeah.
But again, why are we protesting musical talent at the Super Bowl?
I don't get it.
Even if you think that Cap got a bad deal, you ought to be boycotting the game.
Right.
The NFL.
Not the halftime show. Once again, see how you do a good commercial when everybody's mad at the halftime show.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
The name of the book is The Theft of America's Soul. Phil Robertson has a book that is coming out, blowing the lid off the lies that are destroying our country. And phone calls coming down at 866 We Be Big.
Speedy, I agree with you, by the way, on something we'll cover a little later. Somebody say. Everybody say.
You sexy thing.
All right, so
Rick, sound explosion. We had that record, and that was on it.
Cut to it. Let's go to Kevin in Jackson, Missouri. Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
Good morning. I'm doing wonderful.
All right, Dan.
Good morning. I'm doing wonderful.
Yep.
You there?
Yeah. Didn't
How
he,
you doing?
Didn't,
All right.
See, what happened is I
I'm
said,
doing wonderful this morning.
I said, how are you doing?
Hey.
And you said, good, I'm doing wonderful. And then that means you had the floor. So go right ahead.
All right. So I pull you guys up on YouTube to listen to you this morning.
Thank you.
Before your show pops up, all of a sudden there is an ad from Joe Biden wanting me to donate to him.
Oh, good.
I'm sitting there thinking, how stupid is the Biden campaign?
Right.
People that listen to Rick and Bubba probably are not going to donate to them.
That's a good point. Yeah. You know what was beautiful about that moment? And by the time it gets to us, it'll just be pennies on those kind of ads. But there will actually be money from that campaign that will eventually get on some kind of royalty check to us.
Yeah,
you know, and so yeah,
they'll buy networks, and we'll be in the buy.
Yeah, we'll be in the buy. So yeah, so those you can't political people they can run their ads anywhere. You don't really have a say in it. You do get paid. Of course, they always want the lowest rate, but but yeah, I'm like you. But boy, the placement of that ad on their part, not real wise. Not real wise. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate you, buddy. We continue. Let's go to Kyle. Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, Kyle.
So, I know y'all been following the Women's World Cup. I know you have, Rick.
Oh, yeah, sure I have.
So I decided to sit down last night and watch a little bit of it, the USA. You know, it should be simple. You score a goal, you get a point. This thing ended 1-1. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was a tie. How do you tie in the World Cup? I don't understand that.
How about this?
Somebody's got to advance.
Let me tell you something, Kyle.
How do you advance?
I'm now to the point.
About points.
I'm to the point, Kyle, and Bubba and I have discussed this. I've tried. I've done all the kinder, gentler, all this garbage.
Right.
I've tried all this. I'm now offended that a product this terrible really thinks I should watch it. I'm now starting to get offended by it. I mean, it has so little merit. How dare this product even remotely try to pressure me that I should be watching this? It has no merit whatsoever. It's an awful game. Stuff like that. If the field's too big or pitch or whatever they call it, nobody's using their hands. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible game.
The only thing good's a penalty kick.
I'm offended that anybody says, hey, tell you what, give it a chance.
It's beautiful.
Give it a chance. It's a beautiful game.
You know,
and they keep adding time.
Give it a chance.
The big story out of this.
It was worse than I imagined.
The big story out of this has been the women's team not putting their hand over their heart during the national anthem or singing along. That has been a bigger story than what's happening.
I don't sing along. You know, but I have seen that. You know what I'm talking about. But I mean, am I being wrong for not singing along?
No, I don't sing along either. Unless everybody else is doing it, and we need that group ensemble that makes it special.
Yeah,
or I do like church, just move my mouth.
Rick, you remember? I
can't remember all the words. Bubba loves to sing it.
We had this discussion a long time ago because my fifth grade teacher, Miss Bates, said you put your hand over your heart during the Pledge of Allegiance. You don't put it over your heart during the national anthem. And I used to not do that because that's the way I was taught. But boy, everybody looks at you strange if you don't do it now. So I go along with it.
We didn't cover it, but the big guy that won American Idol this year, he sang the national anthem at some event, and he kept his hat on, and people were mad at him.
He probably forgot.
He had to apologize for that.
We can't make it. It's a big old cap on a big old head.
Yeah. Some did have their hand over their heart, some didn't, but none of them were singing really, except for the last one was kind of
that's a little
nitpicking.
Little nitpicking. Now, if they weren't going to stand for it, now I would have a real problem.
I never put my hand over my heart. Matter of fact, when baseball players, they never do that. They put their hands behind their back, or they take their hat off and put it behind their back with their glove, or lay their glove down. But you never see.
You know how
that's being nitpicky if we're upset about that.
That's us acting like the left.
Yeah.
One of the problems was that the team they played was it
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
No, this was they played Netherlands yesterday, so I don't know who they played in this.
This one,
Vietnam.
No, the Netherlands game. The players for the Netherlands sang
extremely loud their national anthem.
that may
So
be
there was
their
a
culture.
big, there was a big contrast, and that's why it was getting.
But that was
coverage.
yesterday. This what we were just showing was not yesterday.
Yeah, but still, just because somebody sang louder theirs doesn't really.
Some of these countries, you get killed if you don't sing.
Well, what I'm saying is you don't want to get to the point where you're going legitimately, which is legit. I'm mad that people are disrespecting the anthem and they won't stand. Then they stand. Well, they don't have their hand over the heart. Then they put their hand over the heart. Why aren't they singing? You know, you're just like, come on.
How about I respect it enough to not sing it because I'll trash it with my voice.
I'll be honest with you, the state of our country, it don't have the same pop for me.
Nah.
There you
Right.
go.
It
But,
doesn't.
a couple of years ago, we were like, at least they're not kneeling.
Right.
You know? See, Bubba, I think Bubba wants to sing.
No,
the national
I was
anthem.
going to say this. We've all seen A Few Good Men a million times. Do you remember when they came to the conclusion, I think he wants to tell us that he called the Code Red?
Yeah.
Which Bubba deep down really wants to sing the national anthem on the show. And I've heard him practice it a couple times.
Yeah.
He wants
I
to
just
do
like
it.
singing it.
So he wants to sing it on the show.
Okay, but I
say let's let him do it.
He would love to open the show, and I say that mic is ready.
Yes.
When you're ready, you
Step
do
up.
it.
And if you want to practice run, I got a
don't-
home opener tennis match that you can actually do.
Even
That.
better.
I don't do it good enough to do it. When I did it before, I was a kid, and people didn't mind if you messed up.
But you've got, I can
Yeah,
tell
they
you've
give a
got
kid
a
a pass.
hankering to do it. There's a
Well,
hankering
I love
there.
that song.
But
I love that
but
song.
you
when
want to
you-
sing it.
When you was a kid, you sung it in an
Sing it,
event?
Bubba.
Is that what
I did when I was in first grade.
But you're right.
In
They'll
front
give
of
a
the whole
kid.
school.
They'll give a kid a pass.
You know
that
what-
took some guts. I wouldn't have done that.
You know what
That's
all
too
of us...
slow.
I was such a dumb little kid. I didn't know what I was doing.
We don't care if you're on the right key. We don't care if you get it right. What we want to hear
I'm
is
gonna
we
step
want to
out.
hear that devotion and that passion
Could we-
from the heart.
Oh, I'm gonna be sitting right here.
Could we
No,
just
I'm
have
out.
you record it and us play it?
Yeah.
Let's
We
do that.
will. I'll surprise y'all.
I tell you when I thought I tell you when I thought we were going to get it when he got that software
Picture
that would be
Bill
sure he
singing
wasn't
it.
flat.
Yeah.
I thought, well, we're going to get it now.
Well, no, that-
he was going to go in there and
that
record. I
wasn't-
heard
Is
him
that
in there
what he was
practicing.
doing?
Yeah, he was getting ready,
that-
We
Greg.
had a few day run where you
I'm
were
telling
practicing.
you.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't for that. That
Doc-
was,
Doc
that was
heard up.
another project.
Whoa.
I did. I passed one time. He's like, "Oh, shit." I'm like, what is he doing in there?
Did you get that project done?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Will it be done when Betty's podcast is ready?
By that time.
You remember we were
was
hyping
exciting.
it? Hey, we were hyping
Yeah,
it too.
I had hair then.
It was
That's how long ago.
Greg said he had hair then. That's how long ago it was. I mean, we got a name for it. We ready.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
We're ready. Is it out there where you
What
get
happened
podcasts?
with that?
Got equipment?
Well,
Hey,
just
look, Bubba.
a lot
This
of
is not
things.
me. I'm
Yeah.
over here just hanging
Yeah.
out.
Right.
Yeah.
Available wherever podcaster you
Yep.
get podcasts.
So,
Yeah, we'll
so
get back
Bubba's
on that
singing
one of these
tomorrow.
days.
You singing
You
tomorrow?
know, if we can get about 6 months without a trip to the hospital, that'll help.
Right. All right, so
leaning on that.
now that you're back, we're gonna sing national anthem tomorrow.
We got to get that. Got to get a house rebuilt.
Right. Go ahead and get the national anthem out of the way.
Knee
Right.
surgery.
Let's get- I'm telling you, he's got a hankering. He
does.
wants to.
He's on the edge.
He
like,
can't quite.
I need to step out.
I'm out of practice. I'm out of practice.
Get Tom in here, run the board. You can sing it right there.
Yep.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phil Robertson joins us again on the Rick and Bubba Show. Phil, welcome back.
All right, good to be here, boys.
Oh, Phil.
Phil, we're looking forward to this book because I love the way you have broke it down by chapter and you address a lie and a truth in each chapter. And I think the simplicity of that is what we need.
You know, you think about it. Oh, Kamala Harris or whatever her name is, that Democratic said, look, they're on this. These socialists are on this thing. Elect me, and everything will be free. I'm thinking, how much are they talking about that's going to cost, health care for everybody? And, not going to cost you but $30 trillion. Health care for everybody. I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute. Through Jesus Christ and his resurrection from the dead, he's already given us eternal health care, and it's free. I'm sorry, I'm going to take his health care instead of this Democratic Republican. This Democratic bunch in here saying it's not going to cost us anything. I'll tell you, this bunch, I'll tell you, boys.
It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, when they did not think it worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God, Romans 1:28, he gave them over to a depraved mind to do what ought not to be done. Listen to this list.
They become filled with every kind of wickedness, evil, greed, and depravity. They're full of envy. Listen to this. Murder. They'll kill their children, their sons and daughters. They'll kill them while they're gestating in their mother's womb. And now they're jumping up and down and cheering the fact that they can come out of the womb and they can kill them. Yay, we can kill. That's one of their sons.
I know.
Their daughter.
I saw
A
this.
gift.
Yeah, Phil,
A gift from God. And we're looking at it, I'm thinking, what in the world? The source of all that is the evil one, the father of murder, Jesus said, and the father of lies. And we have him working in these people and causing all this. To put it bluntly, we've met the enemy, guys, and it's us.
Amen. Oh, that's what I'm saying. You know, you even look at the elections that you said. There was a time in this country, if you even remotely mentioned that you were a socialist / communist, your political career in this country was dead on arrival. And now you're getting elected, and they're saying elect more of us.
You know what I said? Somebody asked me about that the other day. I said, look, all these words with ISM on the end of them, I said, beware of all the isms. I said, the only isms I embrace is capitalism and baptism. I said, the rest of them, throw them in the trash heap. I said, Jesus come up with them other ones.
Well, you know, you look at the different
It's a jungle out there, boys. It's a jungle.
Well, I'm with Bubba. That's the reason why I think this book, you can't really go around the fence. And you're not really around the fence guy anyway. You got to go straight, and you take each lie, as Bubba said in each chapter. You know, the first one is, you know, and this has been said before, God is dead. The lie. The truth is the God of the Bible's not dead, never will be. They try to convince you that, you know, there is no evil, there is no devil. And you, of course, say the truth is that he's alive and well. Then you go through the one that's killed us big time. Truth is relative, and you take that on. Yeah, and you know that's bad. Sex is for self gratification. Virtue is outdated. Laws can be ignored or changed if they're convenient.
Inconvenient.
Inconvenient. I'm sorry. Unity is not possible.
It's on and on.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. You know, I love them. I love my country. And I'm trying to get people just to turn their eyes to God in the midst of all this. And hopefully, for everyone that turns, I'm like, thank God that even if one turns. So I love them in spite of they curse me and carry on and all this stuff. But amazingly, I don't hold it against them. I love them. I'm trying to get them to see the error of their ways. There's a reading in that 2 Timothy 3, and you talking about a reading. Listen to this one. There will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy. Listen to this. Without love, if you kill your own child, guys, you don't love them. You're devoid of love. Unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control. Just think about that, and all the drug use and the cursing. They're using the F word, and mother this, and the politicians in the Democratic Party, for the most part, are using this filthy speech. Your children are there. They're listening to all this stuff. You're like, what in the world? They're brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. That's 2 Timothy chapter 3 on the way it'll be in the last days. So I'm looking around thinking, you know, maybe this is the end of the line if it gets any worse. I don't know how it could get any worse, do y'all?
Well, no, and I think one of the things, and you mentioned this, I believe it's in chapter 10, and actually 9 and 10, and Bubba's show.
From the No Name Studio, living out here on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and our intern, Lord of the Jacket. Taking your phone calls. Hey, there's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. All we ask is for 5 hours each and every day, and we feel like it's worth every dime.
Yeah, new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast will be recorded today. Catch it this weekend. And if you missed yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, that archive now available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel, the Revelation, chapter 16. Mason out of Athens, Alabama, has a question, and Bubba, you have the answer ready. Mason, go ahead.
Hey, guys, long-time listener. I've listened since second grade, and I graduate college in a week.
We've been around a while, Bubba.
You guys have been there. I wanted to ask, they announced it yesterday, Colorado has officially announced they're moving to the Big 12. What do you guys think of that?
What do you say, Bubsy?
The Big 12 presidents and chancellors voted unanimously on a conference call to accept Colorado as a new member on Wednesday night, according to ESPN and now other published reports. You know, Rick, I'm so confused with the conferences right now. I mean, we need your whiteboard in here to keep up with them because everybody's moving and moving.
You mean they're dry erasable?
Yeah, well, it's the color just happens to be white, the physical properties.
Right. Which means it's probably evil and overbearing.
Well, we've had blackboards too. So
well, now you're just all over the road.
So, Rick,
I used to hate when the teacher called me up to it.
I was looking at the current rundown here. So you have Baylor, you have Brigham Young, you have University of Central Florida. They're new to the game. University of Cincinnati, University of Houston, Iowa State, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, Texas Christian, Texas Tech, and West Virginia. Now, this year, Oklahoma and Texas, but they are leaving next year.
And Colorado and TCU are playing the opening game, right?
Yes.
One of the opening games?
Yes. I
But,
think so.
okay, now this is really, y'all going to laugh at me really hard. I thought Colorado was already in the Big 12.
I kind of did too. I didn't think they were in the Pac-12.
I don't put them in there with Oregon and all them.
I had them over here with all the.
That's how bad they've been.
That's true. We forgot where they're at.
You know, I'm looking at the enrollment numbers on that conference. Who do you think is the largest?
Central Florida.
By a long shot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's huge.
It's just crazy.
South Florida and them.
Almost 72,000.
Yeah.
Isn't Florida International bigger than them?
I don't think so.
It's Central Florida, South Florida are huge, and then FIU not quite as big. But
What's the one down near Tampa?
That's
Florida International. There's Southern Florida Southern,
Atlantic.
which is the Bulls, right?
No, that's just South Florida.
The South
Florida is the one close to in Tampa. The Bulls.
Gotcha.
When
Had
you
to go down there this year.
When you look at the endowment
their
numbers,
colors.
in other words,
I do too.
money they've got in the bank they draw off of, most of these schools have these are in billions of dollars. 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1. Texas, $42.67 billion in their endowment. Compared, let me give you the comparison here to Oklahoma, which has 1.64.
Well, that tells
is
you
unbelievable.
It tells you though, kind of a misnomer. You really can't buy championships. No, because if you could,
they should have.
There's got to be more than money.
Yep.
You got to have the right coach. You got to have you got to build a program.
So South Florida is in Tampa, Central Florida, Orlando.
Correct.
And then what about the
Florida
other?
International?
FIU is Miami, and then Florida State, Tallahassee, and then
Florida Atlantic is Boca Raton.
That's the other one,
right?
Yep,
that's the Owls.
That's the Owls. That's the one Snellenberger started.
And that's the one that had that gripping recruiting video that
Lane Kiffin
did.
So excited. Yeah. But it's showing here that Central Florida is the best by a long shot. I mean, biggest, and then Florida International is number 2.
Is
it?
Are they
Florida, and then South Florida is 4.
Oh, okay.
The only one. Let's see.
Who knows? This may not be updated.
Most of the schools are in the 20s.
I think Texas A&M is actually up there.
Well, they are. They're big.
Yes.
Enrollment wise.
Yeah.
And money wise.
Central Florida 70, almost 72. Wow,
it's crazy.
That's a lot.
Hello.
Yeah. I think that's a good conference for Colorado.
Yeah.
I hear those matchups. They sound good.
Yeah. I mean, you see them playing TCU, Texas Tech, West Virginia, Cincinnati, Houston, Brigham Young, Baylor. I mean, that's not having to have Oklahoma or Texas in there. Will be good for them, I would think.
Oh yeah.
Look, we all for a long time have been able to memorize conferences and everything about college football. We're going to have to relearn.
Well,
a lot.
and here's what makes it more complicated than ever. And I was talking to Greg about this earlier. So Conference USA, okay, where I'm residing at this point, there are actually teams that are playing sports, like, for instance, Dallas Baptist.
Oh, don't do this.
Is just going to do baseball.
Okay.
There's like 6 teams, maybe 5, that do different conferences with other sports, but going to do bowling in Conference USA.
What?
And
Bowling.
beach volleyball.
What?
It's very bizarre how. So you're actually going to have teams competing at one school from in different conferences.
Yeah, they
it's
have
crazy.
split affiliation.
You know what
That's
sport it is?
crazy.
Depending on the sport, yeah.
That is crazy.
I can't keep up with it.
That's hard to keep up with.
What's wrong with it?
I'm just hearing music. I don't know what it was.
I think Greg was singing the national anthem.
He might have been.
Bubba warming up for tomorrow.
He wants to so bad.
Looking at that,
He
which
sang the whole
Hams,
break.
what you mentioned, which would be affiliate members,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Affiliate members to the Big 12 include the University of Alabama's women's rowing team.
Didn't know that.
Isn't it?
It is really
Not a
strange.
lot of SEC
how it
rowing
Am I
happens.
reading that right?
Probably so. It is strange how this is happening.
I guess the most SEC schools don't have women's
That's-
rowing. So
yeah.
we
Most
gotta
what
go
schools?
SEC. I left the E
What's
out.
that trail off?
I'll let the E
What's
out.
that lazy mouth? I know.
And-
I've caught
and
myself
like,
doing that so many times. I listen to the archive and like, hey, Birds, walk out all the way out. He'll move on to your next thought. Finish it.
Especially in a commercial. I need to
Oh.
Another affiliate member is the Air Force Academy in wrestling.
That's what I was. That's the
Wrestling.
one I-
Just
yeah.
wrestling.
Just wrestling. Yeah.
That's funny.
That's crazy.
California State University at Fresno is a member just for equestrian.
And that's the Big 12.
Yes. Isn't that wild?
It is wild.
Yeah,
I understand why they do it, and it makes sense to those teams, but it does bother me because I want all of them to have everything.
know it.
Get this: University of Tennessee women's rowing is also a member. So
I
you
guess
got
that's
2
the only
SEC
rowing bunch.
teams.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so.
Crazy.
Jazz U's got a rowing team.
Okay, Greg. Thanks,
Now
buddy.
you just
They
have to.
practice in Chocolate Creek.
Hey, if they want to, I don't know if Hamsley's going to be involved in that. I don't know if Hamsley's going to be involved in it, but they can come down there and practice at Lake Mitchell. Eric in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good, good, Eric.
I just wanted to bring some information to the table regarding Boston Red Sox uniforms.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What those are called are the City Connect uniforms, and that is the colors of the Boston Marathon. And since they debuted them in 2021, they have an overall record of 21-4 when they wear them, and they're 6-0 this year when they wear them. So I guess they're just a little superstitious.
I keep wearing them.
Yeah, all baseball players are superstitious. True. Well, there you go.
They're very confusing, I'll say that.
It is. It is confusing. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll hit some more stories. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up.
We've got a story about what's on the bottom of your shoes.
Yeah.
Very
I
interesting
saw
today.
that too. Yeah.
Watch it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Talking about the role of the church in this country. And if you look at that same chapter, as I know you have in verse 12, it says, everybody who chooses to live a godly life will be persecuted. Right
That
there,
is correct.
Right there in 12. Not you might be, you will be. So
no doubt.
That shouldn't surprise that. You're living that. That happens in your life. But I think there's a fear. You know, I thought about the other day, we're doing a Bible study, and we're focusing on finishing strong with some men who come here every Wednesday. And one of the things, you know, when you say Paul, he said that he fought the good fight. Well, you know what that tells us? It is a fight.
Mm-hmm. It is a fight.
And I think sometimes the church doesn't think that they should engage in a righteous fight, meaning we shouldn't engage in any fight. And you're right, we shouldn't be persecuted because we're sanctimonious jerks, but we should be persecuted because of our devotion to Christ and our refusal to compromise Christ. And I think that the church is ready to, they just want to get along and go along, and that is not the call of the church.
Yep, I was trying to get the church to see, nationwide, get them to see that you can't confine God to a structure one time a week, that you go up there and you worship and you leave. You read that Romans 12, in view of God's mercy, his coming down in flesh, dying for our sins, being buried and raised from the dead, and our faith in that. In view of that, what he's done, offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God, which is your spiritual act of worship. In other words, we have to understand that what we're doing right now on this telephone, we are worshiping God. For the ones who are listening, they're thinking, so what that guy is saying is you worship God everywhere you are, therefore you become the salt of the earth and the light of the world. We're the people of God, and it's through us that they hear, and we point them, we just keep pointing them to Jesus, saying, hey, you ought to investigate Jesus. When you find some place where he did wrong, well, tell me about it. Where did he go wrong? What lie did he tell? Perfect God and a perfect body, and look at what they did to him.
Yeah.
Never made a mistake.
Right.
So I come along 2,000 years later, and I belong to him, and I point people to him. Well, you know good and well, if they got on and brutalized a mistake-free human being who was God in flesh, I certainly believe they're going to get on me too, don't you think?
Sure do. So good.
And he even said that. Remember, when they hate you, it's not you they hate me in you. So we'll be back. We'll take more with Phil Robertson. The book is The Theft of America's Soul. Pre-orders are available today. And I'm telling you, every family needs to sit down, especially people of faith, and walk through this. But even if you're searching, it'd be good for you, too. More with Phil Robertson coming up right after this. And Phil Robertson, as I mentioned, is with us now. So, Phil, you're on the media tour. I didn't know that they could get you back on another media tour. You must be fired up about this book.
I'm going to tell you what, it was like pulling teeth when they said, we're going to New York City. I said, oh, my goodness. So I'm up here in Trump Tower. By the way, when Trump was running for president, somebody came to me and they said, Willie, I think. Willie said, Dad, you've got 15 minutes with Trump if you want it. I said, book him. So they lined it up. I come walking in there. I will say that when I went through the Secret Service personnel, they put that wand on me where Kay hadn't been in many years. I mean, they checked this dude out carefully. I said, easy, boys. So look, I go back in there, and Trump's there, and he got his entourage with him. I reached in my pocket. I wrote it on a piece of paper before I walked in. An arrow coming down out of heaven, God becoming flesh. It was hieroglyphics. A cross where Jesus died, a tomb where they put him, the arrow out of the tomb, his resurrection, and his ascension on back into heaven, and that final arrow coming down. I said, Trump, all we're waiting on is a return. But listen, when I was showing him this, I said, 2019 years ago, God became flesh. I said, whatever happens, Trump, whether you win or lose, don't forget this. I said, he died on a cross for Donald Trump's sins. I said, Trump, you do have sins, don't you? He said, oh, yeah. I said, I figured that all men do. And I just went from there, the resurrection. I said, if this is not true, you nor I are ever getting out of here alive.
Come on and let yourself in. All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back. Thank you for being with us today. So, I think the kickoff hour touched on this. That's been a while ago. So a lot of you listening now or watching now may not have heard it. So this is what you were mentioning going to the break, Bubba, this thing about your shoes, the bottom of your shoes. I mean,
Speedy was telling us about this story, and it brought up a discussion. Do you take your shoes off when you come in the house or before you go in the house?
Yeah,
and I usually don't, and I'll throw them off when I get in a recliner or something. But they basically were doing some samples off the bottom of shoes, and they had some pretty interesting results, didn't they, Speed?
Yeah, they did, and this was something that it's brought up from time to time. I remember when I was growing up, I would always have a friend's house I would go to, and their parents were very adamant, take your shoes off at the door. We're not really like that, but I've noticed that I really kick my shoes off kind of once I'm inside.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
Helmsy, I know when he takes his shoes off, he feels like he can't be productive.
I'm done doing whatever I'm going to do for that day.
It is a symbol of I'm done.
Yeah. And then to your point, Rick, I think I asked you. You have like house shoes, so you still have something on your feet, but it's just not what you wore around town.
When
right?
I was growing up, I did not wear shoes hardly ever, and I hated shoes. But I was young, and all my joints worked, and I was bouncy. But as I got older, even though I still desire to be barefooted and walk around, I realized, and even socks, that I need some sort of support.
Right.
So I have shoes that I put on, like when I'm done for the day, get out of the shower, I'll put some shorts on, a T-shirt, and I'll go put some sort of indoor shoes on just for the support of my feet. But I do say that I'm never going to be a take your shoes off before you come into my house person, no matter what they produce on these swabs.
Gotcha.
Because people have walked around in my house with their shoes on I'm 58 years old. I've owned a house since I was 23, 22. Or either rented one or own one, and I'm okay. So I'm not going to be gripped in fear of, oh my gosh, shoes are going to get me.
Yeah.
I just don't care about this.
Yeah, well,
everybody
tries to spook you of enough stuff.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Right.
And I love the discussion of, do you go places where people make you take your shoes off? I find myself annoyed by that.
Yeah.
So if you're a person who tells me to keep taking my shoes off, unless I can't get around our relationship, I won't be back.
Yeah.
I just that's weird that we're all stacking our shoes up out here and we have to walk in your house with no shoes on. That's just weird.
You're right, Rick.
What are y'all, Buddhist?
I know you talk about all these years, and it's been going on. It's like when they show you the up close of the little mite, the dust mite. And it looks like a dinosaur.
It looks like a monster.
Yeah, but see, I'm not going to ever see that because he's real tiny.
Yeah,
so
I know
the
they're
fact
out
he's
there.
around, it doesn't bother me.
I know they're out,
and
it
can't hurt me.
I've also realized that I may not be aware of things I'm eating. Got it.
Got it.
I just been around a while.
I'd rather not know.
Yeah. If somebody says, that's a processed meat, got it. I'd be like, well, it took a while.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. Well, these kind of things, they're interesting, but they never make me alter my behavior.
No. They swab the bottom of some public shoes that come in. You wearing them in.
I know
the house.
what was in it. Doo-doo.
And
I guarantee you that.
Of course.
And then they swab the floor of like a mud room or the entrance of your house and what's tracked in the house.
Now I will say this: it's rude to come into somebody's house without checking your shoes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't come in and bring in mud and tracking stuff.
Don't be stupid.
I'm not talking about that. That is rude. But what I'm saying is just these people that make you take them off, even if you just walk down the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And what I love is when somebody's take shoes off, you won't come in my house. You go inside and they have dogs. And I'm like, this is a clean place. Great. I got a dog nosing me down in my lower area, but thank God my shoes are on the porch.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up the house.
Here's somebody here with no pants on, but my shoes are out here on the porch.
Dragging their butt across the carpet.
Right. Yeah, this feels great.
Well, Rick, in this test, they found a lot of things in the Petri dish that were not very pleasant. As you might imagine. E. coli, harsh cleaning chemicals from public bathrooms. Pesticides, herbicides, when you walk through, any park. And all of that gets picked up. I know we used to have a lot of carpet, which, everybody said was bad for holding things like that. I mean, we're in the hardwood era now. So,
by the way, another reason I had to go to shoes in the house.
Yeah.
Because of all the hardwood. If my house would stay carpeted, I wouldn't be in these shoes. This hardwood, they beat my feet up. I mean, my
it's
goodness.
a big difference, isn't it? Yeah, I can tell it too.
Kill your heels.
I mean, now we're living in a basketball gym.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then you remember when the open format became big, and nobody thought this part through. Well, I can hear everything that's going on in every room. In the station.
Yeah.
It's open.
Yeah, right.
You remember
hey, the person out here is watching TV. All of us upstairs now can't function.
Rick, you remember when
because we got a 20-foot ceiling.
Yeah.
When they built the new middle school when we were growing up, and they had what they called open classrooms. They had them movable walls, and that was a disaster.
That was an
people throwing stuff in
absolute disaster.
Yeah. Looking at everybody in the class.
Let's have the open classroom. Yeah, that
we had the pod format in first grade.
Yeah,
where everybody's open.
Oh yeah. I guess that was probably during
you
time.
You could see your buddies in their class.
Oh, it's terrible. I tell you what was bad is when, of course, it happened to me a lot when you were getting to paddling.
Yeah, you could see somebody getting tore up.
Everybody's here. Everybody saw you getting tore up. Yeah. Of course, everybody survived that.
Yeah,
kind of like
made it.
Yeah, we survived getting paddlings. We've survived We survived the bottom of shoes.
Barely.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, but
hey, now that you brought that up,
now that I'm thinking about it, when my sons have friends over, a lot of them will ask, "Do I need to take my shoes off?"
That's I don't have a problem with that. I think that's being.
So I guess a lot of families are like that.
I don't like it.
I don't either.
Like I said,
I don't want to take my shoes off.
Try not to step in dog crap and all that.
Well,
or just mud, or just
really
mud. You know, most of the time when you.
Hey, we're just in Sunday school together. I don't know why I'm in my socks.
Yeah, that seems like it's real personal.
How did this happen? Well, we don't even
I
know
feel
each
like
other.
I'm spending the night.
Yeah, we don't even know each other that well. Why am I walking around your house in my socks?
And
that feels
sometimes my socks have a hole in them.
Right.
Oh,
Helms, when you come by the house, you can leave yours on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Well, I want Helms to leave his on because I want him to be business. I want him getting after it.
I feel unproductive when I take my shoes off. I do. I know that's a quirky thing about me.
I
I'm a
actually
quirky little
understand that.
man.
Well, it's almost like you're getting ready to take a nap.
Amanda gets on to me. Hey, you need to relax. Take your shoes off. But the moment
I'm
I
not
do
done.
that, I
I'm
feel
not
like
done.
I'm done.
I
and
like
when
that.
we get up the time that we do, if you take 1 second,
oh baby,
and take those shoes off and look away, it's out.
Yeah.
Lights out.
I know, Adler. You take yours off from that video yesterday. You
Well,
didn't
when
see
I'm
much
working
on.
out.
Looks like he takes everything off.
Yeah, when I'm working out, I take
including
all
his
my
pants.
clothes off. But other than that, I keep my shoes on until I'm about to get in the bed. I don't know what it is. I keep my shoes because
Same way.
I'm taking the dogs out. I'm running up the stairs. I'm running downstairs. I'm getting laundry. I don't want to stub my toe. But I will say something they don't give you a heads up about is, and I'm new to this whole having a kid thing, world. When you take your kid to a place where the kid has to take their shoes off and go play around, you
Yes.
probably will have to take yours off
No
too.
doubt.
You will.
I went to a
They
party
won't let you through that door.
Yeah, I went to a party this past weekend. I'm like, all right, go have fun, Ruby. And the lady's like, hey, you got to take your shoes off too. And I was like, well, I'm glad I wore clean socks today.
Thanks, Karen.
No, usually I don't.
Thanks, Karen.
Yeah. So just a heads up for everybody. Y'all probably already know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever been around those people that are kind of demanding about it? Don't come in here with your shoes on.
Yeah.
Wow.
What I do?
You're talking down to me a little bit.
Like, whoa, hey, take off your shoes. Like, whoa, hey, okay, I will, but that's not Like, that's not everywhere.
Yeah.
Rick, now in our whole lives, our dad, the minute he woke up, he's putting his shoes on.
Absolutely.
He was going to wear them.
Because he meant business.
He did.
Yes.
See,
Well, you want to be
have a-
ready if you got to run.
Yeah.
Well, see, I have a pair of step-ins where I've smashed
I
the back
love a
of them down.
step-in.
I keep them by the door, so once I get home and I get my socks, well, if I got to run out of the garage real
That's
quick,
what I
I'll
do.
step in them.
That's what I do. I use my MyPillow slippers, by the
If
way.
I got to take them
my
trash,
slippers, wherever they
sliders.
go.
Adidas sliders.
Love a slider.
Yeah.
I have to walk
Do not like
funny.
flip-flops.
I have to walk funny if I'm in flip-flops or slides. You,
I don't
you
like
know, like I'm
flip-flops.
kind of like hovering.
Slides don't bother me, but I can't wear flip-flops.
So you
that
want
that thing
something-
between my toes, I can't take that.
I don't like that either.
Yeah. Adler, you want something over your heels.
I want something with laces.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing stuff. I'm a very busy man.
Hey, take your shoes off before you come in here. Who are you? I think I know your husband. Who are you? I've never even met you. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is true. We live on. I said, don't forget that. I said, if you really want to stir that left-wing bunch up, film me baptizing you. I said, that'll stir them up. I said, you, my man, will have the luxury when they bring up the dirt on you, and they're going to bring up a lot of dirt on you, Trump. I said, there's going to be an onslaught. I said, you will be able to tell them, if you will respond by faith to this message, that was the old Trump. Yeah. You've been born again. I said, they'll never lay a glove on you. And he said to me, can I have that? And I said, sure. I handed it to him, and I walked out the door, and I haven't talked to him since. But I did get the gospel preached to him, and I did my job. I can't save him or America, but I can point them to the one Jesus who can.
Amen. Yeah, it's something I was even talking about this week. I realize that I'm my own worst enemy, and I realize that I'm the problem, but I am not the solution. Mm-hmm. Jesus is the solution.
That's it.
Yeah, and
I ran up on a guy one time, and he told me, he said, Phil, I'm seeing this demonic-looking creature, and he said, I'm seeing him at night, and he was shaking and trembling, and he said, do you do exorcisms? I said, no, but the one I follow does.
Yeah, amen.
I said, let's ask him to deliver you from more. I said, where did you see this thing? He said, in the mirror. And I'm listening to what he's saying, and I said, in the mirror. Well, the guy just put his faith in Jesus the day before. So I said, look, I don't know what all's going on. Let's talk to the one, and we're going to ask him to deliver you, the one I know can do it. And so we did. And look, that guy to this day, that was years ago, but he's a faithful guy to this day.
Amen.
So what America needs to realize is when they say the devil's not real, guys, common sense and logic ought to tell them that the devil is real, just at all this mischief and mayhem that we're seeing in America.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just trying to point them to the one who can deliver us all and save us from death itself. So life and immortality, and all we have to do is love God and love each other. Guys, I do not see the downside to that. Do y'all?
No.
Pretty
straightforward.
I've tried it. I've tried it both ways, and I'll tell you this because I don't want to. And Jesus didn't lie to you. You lied to us. You already mentioned that. But neither one of them are an easy life. But I'm gonna tell you, the life under the authority of Christ is the much better life. It ain't even close.
Oh,
it is worth it. It is worth it. It is worth it. It is worth it. And that's what the Trumps of the world. Because Rick and Phil, we used to be just like Trump. You know, I remember thinking, I believe all that, and I certainly know that that's probably true, and I certainly should do something about it, but just not today. And
I ran with the Wicked Boys for 28 years.
Yeah, me too.
And then I've been running with Jesus now for 44. Trust me when I tell you, running with Jesus is way better.
That's right.
Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. And that is true. It was true when written by the wisest man who ever lived, and it's true today. You know what?
You think the country has a chance, Phil? Do you think we're too far gone?
I think it has a chance. I never give up on them because we've had these awakenings before. When the country was founded, there was a great a religious awakening. And I'm just hoping, these 243 years later, I'm just hoping that we still have enough gumption to say, you know what, we might ought to just start living under the head of Christ, and we ought to go out and love each other, and we ought to do what's right, and we ought to get up in the morning and just do good, for crying out loud. We just ought to try that, and if we did it as a nation, maybe we can turn this thing around. So I never lose hope because the gospel's powerful, so we're just going to keep on keeping on, boys. It's about all we can do.
You know, Phil, I often wonder about a lot of the people we study in the Bible, what they were like, what their personality was like, what it would have been like to talk to Moses or David or some of those people. But I really get the sense from you, and I mean this with the highest compliment, that we are talking to and we see the personality of John the Baptist in you. And that I say that with the highest compliment I can.
You know, every man has his task before God.
Yep.
All I know for sure is if you just look at it logically, you would say, no, I view the world through a spiritual lens. So I'm not into politics.
Yep.
I'm into spiritual warfare,
Amen.
not political warfare.
Amen.
Because we can change all the politics we want, guys, but until men change their hearts and bow their knee, I've noticed about humanity.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. Phil DeGreens, well, you know, it goes on, and I've told that example that time, Bubba, when we used to do Fat Fest, when somebody said they were a huge fan and they'd never heard of Fat Fest, and we'd been doing it for like 4 years. But I actually got an email yesterday, and I thought the person was joking. And the email was from one of our listeners. You know what they said? Hey, is there anybody on the show that's actually taking the Field of Greens? And I was like, well, we talked about that a lot. What?
Yeah,
we do. And I was like, yes, about 3 of us that I know of. And so I was able to help her out a little bit. And then she asked this. I guess it's because all the testosterone in here. Was this a product for women? Well, yeah, I did. I guess she thought, you listen to this, you think you're but yes, it's for anyone, because the bottom line is we're all human beings who have bodies that are designed for a certain fuel, and the input output. What fuel that you're, and that's the thing, the famous, hey, you're gonna do it to yourself. Empty carbs. You ever heard that term?
Oh, sure.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Of course, it didn't do anything for your body, but you have no fuel now. But anyway, Field of Greens is designed. Look, it's hard to get all these in on your regular diet, no matter how disciplined or committed you may be. But with fieldofgreens.com, you know that your body is getting medically selected organic fruits and vegetables that the body craves and are crucial for the vital organs to operate the way they're supposed to. Your heart, your lungs, your kidneys. Of course, your immune system loves this. So go to fieldofgreens.com, get 15% off. And we love the product. You will too. And if you have any other questions, you can always email us and we'll be happy to help you. I get some of these like, hey, what do you mix it with, and that kind of stuff. You can certainly send us those. All right, so Bubba, this ongoing thing, and it's making me very, very uncomfortable, and we've talked about it quite a bit. So it's well documented, and where Greg will draft with you, Bubba, and every now and then you'll draft with him. You draft with him a little bit on the peanut thing. That every week we have.
Thank you, Don Day.
We have Don Day.
Don Day, the great Don Day.
I want y'all to know what I'm about to say to you. I'm not embellishing in the least.
Greg's been hogging them lately.
Right? Yeah. Well, I've noticed that.
Just the real Don.
I think he was.
Just the real.
I think he was surprised.
No,
I think he was.
Those real Don ones have a G on the bag.
Yeah. I think he was surprised at I believe he was surprised at your volume. He thought he could share, and he realized, wow, that's you ever had that happen before? I didn't say you take 2 bites.
I'll give you the bag with M on it.
Yeah, but anyway, this literally happened. Right there. I'll show you where it happened. I can point to the scene of the crime right there. Okay.
All right.
So yesterday we had the Wednesday Bible study, and Don Day, is here 9 out of 10 times. Okay. And,
toting peanuts.
Toting peanuts. And he always, for some reason, puts them in my office. I guess so he doesn't want to be too forward and go in your office, whatever.
The door's open.
And I realize the Wednesday Bible studies is becoming kind of like, Bubba, when you and I used to host a local radio show on the local AM, where people bring you stuff all the time.
Yes.
I'm getting fresh vegetables. I'm getting all kinds of stuff.
Maters,
people
kittens.
bring stuff to the teacher, and so anyway. I'm not making this up. He's standing right there, and I can tell that he wants to engage me. And I'm like, yeah, Don, everything all right? He goes, well, I mean, I'm talking about frantic. He goes, I'm not going to be here next Wednesday. I said,
already worried about it.
I said, Don, that's fine. He's holding peanuts when he says it, like he's got them for.
Well, he could have made 2 weeks worth.
Oh no, I'm not done.
No, I'm just
Greg,
kidding.
I'm not done.
Rick, I'm joking.
Don't get ahead.
Oh no.
So he says to me, and this is where I'm mad at you, okay? He says to me, poor man.
I do.
And like he goes, he says, well, we don't leave till Monday or later on Sunday.
Oh my goodness.
Greg, I'm gonna go ahead and make some. Can I bring them to you Sunday? And I'm like, no, Don.
Rick,
I don't want to carry out a bunch of peanuts. I don't want to be in church with peanuts.
The simple answer is
yes.
yes.
Don't steal Don's joy.
He goes, because I think I'll be there Sunday, and you and Sherry are gonna be. I said, yeah, but
if it's his gift, Rick, let it shine.
And look, and I'm like, and then I said, Don, nothing's gonna happen to you if you don't produce peanuts every week.
Yeah.
There's nothing gonna happen. You're not letting anybody down.
Mm-hmm.
You're like that. Well, could I bring them to you Sunday? And I go, yeah. What I want to do is carry all these peanuts around at church and go into worship with a bunch of peanuts. and then everybody's going to look. What's with Burgess and peanuts? Right? You know what it's going to be like? Do you remember in?
He had a ball game.
You remember in Stuart Little when the guy who was Raymond's brother and Everybody Loves Raymond, that big guy, that actor.
Yeah. I've never given enough. He's funny.
Fantastic show,
He's in
by the way.
those
Jimmy John's.
Jimmy John's
John's,
commercials
yeah.
now. But anyway, do you remember he played a small role in that, and he came in there and fixed it when they dropped the wedding ring down in
Rick,
the.
I couldn't watch the Talking Mouse.
But anyway, I know you couldn't. That was a dumb question. I'm paying you back for the peanut thing. And so, and he comes out from under there and he looks at me and goes, "You people like your meatloaf, don't you?" And so all I can think about is I'm going to be at church. I'm like, Burgess likes his peanuts. He carries them to church with him.
Yeah. Good
night. He brings them to church. I mean, I'm gonna look
They
like
said he's like Stuart Little.
Look, how about this? It made sense when our grandfather, every single high school football game, would bring us all bags of peanuts. That makes sense. We're going to a ball game. Who brings peanuts to church?
Well, Rick, he's just trying to get them here.
Greg, do you?
And then the pastor's going to look going, I tell you what, if he starts eating peanuts while I'm up here preaching, like I'm a ball game.
Hey, good job, yeah.
Hey, way to go, Mike. Amen.
What is your level of care? 1 to 10,
It's
10 being the
important.
most.
This is important.
1
Care
being
or
the
excitement?
just listen. No. Care.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
just you'll understand when you hear the question. 1 being I don't care, I don't give a rip, or 10 I care so much that you're impacting this man's week
He
so
looked
much.
nervous. He looked nervous. He's got to
Yeah.
get a plan.
Well, first of all, I didn't ask him to do
You're
it.
at least covering the
So,
cost.
so
of
I'm
this,
asking.
right?
I'm,
He's
but
trying to go on vacation.
How is your care
I
level on
don't
how
expect-
much you're impacting
I don't want
his
him
life?
to have to worry about it if he's not coming.
1
but if
to
he is
10,
coming,
Greg.
I'd like to see him on top of his game.
Right. Do you want him to go as far as to bring me some Sunday?
No, that's unnecessary.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Bo. I got over.
Hey,
No, Greg is the peanut guy. I get a few every now and then.
No,
I
I'll
don't
start
eat near
sharing
the
them.
volume.
Is something happening that I don't know about? Because he looks nervous.
That's what I'm saying.
It's almost like Don looked at me like I was a drug dealer. And he wanted to inform me that the drop off next week was not going to happen. Can we get an alternate
Tell
drop
Donnie
off?
it's going to be all right.
Yeah, and
if he don't do it, he don't have to do it.
That man loves
Now, if he really
peanuts
wants to.
so
he loves
much.
them.
We spend a lot of
No,
time
he
in the
is a-
production room doing work,
He
and
loves
he'll
them.
get in there and he'll start tearing up
He
peanuts
loves
early, hits them early.
I mean,
Listen,
and
when
he's
Don-
early
and
he
often.
doesn't stop.
When Don does them a little bit overdone, that's the way I like them.
So you don't care about impacting his week. 'Cause
Do you
still
want-
hadn't answered
I
the
don't.
question.
He don't need to do that.
how
I
about-
don't want him to have to do that.
But
Do y'all
what is
want
your
him-
care level on that? 1 to 10.
Be honest. Just be completely
about
honest.
him being put out.
Yeah, how much do you actually think about that?
About 6.
Well, that's honest right there.
Yeah, right.
But it's honest.
But that's above 5, so that means don't bring him.
Right. It's close, though.
You know?
No, you were on the I care side of 5, which
Well, I
means he
care.
does do it.
Oh, I thought I care means that I don't want him to put his stuff out and do it.
Correct.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
what that means.
Yeah. Now, well, how much do you care about the
6.5.
peanuts? How much you care about the peanuts?
About 9.
All right, so here's a big question, and Helms, you're going to love this one. What if Don Day was willing, now he's not going to, he's willing to come to Pleasant Valley and bring, would you let him through the
No, I
wall?
would not. I wouldn't.
Can he come
Yes,
through the
you
wall?
would.
Can he
Does
come,
it-
can he
is
come
he-
through
is
the
he
wall?
there for something
What I'm
else?
saying is, would you give him
Can
more
he-
attention than you have Helms?
Can he visit? Can he visit when Helms comes?
Hey, Helms, if you'll bring some peanuts,
That may be your way in,
That's
Helms.
it. That's it.
I'm not that low.
So
See, it's always got to be I need something out of it, and that's not the friendship I want. Greg.
Okay, you want a pure one.
I want a pure friendship.
Hey,
okay.
And if
Well,
I got to
yeah,
bring,
peanuts always have
if I got to
friendships.
bring peanuts to pull
Right.
down the driveway and see Mr. Buddy and
Yeah.
say hello to the
Right.
family, I don't want to
What
be
about-
there.
what about
go
Millie?
on, It's not that.
What about
you just
Millie?
happen to have some.
Do you really want to see Millie?
I would kind of like to see Millie.
I like to see her
It'll just
run
be
off.
Weird.
Like
Is Don Day
Day
off the hook or not?
Yes, he's off though. He don't need to do that.
I need some Don Day history here. So I guess
Yeah,
he's
has he
done
always been
peanuts for a
peanut
long
man?
time, and
He loves-
has a
he loves
system.
peanuts.
Where does he get his
Do you
peanuts?
have peanuts in your office now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, he brought him yesterday.
Look, you almost lied.
That's
got
that's
about-
Bubba. He was worried
Now,
about next week.
the dark
he was
ones are
holding
most-
this week.
The
Don't miss
dark,
that.
the dark ones are mostly gone, but the others it's full.
Would y'all like to see Don go to only the dark ones? That's what I'm
Rick,
sensing.
I'm not going. I appreciate anything.
That's
Don
what
does.
I'm sensing.
That's Adler.
Oh, sorry guys, I was just opening a bag of nothing.
Yeah.
Peanuts.
Adler, like
And
where
he
does he?
brings
Where
Adler
does he?
some, too?
Where does he
Oh,
get his
sure he brings
peanuts? I
Adler
want
some.
to know where he gets his
Well,
peanuts.
I know that
And when
like
did he become a
because
peanut guy?
this is a hobby for him.
because
and
it'll
he-
make it even worse if you spend a lot of money every week trying to do this.
He loves to roast peanuts. I got that clearly from his family.
I'll make a monthly payment.
He loves to roast peanuts, and I do think it brings him some joy. But somewhere along the way, Tara has set in.
Okay.
And I don't know
this
where
work-
that,
he's on vacation. Don, that's okay, buddy.
Right.
Unless you just really want to bring him. You can bring him Rick to at church.
You know what the
You don't want to steal his joy.
You know what the
Rick, what if he sets them on your car in the parking lot?
Greg.
Church.
And they finish roasting in the
how
sun.
about, how about this? I'll drive lift kit. and I won't lock it. Who cares? Okay? Just throw
Nobody
them in.
wants to climb up
Yeah,
in there anymore.
throw them in there. If somebody will still lift kit, the first thing they got to do is keep from getting hurt, getting in and out.
Right.
So
No, all kidding aside, just playing. No, that's not necessary for him to put his.
So see what he does.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not necessary.
I found a rotary stainless steel nut roaster for $790. Greg, if you want to buy one for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
The one he's got must be really good.
Yep. How much you pay for that when you were working out in the other day?
That one I was born without.
All right, we'll be back. Phone calls coming up next, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All of history, when people will not bow to God, they inevitably will end up forcing you to bow down to them.
Amen. Thank you, Phil.
So true.
Appreciate
So
the
true.
book's called The Theft of America's Soul. Get it today. Trying to figure out, our very own James Spann received an award this past Friday, Weatherman of the Year, as awarded by an organization, something for safe homes or what?
It is the
Federal Alliance for Safe Homes, or better known as FLASH.
There you go.
Okay.
Flash.
Well done, Spann. He saved every one of us. So congratulations to James Spann. As we said, he needed that with Groundhog Day and what some people determine not a very good snow forecast. You know what I mean?
I loved it.
I did. I was so thankful. And you know what? I hate to keep saying what Spann said. It did snow.
It did.
Just not a lot.
Just not a lot. Just not.
And I was so
This
thankful.
weekend, it was amazing where we live to think that we were having that kind of weather earlier this week, because it was absolutely beautiful.
Well, I even saw where they said, and I don't know.
No warm for hunting, but go ahead.
Yeah. I was.
I just don't have clothes for that.
Yeah.
Tough.
Unless you got a spotlight, they're hunting deer this past weekend. They didn't come out till the sun went down because it was too hot. But I'll tell you something funny. I'll tell you in a minute here. That was so funny. Speaking of that. But anyway, but they said even Chicago came out of this deep freeze with spring-like conditions this weekend. I bet for them, you talk about a wild ride. I mean, we went, out of the 20s and 30s, up into the 60s, but they went from sub-zero,
like minus 20,
into spring-type conditions. I bet that was kind of strange.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of flu cases around there this week.
But anyway, this is hilarious because we were trying to go hunting this past Friday afternoon, one of my sons and I. And I know that, Bubba, you went this weekend too. And Friday was the only day that I had available. So it was sunny and it was warm and whatever. So we're getting ready to go. And I'd wrapped up and I called and got my son checked out of school. And he was like, okay, I'm going to be rolling here in a little bit. I'll go down there and get everything out. I'll meet you down there. And I get this call from my wife. So I take the call. And Sherry, you can tell it's excited voice because, you come in and tell all these stories from hunting, whatever. Now, keep in mind, don't miss, this was in our neighborhood. Okay, in our neighborhood. Now, I'm about to go off to the middle of the woods and sit for hours. Thank the Lord that I had something to read, okay? Hours and hours and see squirrels, okay? And then finally see like one doe at like 5:20, okay? And then my son saw, some does too, again, about 5:20. We don't see one deer for 4 hours and some change, okay? So anyway, but on my way down there at 1 something in the afternoon, my wife started screaming, I have seen the rut. Rick, I've seen the rut. And I thought to myself, well, I guess I'm not going hunting today. You know what I mean? I thought, I don't know, is this
cancel that?
Honey, should I head that way?
Yeah.
And she said, no. She goes, I have just seen, of all the pictures that we've seen, whatever, the most gigantic buck, and I nearly hit him, and he is chasing a doe through our neighborhood as hard as he can go.
Oh, boy.
And she said, she goes, he's digging. And he goes, I just saw him running. She goes, this thing is gigantic. And so anyway, and she said, and I thought to myself, I know this is a sign that my wife's going to see the biggest buck that any of us have ever shot.
Yeah.
Running through our neighborhood, and I'm gonna head off into the middle of the wilderness and see nothing. And so anyway, I'll show you. And this buck has become the legend of our neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Some of the people.
So it's
Have you named him?
Well, we need to because he's a hoss too. I mean, he's a hoss.
You got it like he likes it too.
Yeah.
He knows. He's just playing with
Right.
y'all.
And she said, I've heard y'all talk about it. She goes, man, they just really, I mean, they dig. And I said, oh, yeah. I said, somebody's going to hit him is what's going to happen because he's chasing those right in front of cars because it's a neighborhood.
Yeah, they don't stop and look both ways.
No.
And so let me see if I'm going to show y'all the picture of this guy because the reason why is my neighbor across the street said, oh, yeah, we had a picture of him the same day before he went to chasing. And this is him right here. Pass him around. Yeah, that's what they call the buck of the crest.
Oh yeah,
and
I said, a nice 8 outside the ears.
I showed it to Sherry. She goes, "Oh yeah, that's the one right there."
Mm.
And he doesn't look. He's all that old, does he?
You've seen it, Bubba. Fast
No.
enough.
Maybe 3 years old.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not a 5-year-old by any stretch.
No. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We'll get some phone calls in. Adler Video 7, if we can show that. Can we show 7?
Yeah.
What's going on
California Highway Patrol officers said they received calls Tuesday afternoon around 4:40 that a woman was driving reckless on the eastbound of I-80. One caller said the woman was driving a white Chevy sedan and brandishing a gun out the window. At some point, Rick, she parked the car, got out of her car, stripped naked, and was firing at traffic.
Oh, my.
The California Highway Patrol said that no injuries have been reported and no vehicles were struck by gunfire.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, she is... You know, I want to say
She
this.
can't hide the weapon.
She does.
Well, that one's not really
It's not quite
blocked
blurred
out.
out. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Some of the ones I had were blocked out.
we're just showing it
too,
on
y'all.
this TV.
Hey, barefooted too.
Yeah,
It has to be hot.
Can I tell you that first footage we saw? She actually was holding the pistol like she knew she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's never a good right there.
California Highway Patrol said they surrounded her.
Greg Burgess.
And she initially did not surrender, Rick, but then did finally.
Well,
you know they were thinking, please don't point that at us. We don't want
well,
a naked woman here in the
if
middle of the highway.
If you go into Scripture,
jogging,
you see,
Yep.
and
You know
there's
what this is.
and there's a reason for that. When people are under the influence of demons, or they've through drugs or alcohol opened themselves up, and the reason why you see these people strip themselves naked, that it's in Scripture. Every time demons take over somebody, they strip themselves naked.
Yeah, we don't know why,
see
but,
that-
but
She
it is a
ain't got a
common. It
stitch
is a
on.
common theme in that.
Well, one of the things that I've heard people say, and it makes all the sense in the world, it goes back to the fall of mankind. You know, it tells us that the first man and woman ever created did not clothe themselves, and there was no shame, there was nothing. And then when sin entered the creation, they clothed themselves because they were now ashamed of themselves because of the sins they had committed. This now became shameful before God because they weren't pure anymore. So when the demons get a hold of somebody, they take you and try to shame you back before God and strip you naked. And there's a lewdness to it and all that now. Yeah. All right, so to the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to JT in Sweet Home, Alabama. JT, go ahead.
I was wondering who y'all think is going to be the quarterback for Alabama this year.
Bo Nix. Probably Bo Nix.
Rick.
No, I have no idea.
I have a feeling whoever it is will be well qualified, and there'll probably be somebody pretty good backing them up.
Yeah.
Did this guy from Notre Dame?
I really don't
did he
know, JT.
transfer?
Sorry,
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know any of their names.
I don't even know the depth chart. Sadly,
Milroy what was the guy last year? Milroy.
I don't know. To the phones we go. Let's go to Dusty in Talladega. If you want to join us, you can at 866 We Be Big. Dusty, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Y'all doing all right?
We're doing good. We're good.
I wanted to bring something up and praise Greg because he brought up one of my growing concerns. Everybody wants to talk about big pharma and everybody wants to talk about big oil, but he was referring to the Braves uniform. Nobody wants to talk about big concrete.
Thank you.
Big concrete is coming for us all. And Bubba, and on good authority, and I'm making it up, I think that Sacrete and DAP are probably talking to the Vikings right now.
I got it on pretty good authority.
Pretty good authority.
I got it on pretty good authority. That's funny, Dusty.
That's funny.
Dusty, good call right there, brother. I like that one.
Yep.
866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available if you desire to be with us. Jeff is in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Jeff, go ahead.
I want to hear Dippin' Dan sing the national anthem.
Well,
that would be good,
let me
Bubba.
tell you something.
See, if you're doing a character,
You'd have to take a stop a few times.
Let me tell
during
you
it.
something.
If you're doing a character, then people give you a pass.
I don't know. That's a sacred song.
What
there,
about Buggy Beaver?
No,
that would be sacred.
Doesn't Dippin' Dan doing it? Doesn't that almost just veer over into the Roseanne world?
Yeah, it does. It does. That might be too much.
Yeah, you got. I'm all for. Let's give it proper respect.
Yes.
Now, some people they don't mean to destroy it. They just don't have the ability not to destroy it.
Carl Lewis thought he was really going to bring
he
it.
did, didn't he?
He did, and that is the biggest disaster I think on record.
Well, what you see,
because he was trying to be sharp.
See,
Roseanne was putting on an act.
Yeah, but it was disrespectful.
Yeah, it was. But he was trying to sing, and boy, it did not.
That was involuntarily disrespectful.
Yeah,
but and it shows you that he does not hang around people like we do. You know, either he does.
Oh, and they told him.
He was good.
That's probably.
Yeah, now that's possible.
Hey man, you need to sing.
I think I can sing. Yes, you can sing it. Absolutely, you can.
I think he had
all
potential.
them gold medals you got.
I think he had potential, but he didn't practice enough.
Everybody knows people who can run fast can sing.
Yeah. Didn't he have an album out? Didn't he make a record?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, he did, Greg. We watched one of his videos. We watched one of his videos. Let's go to Matthew Atala. Listen to us on Z93. Matthew, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
We're good, man.
Great.
Hey, just wanting to know, when are y'all going to have another Fat Fest, if you will ever have another Fat Fest?
Well, just when you think about doing it, you watch the KC and the Sunshine Band videos, and you know we said it's good to have memories, but you shouldn't tamper with them. And if we wouldn't want to do anything that might come across as sad.
Yeah,
it's why the softball team doesn't play anymore. It's like you want to remember it like it was. You know,
and Rick's ruined it. He's lost weight. So
right.
Call it Fat Fest may be a problem.
Well, there's plenty to go around. We're out there. Less fat is about all we've done.
Less fat.
Yeah, that one. I'm not saying it would never happen. But we don't plan for it yet.
That KC video. Was
that's really.
You talk like you said. You talk about somebody that doesn't have any friends.
Mike, Fort Payne, Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. What's the easiest way to get to your YouTube channel, Bible study? I'm traveling to Mississippi to go see our son today, so I thought I'd hit Revelation up as far as I could go.
Yeah, well, here's the good news. You probably just want to go with the audio archives since you're driving as opposed to dealing with the videos. So if you would just go to themanchurch.com, okay, and click the media button, it'll say watch or listen, hit listen, then click on it, and you're off and running.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Have a good trip, buddy. Let's go to Julie in Birmingham. Julie, go right ahead.
Have y'all had a point of view on the Barbie movie from a woman?
No.
Okay, I took my daughter to see it, and my brother listened to a bunch of crazies on Fox News that said, don't let your little girl see this movie. And I said, hold on now, let me try it. And it was bad. The movie could have been so good if they had taken it in a different light, but it wasn't really the agenda, because that went right over my daughter's head. It was just weird. It just could have been
just not really well done.
Hollywood.
Just not really well done. They went more weird with it than they went fun with it.
Well, they could have said, let's, as men and women, join together and let's do this world together.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.